I inherited her as a possession. She became my home before I knew her name. She was hired to care for his daughter.
Then he died.
And left her to me.
Not figuratively.
Contract is real. The ink is dry and her signature is binding. She's human, lower caste, forbidden. And she looks at me like I'm the executioner instead of the man who's been dreaming about her mouth for months. I try to stay away. For the child. For her dignity. For my control.
But I'm not made of mercy. I'm made of need.
And the moment I hear her beg my name, I know.
There's no going back.
She came as inheritance. She stays as mine. Stay tuned for ownership angst, magical caste tension, slow burn collapse, and a dark elf who treats her like property, but worships her like a goddess.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Prologue. Valas. The sun bleeds crimson across Perthos as I make my way through the winding streets toward Darren's home. The air tastes of jasmine and coming twilight, and already the first glowmoth lanterns flicker to life along the cobblestones, their magical phosphorescence painting everything in shades of amber and violet. Darren's estate sits on the edge of the merchant district, modest by Kuzuth standards, but tasteful. Flowering vines crawl up the stonework, and the garden is well kept, if a little wild around the edges. That's always been Darren's way. Order where it matters, chaos where it delights. He's waiting for me on the terrace when I arrive, 2 crystal glasses already set out beside a familiar purple bottle. Amaranth. The good stuff, judging by the way the liquid catches the dying light. "You're late," he says without turning around. "I was starting to think you'd found someone more interesting to spend your evening with." "Not possible." I settle into the chair opposite him, studying his profile. He looks tired. Shadows beneath his eyes that weren't there a month ago, and something about the set of his shoulders suggests an effort being made, a weight being carried. Though I did get cornered by Vesic from the Healer's Assembly. Apparently, my latest research on bone-knitting spells is reckless and shows a fundamental disregard for proper magical theory. Darren huffs a laugh, finally meeting my gaze. His eyes are still that striking silver blue, but they seem duller somehow. Tarnished. High praise coming from Vesic. The man wouldn't recognize innovation if it grew teeth and bit him. I suggested as much. He didn't appreciate it. I'm sure. Darren pours the amaranth with steady hands. Thank the 13 for that at least. He passes me a glass, and we clink them together in the old familiar way. The liquor burns sweet down my throat, warmth spreading through my chest like liquid starlight. We sit in companionable silence for a while, watching as the day surrenders to evening. The magical nightlife of Perthos begins to wake around us, glow moths dancing in lazy spirals, whisper wind chimes singing their crystalline songs from nearby rooftops, the distant thrum of enchantment that pulses through every dark elf city like a second heartbeat. But something's wrong. I can feel it in the spaces between Darren's words, in the way he keeps refilling his glass before it's empty, in the white-knuckled grip he has on the armrest when he thinks I'm not looking. We've known each other since our training years. I've seen him bloody and triumphant after battle, drunk and laughing at dawn, quiet with grief when his parents passed. I know the shape of his silences. This one has teeth. "Darren," I set down my glass. "What aren't you telling me?" He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he takes another long drink, eyes fixed on the horizon where the first stars are beginning to pierce through the violet sky. When he finally speaks, his voice is too light, too careful. "Can't a friend simply enjoy another friend's company?" "Yes, but you're gripping that chair like it's the only thing keeping you anchored to this plane of existence, and you've already gone through half the bottle." I lean forward, elbows on my knees. "Talk to me." The laugh that escapes him is broken glass wrapped in silk. You always were too observant for your own good. Occupational hazard of being a healer. I keep my tone gentle, but I don't look away. Won't let him deflect this time. Darren, please. He's quiet for so long I think he might refuse altogether. Then he drains his glass in one swift motion and sets it down with a sharp click of crystal against stone. I'm dying, Valis. The words hang in the air between us, simple and devastating. For a moment I can't process them. They don't make sense. He's Darren. Strong and vital and always there, constant as the moons. He can't be... What? The word comes out rougher than I intend. What do you mean that's impossible? You're Mayu caste. You're in perfect health. I've seen you take down 3 opponents at once without breaking a sweat. It's not that kind of sickness. He finally meets my eyes, and what I see there stops my protest cold. Terror. Quiet and bone deep, and trying so hard to be brave. It's magical. Something eating at me from the inside out. Started maybe 6 months ago. Just fatigue at first, nothing concerning. Then the headaches came. The weakness. Now I can barely make it through a full day without feeling like I've run a marathon through the Causodern Ridge. My mind races, cataloging symptoms, running through every magical malady I've studied. Have you seen a healer? Have they confirmed it? There are spells that can... I've seen 5. His smile is bitter. Including 2 from the Royal Medici. They all say the same thing. It's a degradation curse, ancient and deeply woven. The kind that doesn't respond to counterspells or purification rites. He pours himself another measure of amaranth with hands that aren't quite steady. One of them estimated I have maybe a year, probably less. The world tilts sideways. No, this isn't. It can't be real. Darren is 36 years old. We have centuries ahead of us. We're supposed to grow old together, watch a Misra grow up, drink too much amaranth on solstice nights, and argue about magical theory and... A Misra. The name comes out strangled. Screw Darren. She's only 4. I know. His voice cracks. I know. That's what terrifies me most. Not the dying, not really. I've made my peace with mortality, or I'm trying to. But a Misra... He scrubs a hand over his face. She needs someone. Someone who'll protect her, who'll love her the way she deserves, the way I won't be here to do. I will. The words are out before conscious thought forms them, but they're true down to my marrow. Whatever you need, whatever she needs, I'll be there. He looks at me then, really looks, and something in his expression softens. I was hoping you'd say that. I've already started making arrangements. Legal guardianship documents, inheritance structures, all the tedious nobility nonsense. I want you named as her primary guardian when I'm gone. Done. My throat feels tight. Of course, you don't even have to ask. I'm asking anyway. He reaches across the space between our chairs, grips my forearm in the warrior's clasp. You're my brother, in all but blood, Valis. You're the only one I trust with this. I return the grip, feeling the slight tremor in his muscles, the weakness he's trying to hide. We're going to fight this. I don't care what those healers said. There's always something, a ritual, a reagent, something that can slow this down. Buy you time. I'm not letting you go without a fight. The smile he gives me is sad and fond and grateful all at once. I know you're not. But Valis, don't make promises you can't keep. Sometimes the 13 take us when they will, and all our magic can't stop it. Screw the 13, I say, and mean it. I'm not giving up on you. Not now. Not ever. We sit there in the gathering dark, holding on to each other like drowning men, and I swear to every god and demon listening that I'll find a way. I have to. I stay longer than I intend. until the moons are high and the glow moths have given way to nightbirds singing their ethereal songs. We don't talk more about the curse. There's nothing left to say that won't curdle the air between us. So instead, we drink and remember. Training yard mishaps, disastrous romantic entanglements. The time Darren convinced me to sneak into the Kuzuth District Library, and we nearly got expelled for it. By the time I rise to leave, I'm steadier. Not better. I won't be better until I've found a cure. But functional. Focused. I know what I need to do tomorrow. Dive into every medical text I can find. Consult with specialists outside the city. Call in every favor I'm owed. Darren walks me to the door, moving slower than he used to. The thought makes my chest ache. "Thank you," he says quietly. "For all of it. For not treating me like I'm already gone." "You're not gone." I clasp his shoulder, careful not to squeeze too hard. "You're right here, and you're going to stay here for a long time yet. I'll make sure of it." He doesn't argue, but I see the skepticism in his eyes, the resignation. It makes me want to punch something. Instead, I step out into the cool night air, breathing deep to clear the amaranth fog from my head. I'm halfway down the front path when I hear voices, one bright and young, one lower and warm, like honey poured over river stones. And then Uncle Val said the spell would make flowers grow from my ears if I wasn't careful, but I think he was teasing because that's silly, isn't it? Very silly, the second voice agrees, amusement threading through the words. Though I'm sure Uncle Val knows many impressive things. I round the garden hedge and stop short. A Misra is there, silver-white hair catching the moonlight as she bounces on the balls of her feet. She's supposed to be asleep by now, but apparently she's convinced her new caretaker to let her stay up to watch the nightbirds. Or perhaps the caretaker simply couldn't say no to those enormous lavender eyes. Speaking of the caretaker, she's human. That registers first. The warm umber skin, the distinctly mortal scent of her, the lack of magical resonance that marks all my kind. But it's everything else that catches and holds. Long chestnut hair braided over one shoulder, escaping in soft curls around a face dusted with freckles. Hazel eyes, green at the edges like moss after rain, that meet mine with immediate wariness. She's dressed practically. Trousers and a tunic instead of the flowing dresses most humans wear when they work in dark elf homes. The fabric is worn but clean, and there's something about the way she holds herself, straight-backed, chin lifted despite the fear I can smell on her, that suggests this is a woman who refuses to be diminished. "Uncle Val!" A Misra spots me and launches herself in my direction, all enthusiasm and zero coordination. I catch her automatically, swinging her up onto my hip even as I keep my eyes on the woman. "Shouldn't you be in bed, little bird?" Kira said I could watch the nightbirds for 5 more minutes. She holds up 5 fingers to demonstrate, as if I might have forgotten how counting works. And then I have to go to sleep and dream about... What was it, Kira? "Adventures in faraway places," the human says softly. Her voice is gentle, but there's steel underneath. She's watching me the way a nightbird watches the last of the glow moths settle, ready to flee or fight, depending on how I move. Places where children listen when they're told it's bedtime. A Misra giggles, entirely unbothered by the implied scolding. Kira tells the best stories, better than anyone. High praise. I shift a Misra in my arms, hyper-aware of the woman, Kira, and the way she's positioned herself. Not quite between me and a Misra, but close, protective. Interesting. I don't believe we've met. Kira Wynn. She inclines her head in a gesture that's respectful without being subservient. I started last week. Lord Darren hired me to help with the Misra. Lord Darren. Proper and distant. The way all humans speak of their employers when they want to avoid punishment for familiarity. Valis Morthen. I set Amisra down before extending my hand, a human custom, but one I've always found oddly charming. Friend of the family. She hesitates, just for a heartbeat. Then she places her hand in mine and... Oh, the contact is brief, professional. But something in me notices. The warmth of her palm, the calluses on her fingers suggesting hard work, the way she meets my eyes, even though I can see the effort it costs her. Most humans look away from dark elves. Survival instinct. This one doesn't. A pleasure, she says, and withdraws her hand quickly. Not rudely, just careful. Kira makes honey cakes on 7th days, Amisra informs me, apparently bored with adult pleasantries. And she knows songs from across the sea, and she doesn't mind when I ask a million questions. Only several thousand questions, Kira corrects, but there's fondness in it. Real affection, not the performance many servants put on. She genuinely cares for the child. I can see it in the way she smooths Amisra's hair, in the protective angle of her shoulders. And now it's time for bed, Ami. We had a bargain. But Uncle Val just got here. And I'm just leaving, I say, crouching to Amisra's eye level. Your father and I had a long talk. I'll visit again soon, I promise. But Kira is right. Growing young ladies need their sleep. Amisra pouts, but it's half-hearted. She's already rubbing her eyes, the late hour catching up with her. You promise you'll come back? I swear it on all 13. I tap her nose, making her scrunch up her face. Now go, before Kira decides you've lost your nightbird privileges forever. That gets her moving. She hugs me fierce and quick, then takes Kira's offered hand and lets herself be led toward the house. But she turns back at the door, waving with her whole arm. Goodbye, Uncle Val. Love you. Love you too, little bird. They disappear inside, and I'm left standing in the garden with moonlight pooling at my feet and something uncomfortable twisting in my chest. It's nothing, I tell myself. Just surprise at meeting someone new. Just the stress of Darren's news making me feel raw and strange. But I can still feel the ghost of her hand in mine. Still see the way those hazel eyes held mine without flinching. Still hear her voice, gentle but unyielding, protecting a child who isn't hers by blood or law. I turn and walk away quickly, as if distance will erase the feeling. It doesn't. Something hungry hooks deep and refuses to let go.
Chapter 1. Kira. I've been in Darren Valor's household for 2 weeks now, and I still can't decide if I'm lucky or doomed. Lucky, because Amisra is everything bright and good in this world, a little half-elven ray of starlight who asks questions like breathing and hasn't yet learned that humans are supposed to be invisible. Lucky, because her father pays well and doesn't beat his servants, which makes him practically saintly by dark elf standards. Lucky, because the work is manageable, caring for one precocious 4-year-old, keeping her fed and educated and entertained, making sure she doesn't accidentally set the garden on fire with unauthorized magic experiments. Doomed, because I'm human in an elven household, and that's always a precarious position no matter how kind the master pretends to be. The other servants make that abundantly clear. They're all dark elves naturally, kitchen staff and groundskeepers and the austere woman who manages the household accounts. They move through the estate like silk on water, speaking in that liquid language I'll never fully understand, their violet and indigo eyes sliding past me as if I'm furniture. Breath and background. A necessary inconvenience. I've grown used to it. Had to, really, or I'd have gone mad years ago when I was still in the textile mills, surrounded by overseers who thought humans were best seen with fists and worse. At least here, the disdain is polite, distant. They don't acknowledge me, but they don't hurt me either. It's a strange kind of freedom. Kira, look! Amisra's voice pulls me from my thoughts. She's crouched in the grass near the fountain, her silver-white hair falling forward in a curtain as she examines something on the ground. The thalivern landed right on my hand. I cross the garden to where she's practically vibrating with excitement, and sure enough, perched delicately on her small palm, is one of those iridescent thalivern, its 4 wings catching the afternoon sun and throwing rainbows across her skin. Beautiful, I murmur, kneeling beside her. But you have to stay very still, or it'll fly away. I am still. She's not, but I don't have the heart to correct her when she's this delighted. Do you think it knows I'm only half-elf? Papa says some creatures can tell. My chest tightens. She asks questions like this sometimes, innocent, probing, trying to understand why she's different from her father, why some of the servants look at her with something closer to pity than reverence. I've learned to tread carefully. I think it knows you're gentle and kind, I say instead. That's what matters to most. She considers this with the gravity of a scholar contemplating ancient texts. Then the thalivern takes flight, and she watches it go with a wistful sigh before bouncing to her feet, crisis apparently forgotten. Can we practice letters now? I want to write a story about a thalivern who grants wishes. After your mathematics lesson, I counter, already herding her toward the stone bench where I've set up her slate and chalk. We had a bargain, remember? She groans, dramatic as a stage actor. Mathematics is boring. Mathematics keeps merchants from cheating you when you're buying honey cakes. Fine. She flops onto the bench with maximum theatricality. But only because I love honey cakes more than I hate numbers. I hide my smile as I settle beside her, pulling out the simple problems I prepared this morning. She's bright, dangerously so for someone so young, and she picks up concepts faster than most children twice her age. Within minutes, she's working through addition and subtraction with the same intense focus she brings to everything. I watch her bent head, the way she sticks her tongue out slightly when she's concentrating, and something warm and terrifying blooms in my chest. Don't get attached, I remind myself. Don't let yourself love her. But it's far too late for that. Kira? Her voice is small suddenly, uncertain. Do you think Papa is sad? I pause, choosing my words with care. Why do you ask? He's tired a lot, and yesterday I heard him talking to Uncle Val about sleeping for a long time. She looks up at me, those lavender eyes too old for her face. Is he going away? My heart cracks. She doesn't understand, not fully, but she senses something wrong. Children always do. They're attuned to undercurrents adults think they're hiding. Your papa loves you very much, I say gently, which isn't an answer, but it's all I can offer. And he's making sure you'll always be taken care of, no matter what happens. By Uncle Val? Maybe. Would you like that? She nods immediately. Uncle Val is nice. He's serious sometimes, but he always listens when I talk, not like some grown-ups who just pretend. She returns to her slate, apparently satisfied. I hope Papa doesn't go away, though. I'd miss him. I know, sweetheart. I know. We work in silence for a while, the afternoon sun warm on my shoulders, the fountain singing its eternal song. This is the part of the job I treasure, these quiet moments where it's just us. No performance required, no masks to maintain. Just a little girl and the woman who's somehow become her whole world. Don't get attached. Too late. Far, far too late. He comes again that evening like does most. Valas Morthen, with his storm-light skin and moon-violet eyes, moving through the estate like he owns it even though I know he doesn't live here. He's been visiting every other day since I started, always bringing some small gift for Amisra, enchanted toys that sing or dance, rare sweets from the market, once a book of fairy tales with illustrations that actually moved on the page. She adores him, lights up like a candle whenever he walks through the door, chattering about her day, and showing off her newest accomplishments with the absolute confidence that he'll care about every word. And he does. That's what unsettles me most. He listens to her with the same grave attention he'd give a fellow scholar, asking thoughtful questions, praising her progress, gently correcting her when she gets something wrong. There's genuine affection there, not the performance most adults put on around children. But whenever a Misra runs off to fetch something to show him, which happens often, his attention shifts to me. Watching, always watching. Not the way most dark elves watch humans. Not with contempt or hunger, or that casual cruelty that says we're toys to be broken when they're bored. Something else, something I can't name. Curious and patient, and still as deep water. It makes my skin prickle, makes me want to run. Instead, I meet his gaze and refuse to flinch, even though my heart hammers against my ribs. "How are you settling in?" he asks now, accepting the cup of tea I've prepared. We're in the solarium, where late afternoon light pours through spelled glass and turns everything golden. A Misra is in her room, supposedly changing into her dinner clothes, but more likely playing with the enchanted doll he brought her. Well enough. I keep my tone neutral. Professional. A Misra is a joy to care for. She speaks highly of you. He sips his tea, eyes never leaving mine, and she's tricky to win over. I enjoy her curiosity, she's intelligent. She is. A pause. You're good with her. Patient in ways I imagine many wouldn't be. I don't know what to say to that. Is it a compliment? An observation? Some kind of test? With dark elves, kindness is often the sharpest blade. You don't see it coming until it's already buried in your ribs. She makes it easy, I say finally. Still. He sets down his cup with deliberate care. Darren chose well when he hired you. The mention of his friend, my employer, reminds me to maintain distance. Valas might be kind to a Misra, might speak to me like I'm a person instead of property, but I know better than to trust it. Dark elves don't befriend humans. They use us, sometimes gently if we're fortunate, but always with purpose. I need to remember that. I'm glad Lord Darren is satisfied with my work, I say, injecting just enough formality to rebuild the walls between us. Something flickers in his expression. Amusement? Disappointment? But it's gone before I can identify it. Lord Darren, so proper. It's appropriate. Is it? He tilts his head, studying me like I'm a puzzle he's trying to solve. You've been here 2 weeks. Surely you've noticed Darren doesn't stand on ceremony with those in his household. He's kind, I acknowledge carefully, but that doesn't change what I am, what he is. And what's that? He's a dark elf of the Miu caste. I'm human, a servant. I meet his eyes, letting him see the steel I usually keep hidden. Those facts don't change no matter how kind he is, no matter how much I care for his daughter. Valas is quiet for a long moment, his gaze intense in a way that makes me want to look away. I won't give him the satisfaction. Finally, he nods. Fair enough. But for what it's worth, you're more than just a servant here. A Misra loves you. That counts for something. It does. But it also makes everything more dangerous. Love is a luxury slaves can't afford. Before I can formulate a response that won't reveal too much, a Misra comes bounding back into the room, her dress on backwards and her hair escaping its braid. She climbs into Valas's lap without hesitation, already launching into some elaborate story about the doll's adventures while she was supposed to be getting ready. He catches my eye over her head, and there's something in his expression I can't read. Something warm and almost wistful. I look away first, busying myself with straightening the tea service even though it doesn't need straightening. Don't trust him, I remind myself. Don't trust any of them. But when a Misra laughs at something he says, pure and bright, and he smiles down at her with such obvious affection, I feel the walls I've built starting to crack despite my best efforts.
Chapter 2. Valis. 3 months, 13 weeks of watching Darren's silver-bright vitality drain away like water through cupped hands. 13 weeks of exhausting every remedy I know and inventing new ones when the old ones fail. 13 weeks of arriving at this house with my satchel full of medicines and my heart full of dread. I've become permanent furniture in Darren's estate. His servants no longer question my presence. They simply nod and step aside when I arrive, sometimes before dawn, always after dark. I've claimed the study as my workspace, covering Darren's elegant desk with my research scrolls and ingredient vials and desperate scribbled notes. Half my wardrobe now resides in the guest room because there's no point returning to my own apartment anymore. Not when Darren might need me, not when every hour counts. The sickness is unlike anything I've encountered in 16 years of healing work. It doesn't respond to purification spells. Restorative drafts slow it for days, maybe a week, before it surges back with renewed hunger. I've consulted with colleagues across 3 cities, pored over texts so ancient the pages crumble at my touch, even, in a moment of profound desperation, reached out to a necromancer who specializes in life force manipulation. Nothing. Every lead dissolves like smoke. Darren grows thinner. The hollows beneath his eyes deepen. Some mornings he can't leave his bed, and I sit beside him mixing potions while he makes dark jokes about already being a ghost. Other days he rallies with stubborn determination, insisting on playing with a Misra in the garden, even though the effort leaves him trembling. He doesn't want her to know. Made me swear I wouldn't tell her, wouldn't let her see him at his weakest. She's 4, Val. She shouldn't have to watch her father rot from the inside out. So I bring distractions instead. Toys that dance and sing, confections from the market that taste like crystallized starlight, storybooks with moving illustrations that capture her attention for hours. Twice a week minimum, sometimes more if I can manage it. Anything to keep that bright little soul from noticing how the shadows gather in her father's face. Tonight I've brought candied brimbark stalks and a small puzzle box that reveals different enchantments depending on how you turn it. Expensive but worth every nodal when a Misra squeals with delight. Uncle Val! She barrels into my legs the moment I step through the door, nearly knocking me backwards. Her hair catches the lamplight, silver white and wild because she's been playing outside. Grass stains on her dress, dirt under her fingernails. Perfect. Did you bring me something? You always bring me something. And what makes you think I brought you anything this time? I ask, keeping the satchel deliberately out of reach. She bounces on her toes, grinning. Because you love me and you're the best uncle in the whole world. Manipulative child. But I'm already pulling out the puzzle box, watching her eyes go wide with wonder. Your father mentioned you've been practicing your spatial reasoning. This should help. She snatches it from my hands with zero decorum and immediately starts turning it, watching the symbols shift and glow. I ruffle her hair, then glance up to find Kira standing in the doorway to the solarium, watching us with that careful neutral expression she wears like armor. My chest tightens. It always does when she's near. I'll bring tea, she says, not quite meeting my eyes. Thank you. The words come out rougher than I intend. She nods once and disappears toward the kitchen, moving with that quiet efficiency I've come to recognize. Grace under pressure. Competence wrapped in caution. I want to follow her. Want to ask about her day, hear her laugh the way she does with the Misra, see that guarded expression crack just once when she looks at me. Instead, I let her go and turn my attention to the small girl currently attempting to solve a puzzle designed for adults, twice her age. Where's your papa? In his room. A Misra doesn't look up, too focused on the box. He said he was tired after lunch. Kira made him soup and he only ate half. Is Papa sick? The question lands like a blade between my ribs. Why do you ask, little bird? He's tired a lot now, and sometimes... She pauses, brow furrowed in concentration that has nothing to do with the puzzle. Sometimes he looks at me like he's sad, but I'm right here. He shouldn't be sad. Blessed 13. She's too perceptive, too bright for her own good. Your papa loves you very much, I say carefully, crouching down to her level. If he seems sad, it's not because of anything you did. Sometimes grown-ups just have heavy thoughts. About what? Boring adult things. Nothing for you to worry about. I tap the puzzle box, redirecting her attention. Now, have you noticed these symbols match the ones in your astronomy book? It works. She lights up, already chattering about star patterns and constellation names, her concerns temporarily forgotten. I settle on the floor beside her and half listen while she works through the puzzle's early stages, my mind elsewhere. Darren's room. I should check on him, see if today is one of his better days, or if the sickness has him pinned to the mattress again, drowning in his own failing magic. I've been tracking the patterns, searching for rhythm or reason in the disease's progression. So far, nothing. It's random and vicious and utterly resistant to every remedy I've tried. I'm failing him. My closest friend, the man who stood beside me through training and battles and the worst years of our lives, and I can't save him. The tea arrives before I spiral too far into despair. Kira enters with practiced quiet, setting the tray on the low table near where Amisra and I sit. She's changed since this morning. Fresh tunic and trousers, her chestnut hair rebraided over one shoulder. There's a smudge of flour on her jaw that she hasn't noticed. I want to reach up and brush it away, feel the warmth of her skin under my thumb. I don't, obviously. Thank you, Kira, I say instead, accepting the cup she pours. Our fingers don't touch. She makes sure of it, always maintaining that careful distance. Of course. Professional, polite, distant as the moons. Lord Darren mentioned you might stay for dinner. If it's not an imposition? It's never an imposition. I'll tell the cook. But her tone suggests she'd rather I spontaneously combust. Ami, sweetheart, you need to wash up before the meal. But I almost have it, Amisra protests, still manipulating the puzzle box. True enough, she's nearly solved the first layer already. Terrifyingly intelligent child. 5 more minutes, Kira concedes, and there it is, that softness she reserves for the little girl. Her whole face transforms when she looks at Amisra. The walls come down, the armor dissolves. She becomes someone younger, gentler, unafraid, beautiful. Then she catches me watching, and the walls slam back into place. She straightens, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I'll prepare Lord Darren's evening tonic while you're occupied. I brought fresh ingredients. I gesture to my satchel. The formula needed adjusting. I'll mix it myself after dinner. As you prefer. She's already moving toward the door, clearly eager to escape my presence. Kira. She pauses, doesn't turn around. The line of her shoulders speaks volumes. Tension and wariness and bone-deep exhaustion she tries to hide. I wonder if she sleeps. If she spends her nights worrying about Amisra, about what happens when, if Darren dies, where a human nanny fits in the aftermath. Yes? I should say something meaningful, something that might bridge this chasm between us. Instead, I'm certain Darren appreciates you doing so much. I'm glad to do it. Still not looking at me. Excuse me. She's gone before I can embarrass myself further. I stare at the empty doorway, my tea cooling in my hands, while Amisra hums beside me and solves puzzles designed for scholars twice her age. This is torture. Exquisite, patient, devastating torture. Dinner is a strange affair. Darren joins us at the table. A good day, then, though he only picks at his food while Amisra chatters about her puzzle box triumph. Kira is in the adjoining kitchen in case Amisra needs anything. I see her as the door opens and shuts. I try not to watch her. Fail spectacularly. She doesn't sit with us. Of course she doesn't. She's the hired help, and even in Darren's relatively progressive household, there are lines that don't get crossed. She eats separately, likely in the kitchen with the other servants, who still treat her like a curiosity at best, an interloper at worst. I want to invite her to join us, want to pull out a chair and insist she belongs here, at this table, in this space. Want to see her face when Amisra tells her jokes, or Darren makes his sardonic observations about marketplace politics. But I can't. It would make everything worse. For her, for the household dynamics, for the careful neutrality she's built to survive here. So I sit and eat, and pretend I don't notice every time she enters the room, don't track her movements like a compass finding north. After dinner, I settle Darren in his study while Amisra has her bath. He looks better tonight, more color in his face, less tremor in his hands. The medicine is holding. For now. You're staring at my nanny again, he says without preamble, accepting the draft I've mixed. It glows faintly violet, infused with restorative properties, and a prayer to the healer that probably won't be answered. I don't know what you mean. Val, please. He drinks the medicine in one swallow, grimacing at the taste. You watch her like she's a scroll, written in a language you're desperate to translate. It's not subtle. I busy myself organizing the vials in my satchel, not meeting his eyes. She's an interesting person. She's human. I'm aware. And clearly terrified of getting attached to dark elves, which, given our culture's track record, is remarkably sensible of her. He leans back in his chair, studying me with that sharp intelligence that illness hasn't dulled. What are you doing, Val? Nothing. I'm doing nothing. It's the truth and also a lie. I'm not doing anything, but I'm certainly feeling everything, and that's arguably worse. She's Amisra's nanny. That's all. That's not all, and we both know it. His voice gentles. I've known you 20 years. I've seen you with lovers, with courtship interests, with the occasional ill-advised dalliance. You've never looked at anyone the way you look at her. Darren, like she's air, and you're drowning. The words hit too close. I close my eyes, breathe slowly through the ache in my chest. This is not the time. You're dying. Amisra needs stability. Kira is here for your daughter, not to be pursued by some desperate Miyu who can't take a hint. You're not desperate. You're smitten. He's smiling now, the bastard. Even dying, he finds time to mock me. And I think she notices you more than you realize. She just doesn't trust it. Can't trust it. Which is why I'm not pursuing anything. Maybe you should. I stare at him. Your priorities are deeply skewed. My priorities are ensuring the people I love are cared for when I'm gone. He says it casually, like he's discussing weather patterns instead of his own death. Amisra adores Kira. Kira clearly loves Amisra. You care for both of them. Seems like a natural solution. A solution to what? You're not dying, Darren. I'm going to find an answer. Val? No. I stand abruptly, gathering my supplies with shaking hands. I'm not having this conversation. You're going to be fine. I'll figure this out. He doesn't argue, just watches me with sad, knowing eyes that say he's already accepted what I refuse to acknowledge. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything neither of us can say. Finally, at least talk to her, as a friend. She's lonely here, Val. The other servants don't accept her. She has no one except Amisra. She wouldn't want my friendship. You don't know that. She doesn't trust me. Then earn her trust. He's serious now, all humor gone. You're good at that. Patient. Kind. Show her she doesn't have to be afraid. I want to. Blessed 13, I want nothing more than to break down those walls, see what she's like when she's not performing careful neutrality. But I remember the way she looks at me, guarded and distant and so very careful, and I know it's not that simple. I'll think about it, I lie. He sees through me but lets it pass. Stay tonight. Of course. I leave him to rest and retreat to the study, where my research scrolls wait with their mocking lack of answers. Hours pass. Midnight comes and goes. I work by lamplight, cross-referencing symptoms with obscure diseases, testing new ingredient combinations, occasionally stopping to rub my burning eyes. Footsteps in the hallway. Soft, careful. Kira, checking on Darren before she retires for the night. She does this every evening, I've noticed. Makes sure he's comfortable, has water by his bedside, hasn't fallen or hurt himself. She does it because she's kind, because she cares, even though caring is dangerous for someone in her position. The footsteps pause outside the study. A shadow falls across the doorframe. I don't look up, don't acknowledge her presence. If I do, I'll say something foolish, something I can't take back. After a moment, she moves on. Her door closes with a soft click, and I'm alone again with my research and my futile hope, and this persistent ache in my chest that has nothing to do with Darren's illness. I work until dawn, ink staining my fingers and breaking my heart one failed remedy at a time. Somewhere in the house, Kira sleeps. Misra dreams. Darren fades. And I pretend that medicine is the only thing keeping me here night after night, when the truth is so much more complicated than that.
Chapter 3. Kira. Rain whispers against the windows, a gentle percussion that should be soothing but only emphasizes the quiet desperation filling this room. I rock Misra carefully, mindful of how she whimpers even in fitful sleep, her small body radiating heat that has nothing to do with the afternoon light filtering through grey clouds. She's been burning like this since dawn. Fever that came on sudden and vicious, turning her flushed and miserable before the sun fully rose. I've done everything I know. Cool cloths on her forehead, tepid baths that made her cry, bitter fever-reducing tea she could barely swallow. Nothing touches it. The heat persists, relentless, and I'm left holding her while she suffers through dreams that make her moan. My arms ache, have been aching for hours. I don't care. Shh, sweetheart, I murmur against her damp hair, rocking in the chair by her bedroom window. The rhythm is automatic now, something my body does without thought while my mind spins uselessly. You're all right. I've got you. She shifts against my chest, whimpering. Her nightdress clings to her small frame, soaked through with sweat despite how many times I've changed her. I press my lips to her forehead, still scorching, and swallow against the tightness in my throat. Outside, rain patters steadily. Inside, a little girl burns. I should call for one of the other servants, send someone to fetch a proper healer, someone with actual medical knowledge, instead of just desperate determination and a nanny's limited remedies. But the thought of moving, of disturbing her when she's finally sleeping instead of crying, keeps me frozen in this chair. Besides, the healer will come regardless. He always does. Don't think about him. Don't. But I do. Can't help it anymore, no matter how often I remind myself of the rules. The walls I built so carefully when I first arrived, the distance I swore to maintain. They're crumbling. 3 months of watching Valis arrive with medicines and worry etched into his elegant features. 3 months of his politeness, his careful respect, the way he looks at Misra like she's made of starlight, and at Darren like losing him would break something fundamental. 3 months of catching him watching me with those moon-violet eyes and pretending I don't notice, pretending it doesn't make my pulse stutter. I've heard the whispers. The kitchen staff doesn't bother hiding their gossip when I'm around. They don't consider me worth the discretion. Lord Darren is dying. Some magical sickness eating him from the inside. Valis comes every other day, sometimes more, trying everything to save him. Failing. My heart aches for them both. For Darren, who makes dry jokes even when he can barely stand. For Valis, who carries the weight of impossible hope on his shoulders. For Amisra, who will lose her father and doesn't even know it yet. They're good people. Kind in ways I didn't think dark elves could be. And that terrifies me more than cruelty ever did. Because kindness makes you want to trust. Makes you forget that you're property, not family. Makes you believe in fantasies that end with your heart shattered and your body sold when the household inevitably changes hands. Don't get attached. Don't you dare get attached. Too late. I'm drowning in it already. Amisra whimpers again, her breath coming quick and shallow. I adjust my hold, start humming something my mother used to sing. No words. I can't remember them anymore. Just the melody. Soft and low, matching the rain's rhythm. She settles slightly, her fevered face relaxing against my shoulder. That's it, I whisper. Rest now, Ami. You're safe. The door opens behind me. I don't need to turn to know who it is. My body recognizes his presence before my mind processes the quiet footsteps, the familiar rustle of his satchel, the way the air shifts when he enters a room. Valas. I pause mid-hum, my throat closing, force myself to look up, to meet those crystalline eyes that always seem to see too much. Our gazes connect and something flips violently in my stomach, that same visceral reaction I get every time he's near, like standing too close to a cliff edge, like recognizing danger and wanting it anyway. He's still wearing his healer attire from earlier, deep indigo fabric embroidered with silver protection runes. His hair has come partially loose from its binding, obsidian strands framing that sharp, beautiful face. He looks exhausted. Shadows beneath his eyes that weren't there this morning, tension in his jaw that speaks of long hours and longer worries. He looks at Amisra first, always her first, and something cracks in his expression. Fear and tenderness so raw it hurts to witness. Then his eyes return to mine, and I forget how to breathe. How long has she been like this? His voice is low, careful not to wake her. He moves closer, crossing the room with that predatory grace all dark elves possess. Not threatening. Never threatening with me, though he could be. Should be, maybe, instead of this terrible gentleness. Since dawn. My own voice comes out rougher than intended, hoarse from humming, from worry, from 3 months of swallowing words I shouldn't say. Fever came on fast. I've tried everything I know, but nothing touches it. He nods, already kneeling beside my chair. This close I can smell him. Parchment and herbs and something clean like rain-washed stone. This close I can see the fine silver threading through his robes, the slight tremor in his elegant hands that suggests he's been working too long without rest. This close I want things I have absolutely no right to want. Do you mind me healing her while you hold her? He gestures toward Amisra, waiting for my permission even though he doesn't need it. Even though he outranks me in every possible way, and could simply take her if he chose. But he doesn't choose. He waits. Of course. I shift carefully, making it easier for him to examine her without disturbing her sleep. His fingers brush my arm during the transfer, accidental, meaningless, and heat flares across my skin that has nothing to do with Amisra's fever. Stop it. Stop. Valas presses his palm against her forehead, his other hand moving in precise gestures while he murmurs words I don't understand. Magic thrums through the air, making my teeth ache. Violet light blooms beneath his fingers, seeping into Amisra's skin like water into parched earth. I watch, holding my breath. Watch his face tighten with concentration. Watch the way his jaw clenches when he encounters resistance. Watch him pour more power into the spell, relentless and determined, and so clearly desperate to fix this. The light intensifies. Amisra gasps softly, her small body going rigid for a heartbeat, before melting boneless against my lap. The heat beneath her skin recedes like a wave pulling back from shore, gradually at first, then all at once. Her breathing evens, deepens, the flush draining from her cheeks, leaving her pale but peaceful. The fever breaks. Vala slumps slightly, his hand dropping. His breath comes hard, shoulders rising and falling while the magic dissipates around us. He looks wrung out, hollowed, like that spell took more from him than he could afford to give. Is she? I start. She'll sleep now. He doesn't look at me, still focused on Amisra's face. Properly sleep. The fever's gone. Just a common illness. Nothing serious, but... His voice cracks slightly. She'll be fine. Relief floods through me so intensely my eyes burn. She's not my child, but I care so much for the little girl. Every day I swear my heart breaks for her, and I hated not being able to ease her pain today. I blink hard against the sudden moisture, refusing to cry in front of him. Thank you. Don't. The word comes sharp, almost harsh. Then he gentles, finally meeting my gaze. Don't thank me for this. She's... He stops, swallows visibly. You've been caring for her all day, alone. It's my job. You look exhausted. I'm fine. Kira. My name in his mouth sounds different than when others say it, softer, like he's tasting something precious. Let me help. Before I can protest, he's sliding his arms beneath Amisra, lifting her with impossible care. She doesn't wake, just burrows against his chest with a contented sigh that makes my heart clench. He carries her to the bed, settling her among the pillows and pulling the covers up with such tenderness I have to look away. This is dangerous. All of this, his kindness, his care, the way he treats me like I matter instead of like I'm just another servant. The way he's been here every other day for 3 months and never once made me feel less than. The way his eyes track me across rooms and his voice goes soft when he says my name and his presence makes me want to believe in impossible things. I can't afford impossible things. Can't afford to trust this. He straightens from the bed, turning to face me. We're alone now, Amisra sleeping soundly between us, rain still whispering against the windows. The afternoon light paints him in shades of grey and silver, all sharp edges and elegant lines and eyes that won't stop looking at me. I'll sit with her tonight. Not a question, a statement. You need rest. I'm her nanny. This is my responsibility. You've been awake since dawn caring for a sick child. You're swaying on your feet. He moves closer, not touching but near enough that I can feel his warmth, near enough to drown in. Please, let me do this. Why? The question escapes before I can stop it, raw and unguarded. Why do you care? Something shifts in his expression, something I don't dare name. Because she's important to me, because you're... He stops, breathes, starts again. Because I'm asking, please, Kira, rest. I promise she'll be safe. The way he says my name, the way he looks at me like I'm not just the hired help, like my exhaustion matters, like I matter. It breaks something in my chest that I've been holding together with pure stubbornness. Over the months I've been here, I've had a harder time ignoring how attractive he is than I'd like to admit. How his dry humour makes me want to smile. How he's patient and brilliant and kind in ways that make my carefully constructed walls feel like tissue paper. I should maintain distance, should insist on doing my job, should remember that I'm a servant and he's nobility, and this, whatever this is, can only end badly for me. Instead, I hear myself say, all right. His shoulders relax minutely. Thank you. Don't, I mirror his earlier words. Don't thank me for letting you care about people you love. The silence stretches between us, heavy with things neither of us can say. Rain fills it, soft and steady. Amisra's breathing, peaceful now. The distant creak of the house settling. Valis takes a small step back, giving me space while somehow making the room feel smaller. Your room is down the hall? Yes. Then go, sleep. I'll stay with her. His mouth quirks slightly, almost a smile. I promise not to let her solve any advanced mathematical theorems before you return. Despite everything, the exhaustion, the fear, the dangerous warmth spreading through my chest, I almost laugh, almost. She'd try if you gave her the chance. Terrifyingly true. Another pause. I should leave now, should escape while I still can, before I do something foolish like ask why he watches me the way he does, like confess that I watch back. Valas. Kira. We speak simultaneously, then stop. Something passes between us in that moment, recognition maybe, acknowledgement of this thing building between us that we're both trying to ignore. He gestures for me to continue. I shake my head. Nothing. Just, thank you. For healing her. For being here. Always. The word carries weight I don't dare examine. Rest well, Starlight. The endearment slips out naturally, like he's been thinking it and forgot to guard against speaking it aloud. My heart stutters traitorously. Starlight. Like I'm something bright, beautiful. Everything I know I'm not. I flee before I can respond, before I can ask what it means, before I do something catastrophic like believe it. My room is just down the hall, but it feels like miles. I close the door behind me and lean against it, pressing my palm to my racing heart. This is dangerous. He is dangerous. Not because he'd hurt me, I don't think he would, but because he makes me want to trust. Makes me forget that kindness from dark elves always comes with conditions. Makes me imagine futures where I'm more than just hired help. Outside my door, down the hall, Valis sits vigil beside a sleeping child. Keeping watch. Being good and kind and everything I've trained myself not to believe in. I slide down to sit on the floor, wrap my arms around my knees, and try very hard not to cry.
Chapter 4. Valas. I arrive at Darren's house just as the sun begins its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet that feel almost mocking in their beauty. The vial in my pocket presses against my ribs with each step, glass and desperation wrapped in leather. Another remedy, another attempt, another promise I'm not certain I can keep. The guards nod me through without question. I've worn a path to this threshold over the past months, my presence as routine as dawn. The servant who opens the door, an older dark elf woman named Thessia, offers a knowing look that I ignore. Everyone in this household watches me now, measuring, calculating, waiting to see if I'll finally admit what they all seem to see. I climb the stairs toward Darren's study, my boots quiet against polished wood. Somewhere deeper in the house, I hear Amisra's laughter, bright and clear, already recovered from last week's fever. The sound eases something tight in my chest, and beneath it, softer, I catch Kira's voice. Patient, warm, reading something maybe, or playing one of the elaborate games Amisra invents. My fingers flex involuntarily. I haven't seen her since that night. 7 days of arriving when she's elsewhere, leaving before our paths cross. Not deliberate avoidance on her part, I don't think, but our schedules simply haven't aligned. Or perhaps I've been unconsciously timing my visits to miss her, because facing those hazel eyes while remembering how I called her Starlight feels like walking barefoot across broken glass. I knock once on the study door before entering. Darren sits upright in the chair by his desk, a book open before him, looking almost like himself. Almost. His silver hair catches the dying light, his posture straight, his expression alert. But he's thinner than he was even a week ago. The bones of his face stand in sharper relief, his silver blue eyes sunken deeper. His skin has taken on a translucent quality, like parchment stretched too tight. He's dying by inches, and I can't stop watching it happen. Val. His smile is genuine, touched with that familiar sardonic edge. Run out of other patients to experiment on. Just ones that don't give me trash. What can I say? It's my love language, so I came to see you. I closed the door behind me, moving into the room with practiced ease. This study has become a second home. Dark wood and leather-bound books, the scent of ink and old paper, afternoon light slanting through tall windows. How are you feeling? Like a man being slowly devoured from the inside, he waves a hand dismissively. So, the usual. You're here with another miracle cure that won't work. The casual cruelty of it, directed at himself, not me, makes my jaw tighten. I pull the vial from my pocket, holding it up to the light. The liquid inside gleams deep crimson, almost black in the shadows. From Ter, an alchemist there claims it's helped with magical consumption. Different approach than what we've tried before. Darren's eyebrows lift. Ter, that's quite the journey for a maybe. I had it sent. The correspondence took 3 weeks, the shipment another 2. I've been waiting for this remedy with the kind of hope that feels increasingly foolish. Worth trying. Everything is worth trying when the alternative is death. He leans back, studying me with an intensity that makes me want to retreat. Though I suspect you didn't rush here in the early evening just to deliver mysterious potions. Heat crawls up the back of my neck. You thought you might catch a glimpse of the Nanny. His grin turns wicked, despite the hollowness in his cheeks. Don't bother denying it. You've been pining after Kira for months now, like some tragic poet in a second-rate ballad. I'm not. I stop. Start again. This isn't about her. Val. Brother. He leans forward, elbows on the desk. You're here to flirt with the Nanny more than heal me. At least be honest about it. The accusation lands with uncomfortable accuracy. I could deny it, should deny it. Instead, I find myself sinking into the chair across from his desk, the vial still clutched in my hand. The fight goes out of me all at once, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. I'm not flirting, I say quietly. I wouldn't know where to begin. Darren's expression gentles slightly. Waiting. He's always been better at silences than I am, knows how to let them stretch until the truth spills out just to fill the void. I roll the vial between my fingers, watching crimson liquid catch the light. I've tried. I know you said to be her friend, but she doesn't want that. So I tried to be there for her in actions, since she won't talk to me. Left that book she mentioned wanting in the library. Made sure the kitchen staff know she prefers her tea with meadow mint. Small things, meaningless things. But I can't get her to open up, can't become her friend. She barely speaks to me beyond basic pleasantries. Maybe she's afraid. Of me. The thought twists something painful in my gut. I would never. Not afraid you'll hurt her. Darren's voice carries that particular patience he reserves for when I'm being deliberately obtuse. Afraid you'll make her hope. Afraid she'll start believing whatever this is between you could be real. I shake my head. There's nothing between us. There's everything between you. The entire house sees it, except you two. He reaches for the glass of water on his desk, drinks slowly. Even that simple motion seems to cost him. So what's stopping you? Buy her contract. Make her yours properly. Half the nobility is taking human lovers now. It's practically fashionable. The suggestion makes my teeth clench. I don't want her that way. What way? Purchased. The word tastes bitter. Owned. I stop, because putting it into words makes it real and impossible at once. I want her willing. I want her to choose. Not because I bought her freedom, or because I outrank her, or because she's grateful to me for something. I want her to want me, because she actually wants me. I want her to get to know me. I want her to let me in. I want to understand her, to comfort her, to finally have her look at me with a soft smile and those gorgeous eyes lit up. And I can't have it. The silence that follows feels weighted. Darren studies me with an expression I can't quite read, something between amusement and sorrow. "You're already half in love with her," he says finally. Not a question. That's not. But I can't finish the denial. Can't force the lie past my lips when we both know the truth. It doesn't matter. She'll never choose me. You're so certain? She barely looks at me. Except she does. I catch her watching sometimes, those hazel eyes tracking my movements before she glances away, like she's memorizing something, like she wants to understand. And even if she did, I'm a dark elf. She's human. She has every reason not to trust anything I offer. Darren leans back again, that knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth despite the exhaustion etched into his features. I've seen her watch you, Val, when you're playing with a Misra, when you're working, when she forgets to keep her guard up. He pauses. She looks at you the way someone looks at something they want, but don't think they can have. My pulse stutters. You're imagining things. Am I? His laugh is soft, rough around the edges. You notice everything about her, how she takes her tea, what books she likes, the way she braids her hair differently when she's stressed. You think I haven't noticed you cataloging every detail like you're studying for an exam. You've learned her entire life just from watching. The accuracy of it steals my breath. He's right. I don't need Kira to tell me anything when I've been memorizing her for months. The way she tucks loose hair behind her ear when she's concentrating. How her laugh comes out surprised, like she doesn't expect joy. The specific tilt of her head when she's listening to Amisra's stories. The guardedness that never quite leaves her eyes, even during gentle moments. I know her, and I don't know her at all. And I want, desperately, dangerously, to bridge that distance. This shouldn't be our focus, I say instead, deflecting. You're the priority, a Misra, not my impossible attraction to a woman who barely tolerates my presence. Val. Darren's voice goes serious, the teasing falling away. There is no changing that I'm dying. Don't listen to me. He leans forward and I see the exhaustion behind his eyes, the acceptance. I need to know that while you're caring for Amisra, someone is taking care of you, that you won't drown yourself in grief and duty and forget to live. My throat closes. You're not dying. I am. Simple. Certain. We both know it. These remedies. He gestures at the vial I'm still clutching. They buy time. Maybe. But they won't save me. Nothing will. The alchemist in Terre said, "The alchemist in Terre wants your money and to feel important." Not cruel. Just honest. How many healers have you consulted now? How many remedies have failed? How many nights have you spent in my library searching for impossible cures? Too many. All of them. Every single night since he first told me, and countless hours before that. I swallow hard against the burning in my chest. I'm going to save you. No. His hand reaches across the desk, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. You're going to let me die with dignity. You're going to care for my daughter. And you're going to let yourself be happy, even when I'm gone. His fingers tighten. Promise me, Val. Promise you won't waste your life trying to fix the unfixable. I can't promise that. Can't even pretend I could honor such a promise when everything in me screams to keep fighting. To find the answer that must exist somewhere, in some dusty tome or distant land or forgotten spell. To refuse this surrender. I'll start you on the new remedy, I say instead, pulling my wrist free and standing. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Tonight, we'll see results within a week if it's going to work. Darren watches me with eyes that see too much. And if it doesn't, then we try something else. I uncork the vial, the sharp scent of herbs and magic filling the air. I'm not giving up on you. I know. His smile is sad, resigned. That's what worries me. I measure the dosage carefully, 3 drops in water, taken before sleep. The crimson liquid disperses like blood in water, swirling before disappearing. I hand him the glass and watch as he drinks, cataloging every small detail. His breathing, the tremor in his hand, the way he has to brace himself to swallow, the way he looks like a man who's already made peace with death while I'm still clawing desperately at life. When the glass is empty, he sets it down and fixes me with that penetrating stare. Go talk to her. Who? Don't play dense. It's beneath you. He waves toward the door. Kira, she's in the library with a Misra. Go, let yourself want something besides my survival. The suggestion makes anxiety spike through my chest. She doesn't want to talk to me. Maybe not. Maybe you should keep trying anyway. He leans back, eyes already growing heavy. The remedy works fast at least. Sleep to help the body heal, even if healing feels increasingly theoretical. Maybe I'm actually right about this, and you just need to get her to let you in. I stand there, caught between wanting to argue and wanting to run towards something that might hurt worse than watching my best friend die by inches. The vial feels heavy in my pocket. The study feels too warm. Everything feels impossible. Get some rest, I say finally. I'll check on you in the morning. Coward, Darren murmurs, but his smile takes the sting from it. His eyes are already closing, body sinking deeper into the chair. Go find your starlight, Val. Stop letting fear make your decisions. I leave before he can say anything else, before he can voice the truths I'm not ready to face. The hallway stretches before me, afternoon light fading into early evening shadows. Down the stairs and to the left is the library, where Amisra is, where Kira is, where I should go, where I can't make myself go, because Darren is right. I am a coward. Brave enough to search for impossible cures, but too terrified to risk hearing confirmation that the woman I'm falling for will never want me back. My feet carry me toward the library anyway, drawn by something stronger than fear. By hope, maybe. Or desperation. Or the simple need to see her again, even if she doesn't want to be seen. The library door stands slightly ajar. Through the gap, I hear Amisra's voice, high and excited, asking questions faster than anyone could answer. And beneath it, patient and warm and achingly gentle, Kira responds. Reading something, explaining, making a 4-year-old feel like the center of the universe. I stand in the hallway, hand raised to knock, and lose all courage. She's in there. Right there. And I can't move. Because Darren is right about everything, and that terrifies me more than any magical sickness ever could. Instead, I walk away. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 5. Kira. The kitchen smells of meadow mint and honey when I step inside, the afternoon light streaming through tall windows in golden bands. Outside, through the glass, I catch glimpses of Amisra's silver hair as she runs across the garden. Darren trails behind her, slowly, but he's trying, always trying, even when exhaustion pulls at every line of his body, even when I can see the effort it costs him to simply exist. He's dying. Everyone knows it. The servants whisper when they think I can't hear. The healers come and go with increasingly grim expressions. And still, he reads to his daughter. Still, he plays in the garden. Still, he smiles at her like she's his entire world wrapped in a 4-year-old frame. It chips at something inside me. This belief I've held onto like armour, that dark elves are cruel, selfish bastards who care for nothing beyond their own pleasure and power. Darren is none of those things. He's gentle with Amisra, patient with the servants, kind even to me. A human. A slave, technically, though he's never once made me feel like property. I push the thought away and focus on the tea. Meadowmint leaves measured carefully, hot water poured with precision. The ritual of it soothes the unease that's been building in my chest for weeks. Months, maybe. Ever since Valas started appearing at the house every other day, his moon-violet eyes tracking my movements when he thinks I'm not paying attention. The kettle whistles. I pour water over the leaves, watching steam curl upward, and try not to think about how those eyes make heat bloom under my skin. How I've started timing my movements to avoid him, because being near him feels dangerous in ways I don't want to examine. Always watching her. The voice drifts from the hallway outside the kitchen. Female. One of the dark elven servants, though I can't place which one. I freeze, hand hovering over the teapot. The human, another voice responds. Younger. I've noticed, it's quite bold of him. Bold? The first speaker laughs, low and knowing. He's Valas Morthen, a healer with noble connections. If he wanted the girl, he could simply claim her. Darren would probably sell her contract without protest. My stomach drops. The teacup in my hand suddenly weighs too much, ceramic edges biting into my palm. They're talking about me, about Valas wanting me, about being sold like... Do you think he will? The younger voice sounds curious, excited even. She's pretty enough, I suppose, for a human. Does it matter? She has no say in it either way. Fabric rustles, robes, maybe, or skirts. Though I don't understand the appeal myself, humans are so breakable. They move past, their conversation fading into something about market prices and imported silks. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, drowning out everything else. The teapot sits forgotten, steam still rising, while fear roots itself deep in my belly. He could claim her if he wanted. Darren would sell her without protest. The words circle like vultures. I know they're true. That's the worst part. Knowing that my freedom, my body, my entire existence could be bought and transferred as easily as signing a document. Valas could walk in right now and announce he wants me, and there would be nothing I could do. No choice, no voice, no escape. But beneath the fear, twisted and dangerous, lives something else. Something that makes my face burn with shame. Part of me wants him to. The admission makes me want to vomit. I set the teacup down with shaking hands, pressing my palms flat against the counter. I can't want that. Can't want him. Valas is handsome, yes, devastatingly so, with those elegant features and that obsidian hair and those eyes that seem to see straight through me. And he's good, kind, patient with Amisra, devoted to Darin, respectful in ways that make my defences feel flimsy. But he's still a dark elf, still part of a society that treats humans like livestock, still someone who could decide tomorrow that I'm his property and face no consequences for it, still someone who looks at me like I matter. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing the contradictions to make sense. They don't. They never do. I'm attracted to him. Have been since the first time he healed Amisra's fever, his hands gentle and his voice soft, and his entire focus bent toward making a child comfortable. I've watched him with Darin, seen the grief he carries so carefully, noticed how he tries so hard to be invisible around me, to not frighten me. And I am frightened. Not of him specifically, but of what wanting him means, of how easily I could forget that kindness doesn't erase power, that attraction doesn't mean safety, that dark elves use humans, break them, discard them when they're finished playing. The tea has gone lukewarm. I pour it anyway, carrying the cup toward the library where I left my book. Somewhere to hide, somewhere to breathe, somewhere far away from thoughts of moon-violet eyes and dangerous wanting. Amisra fights sleep like it's a personal enemy. She argues, negotiates, tries every delay tactic in her considerable arsenal. I stay patient, reading one more story, singing one more song, adjusting her blankets just so until finally, her eyes flutter closed, her breathing evens out, small chest rising and falling beneath the quilt. I watch her for a moment longer than necessary. This little girl with her pale lavender eyes and her father's smile. This child who will lose everything too soon and doesn't even understand it yet. My throat tightens. I slip from the room quietly, pulling the door almost closed behind me. The hallway stretches dark and empty, evening shadows pooling in corners. The house settles into nighttime silence, that particular quiet of a place winding down, servants retired to their quarters, Darin likely asleep in his study again. I should go to bed, should retreat to my small room and lock the door and not think about conversations overheard or desires I can't afford. Instead, my feet carry me toward the kitchen, toward tea maybe, or food I'm not hungry for. Any excuse to delay being alone with my thoughts. The kitchen isn't empty. Valas stands by the counter, moonlight streaming through the window to paint him in silver and shadow. He's holding a mug, tea probably, from the steam curling upward. His obsidian hair has come partly loose from its tie, falling forward to frame his face. He looks tired, beautiful, dangerous in ways that have nothing to do with violence. He sees me in the doorway and goes very still, like he's afraid sudden movement will spook me. Like I'm something wild that might bolt. He's not wrong. Kira. My name in his voice does things to my pulse that I refuse to acknowledge. I didn't think anyone else would be awake. I could leave, should leave, back away and disappear and maintain the careful distance I've been cultivating for months. But I'm exhausted and lonely, and for one moment, I don't want to work so damn hard to keep all my walls up. So I step into the kitchen, the door swinging shut behind me with soft finality. I just put Amisra to bed. The words come out steadier than I feel. Thought I'd make tea before turning in. Let me. He moves toward the kettle before I can protest, long fingers reaching for clean mugs. Meadowmint. The fact that he knows, that he remembers, makes something flutter in my chest. Yes, thank you. We fall into strange, weighted silence. He prepares the tea with careful precision, measuring leaves like they matter, heating water to the exact right temperature. I watch his hands and try not to think about how they'd feel against my skin, how they'd been so gentle with a Misra, how they could be gentle with me if I let them, if I was foolish enough to let them. She recovered well. Valas glances at me while the water heats. From the fever. No complications. None. You made sure of that. I lean against the counter, maintaining distance even as something in me wants to close it. She asks about you, likes that you are here so much. You've become quite the favourite. His smile is small, private. She's easy to love. She is. My voice softens without permission. Darren's lucky. To have her. I couldn't imagine having a little girl as great as her. The kettle begins to whistle. Valas pours water over leaves, the familiar ritual playing out between us. He slides a mug across the counter, not too close, not presumptuous, and I accept it with murmured thanks. How is he? I ask, because it feels safer than the things I want to ask. Darren. Really. Something shutters in Valas's expression. Pain, carefully controlled. Declining. The latest remedy isn't working any better than the others. He drinks from his own mug, jaw tight. I keep thinking I'll find something, some answer I've missed, but time is... He stops, starts again. Running out. The grief in his voice is raw enough that I forget to guard myself. Forget I never talk to him, that I always keep a wall up between us. I'm sorry. I know he's important to you. He's my brother in everything but blood. Valas stares into his tea like it holds answers, and it makes me care more. Watching him die is... Another pause. Impossible, unbearable, and I can't stop it. You're trying. The words escape before I can reconsider them. That matters. To him. To a Misra. You're trying when most would have given up. His eyes find mine across the kitchen. Moon violet and devastating, and full of something that makes my breath catch. You think so? I know so. And I do. I've watched him. Seen how he pours himself into research, into remedies, into desperate hope. How he shows up every other day without fail. How he brings gifts for Amisra and comfort for Darren, and tries so hard to be invisible around me. You're a good man, Valas. The admission costs me something. Costs me armour I'm not sure I can afford to lose. But it's true, and he looks so tired, and I'm so sick of pretending I don't see the goodness in him. His expression shifts. Surprise, maybe, or something warmer that I don't want to name. Coming from you, that means... He stops, seems to reconsider. You barely talk to me. I know. Why? The question is gentle, curious, not demanding or entitled, just asking. Like my answer might matter, like I matter. I should deflect, should retreat behind pleasant lies and polite distance. Instead, exhausted and unguarded and so tired of being afraid, I tell him the truth. Because I don't trust easily. I wrap both hands around my mug, letting the heat ground me. Dark elves have never given me reason to. And you... I force myself to meet his eyes. You scare me. He goes very still. I would never hurt you. I know that too. The contradiction tastes bitter. But you're still a dark elf, still part of a world that sees humans as property. Still someone who could claim me if you wanted, and I'd have no say in it. The words hang between us, sharp and honest. Valas sets his mug down carefully, like he needs both hands free for whatever comes next. I would never claim you. His voice carries absolute conviction. Not like that. Not without your consent. Not unless you wanted... He stops, jaw working. You're not property to me, Kira. You never have been. What am I then? The question escapes before I can stop it. He looks at me with those impossible eyes, and I see want there. Naked and undisguised and so intense it steals my breath. Someone I'd very much like to know. if you'd let me. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is dangerous. This wanting. This moment where I could say yes or no or something in between. Where I could step closer or pull away. Where everything could change or stay safely, miserably the same. I don't know how, I admit quietly. Neither do I. A small smile touches his mouth. But I'm willing to figure it out, slowly, at whatever pace you need. The offer sits between us like something fragile, something that could shatter with one wrong word, or break under the weight of everything we're not saying. I should refuse, should protect myself, should remember that attraction doesn't mean safety and kindness doesn't erase power dynamics. Instead, I find myself smiling back. Just a little. Just enough. Maybe start with not avoiding each other. The suggestion comes out tentative, testing. I can do that. Relief washes over his features. Though I should warn you, I'm terrible at small talk. Noted. I take a sip of tea to hide how my hands are shaking. What are you good at? Healing, research, making a Misra laugh. He considers. Bad jokes, apparently, though Darren claims they're only funny because they're so terrible. Try me. His eyebrow lifts. You want to hear a bad joke? I want to see if Darren is right. The challenge hangs there. Vallis's smile widens, turning almost boyish, and for a moment, I forget to be afraid of him. Forget to see the power difference. Forget everything except how that smile transforms his face from beautiful to something that makes my stomach flip. What do you call a dark elf who can't cast spells? He asks. I don't know. What? A failure with excellent cheekbones. The laugh bursts out of me before I can stop it. Surprised and genuine, and probably too loud for the late hour. I clap a hand over my mouth, but the damage is done. I'm laughing, actually laughing, and Vallis is watching me like I've given him something precious. That was terrible, I manage between giggles. I warned you. But he's grinning now, clearly pleased with himself. Darren was right, wasn't he? So bad it circles back to funny. Circles back to something. I shake my head, still smiling. I can't believe that worked. I have more if you're interested. Absolutely not. But there's no heat in it. Just warmth. Just this strange, tentative thing building between us that feels dangerously close to friendship. We finish our tea in more comfortable silence. He tells me about a remedy he's researching. Something about mountain herbs and moon phases that goes over my head. But I listen anyway, just to hear his voice. Just to watch how animated he becomes when discussing his work. I tell him about Amisra's latest imaginative game, and he laughs at the right parts, asks questions that prove he's actually listening. It's easy. Too easy. And when I finally excuse myself to bed, murmuring goodnight and slipping from the kitchen, I realise with dawning horror how close I came tonight to forgetting. Forgetting that he's a dark elf and I'm human. Forgetting the power he holds over me. Forgetting that attraction and kindness and bad jokes don't change the fundamental reality of what we are. What we can never be. I reach my room and lock the door behind me, pressing my back against the wood. My heart is still racing, my face still warm from laughing. And all I can think about is how his eyes had lit up when I smiled. How his voice had gentled when he said my name. How for just a few moments, I'd let myself imagine what it might be like to be wanted by someone who actually sees me as a person. How dangerous that imagining is. I slide down to sit on the floor, knees pulled to my chest, and try to rebuild the walls I let crumble. Try to remember all the reasons I can't let a dark elf in. Can't let this attraction become something real. Can't let hope make me reckless. But his voice still echoes in my head. Someone I'd very much like to know. And I know, with sinking certainty, that those walls are already far too damaged to protect me from whatever comes next.
Chapter 6. Valas. The kitchen conversation plays on repeat in my head. Has been for 2 days now. Every word, every pause. The way Kira laughed at my terrible joke, the sound bright and unexpected in the quiet space. How she'd looked at me when she admitted I scared her. Not with hatred or disgust, but with something complicated that felt almost like possibility. Someone I'd very much like to know. I'd meant it. Still mean it, though I'm not sure what comes next. How to bridge the distance between what I want and what she can afford to give. How to prove that I see her as more than property when the entire world around us insists otherwise. But things have shifted. Subtly, yes, but unmistakably. Yesterday, when I arrived to check on Darren, Kira brought a misra to the study where we'd gathered. The little girl launched herself at me immediately, chattering about a bird's nest she'd found in the garden, and I listened while simultaneously monitoring Darren's breathing, his color, the slight tremor in his hands that hadn't been there last week. When Amisra finally exhausted herself with storytelling, bouncing off to find a toy she wanted to show me, Kira lingered. Didn't retreat immediately like she usually would. Just stood there, fingers twisted together, and asked how I was doing. Not how Darren was doing, how I was doing. The question had caught me so off guard I'd answered honestly, told her I was tired, frustrated, running out of ideas and time and hope. She'd nodded, understanding in those hazel eyes, and said she thought I was handling it remarkably well, that most people would have broken under the weight of watching someone they loved slip away. I'd wanted to kiss her. Right there, with afternoon light streaming through windows, and Darren dozing in his chair, and the whole impossible situation pressing down on all of us. Wanted to pull her close and taste that understanding, that softness she was finally allowing me to see. I didn't, of course. Didn't even touch her. Just thanked her quietly and changed the subject before I could do something foolish. But the wanting hasn't stopped. If anything, it's gotten worse. This morning she smiled at me when I arrived. Not a polite smile or a wary one, but something genuine that reached her eyes and made my chest ache. We'd exchanged a few words, small talk really, about the weather and Amisra's breakfast preferences. But it felt monumental. Like progress. Like maybe, eventually, she might let me in. Now, though, sitting in Darren's study while evening shadows lengthen across the floor, progress feels like a luxury I can't afford. Not when my best friend is dying and I can't fix it. You're brooding. Darren's voice interrupts my thoughts, weak but laced with familiar amusement. That face you make when you're mentally berating yourself for failing. I look up from the book I've been pretending to read. Research notes from a healer in Terre, promising techniques involving moon magic and blood rituals. I tried 3 of them already. None worked. I'm not brooding. You absolutely are. He shifts in his chair, the movement costing him more energy than it should. His silver hair catches the lamplight, duller than it used to be. Everything about him is duller now, the brightness slowly draining away like water through cupped hands. Tell me it's not about me. Of course it's about you. I close the book, frustration sharpening my tone. I got the latest remedy from Terre 2 weeks ago. You're not improving, Darren. If anything, you're declining. I know. He says it so calmly, like we're discussing the weather instead of his imminent death. But you're doing everything you can, more than anyone should expect. It's not enough. It's everything. His silver blue eyes pin me in place. And you know what else I've noticed? You've been smiling more lately. Actually smiling. Not that grim determination you usually wear around here. I blink at the subject change. What does that have to do with... Kira? Darren's smile turns knowing, infuriating. She's been different with you. Softer. Lingering when she brings Amisra around. Actually talking to you instead of fleeing like you're contagious. Heat creeps up my neck. I don't know what you're implying. Yes, you do. He laughs, the sound rough but genuine. She brought a Misra to see me yesterday, and you were there, remember? Going over those notes about the blood ritual. She stayed for nearly half an hour, asking you questions about your research, listening when you explained the theory behind sympathetic magic. I'd noticed. Of course I'd noticed. The way she leaned forward slightly when I talked, hazel eyes focused on my face. How she'd asked intelligent questions that proved she was actually paying attention. The soft smile she'd given me when a Misra climbed into my lap and demanded I tell her a story about the 13. She was being polite, I say, though I don't believe it. She was being interested. Darren shifts again, wincing. I move to help him, but he waves me off. In you, specifically. And you're an idiot if you don't pursue that. I'm pursuing it slowly, at her pace. I set the book aside, leaning forward with elbows on my knees. She's finally talking to me, Darren. Actually giving me a chance instead of avoiding me. I'm not going to rush her and ruin it. Good. His approval is immediate. That's exactly right. But don't wait forever either. Life is... He stops, something dark crossing his face. Shorter than we think. Don't waste time being afraid. The words hit harder than they should. Because he's right. Time is running out. And not just for him. For all of us. For whatever fragile thing is building between Kira and me, before reality crashes back in and reminds her why trusting a dark elf is dangerous. I'm not afraid, I lie. Liar. But he's smiling. Go home, Val. Get some rest. Come back tomorrow and we'll try whatever new torture you've dreamed up. I should argue. Should stay and monitor him through the night like I've been doing more and more lately. But he looks tired. That bone-deep exhaustion that comes from fighting a losing battle. And I recognize the dismissal for what it is. His way of protecting me from watching him suffer. Tomorrow, I agree quietly. I gather my things, checking his breathing one last time before I leave. The walk through the house is familiar now, my feet finding the path without conscious thought. Past the sitting room where afternoon light had made Kira's hair glow amber and gold. Past the kitchen where we'd shared tea and terrible jokes. Past Amisra's room where laughter drifts from outside, high and bright and unmistakably Amisra's. I detour toward the garden entrance, drawn by the sound, and find them illuminated by moonlight. Kira and Amisra, playing some elaborate game that involves running in circles and dramatic gestures. The little girl's silver hair streams behind her like starlight, her face alight with joy. And Kira is beautiful. The moon catches on her chestnut hair, turning the brown to gold through frost. She's laughing, actually laughing, as Amisra demands she play the monster trying to catch her. Her cheeks are flushed pink either from exertion or the cold, probably both, given how she's rubbing her arms periodically. It's a little cool out here, the kind of autumn evening that carries a bite beneath its beauty. And I know Amisra. Know how she'll drag out playtime for as long as Kira allows, heedless of temperature or exhaustion or anything beyond her own enjoyment. I watch them for another moment, committing the scene to memory. This moment of happiness in the middle of everything dark and dying. Then I step out into the garden. Uncle Val! Amisra spots me immediately, abandoning her game to barrel toward me. I catch her mid-launch, swinging her up into my arms. Little bird, shouldn't you be getting ready for bed? Not yet. She wraps small arms around my neck. Kira is playing monster with me. You should play too. I'm not dressed for monster hunting. I glance toward Kira, who's watching us with something soft in her expression. Though it looks like you've been doing an excellent job tiring her out. She's unstoppable, Kira admits, rubbing her arms again. The motion draws my attention to how she's dressed, a simple tunic and trousers, practical but not warm enough for the chill settling in. I keep thinking she'll run out of energy, but apparently not. Amisra squirms and I set her down. She immediately launches into an elaborate explanation of the game's rules, something involving dragons and castles and treasure. I listen with half my attention, the other half focused on how Kira shivers slightly when wind whispers through the garden. An idea forms. Probably a terrible one. Definitely crossing lines I've been trying not to cross. But watching her try to hide her discomfort while Amisra pleads for more playtime makes the decision for me. "One moment," I tell Amisra, interrupting her mid-sentence. I reach into the pocket dimension I keep tethered to my belt, a small enchantment, useful for carrying supplies without bulk, and pull out a pair of gloves. They're simple things, dark leather lined with fur, but the enchantment woven through them is complex. Warming spells layered with temperature regulation and a minor shield against wind. I'd made them years ago for field work, for those times healing required traveling to cold regions or working outside in harsh weather. "Here." I hold them out to Kira. "You'll need these." She looks at the gloves, then at me, something wary sliding back into her expression. "I'm fine." "You're cold." I keep my voice gentle, non-threatening. "And Amisra will keep you out here for another hour if you let her. Take them." I said I'm fine. But her jaw is tight, pride written in every line of her body. I recognize that pride. The same kind I've seen in humans who refuse help because accepting it means acknowledging their position, means admitting they need something from someone with power over them. It breaks my heart and frustrates me in equal measure. They're enchanted for warmth. I take a step closer, not crowding but reducing the distance. Temperature regulation, wind resistance. I made them for field research but haven't needed them lately. Another step. "It's cold out here, Kira, let me help." "I don't need." I know. I'm close enough now to see how her breath mists in the air, how her fingers have gone slightly red at the tips. But I'd like to anyway. "Please." Her hazel eyes search my face, looking for ulterior motives, probably. For demands or expectations or proof that this kindness comes with strings attached. I hold her gaze, trying to show her the truth, that this is just care. Nothing more complicated than not wanting her to be uncomfortable. "Uncle Val, is Kira your friend now?" Amisra's question interrupts the moment, innocent and curious. "I hope so," I answer honestly, still looking at Kira. Something shifts in her expression. Not surrender exactly, but a softening. A letting go of some small piece of the armor she keeps wrapped so tightly around herself. "Fine," she says quietly, "but only because Amisra will definitely keep me out here forever." Victory tastes sweeter than it should. I move closer still, close enough that I can smell the subtle scent of her, soap and herbs and something uniquely hers. Close enough to see how her pulse flutters at her throat when I reach for her hand. "May I?" The question is deliberate, asking permission instead of simply taking, proving that I mean what I said in the kitchen, that she's not property to me, that her consent matters. She nods, just barely, and I take her right hand in mine. Her skin is cold. Too cold. I resist the urge to simply wrap my hands around hers and warm them through sheer stubborn magic. Instead, I slip the glove over her fingers, careful not to rush, making sure it fits properly. The leather molds to her hand, the enchantment activating with a subtle pulse of warmth. Her breath catches. Just slightly, but I hear it. See how her pupils dilate a fraction, how color blooms in her cheeks that has nothing to do with cold. She's not as unaffected as she wants to act. The knowledge sends heat through my own blood. I take her left hand, repeating the process. This time I allow myself the luxury of letting my fingers linger against her palm for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Of feeling how her pulse jumps under my thumb before I withdraw. "Better?" My voice comes out rougher than intended. "Yes." She flexes her fingers, testing the fit. The gloves adjust automatically, tightening slightly for perfect comfort. "They're very warm. Thank you." "You're welcome." I step back, creating space before I do something foolish like not stepping back at all. Now you can play monster for as long as Amisra demands without freezing. Lucky me. But she's almost smiling. Almost. Amisra, blessedly oblivious to the charged atmosphere, grabs Kira's newly gloved hand and tugs. Come on! The dragon is getting away! Kira allows herself to be pulled back into the game. I should leave. Should go home like Darren suggested and get rest, and stop standing in gardens watching women who I shouldn't want play with children who aren't mine. But I stay. Just for a few more minutes. Just long enough to watch moonlight catch on Kira's hair again, to hear her laugh when Amisra makes a particularly ridiculous roaring sound, to see her look back at me over her shoulder with something in her eyes that might, possibly, be the beginning of trust. Just long enough to let myself hope.
Chapter 7. Kira. The morning light filters through Amisra's window while I braid her hair, silver strands slipping through my fingers like moonlight made tangible. She's chattering about the flower she found yesterday, something about how it smelled like honey and sunshine, and I'm only half listening because my mind keeps wandering to leather gloves that fit my hands perfectly. I'd tried to give them back this morning. Left them folded neatly on the table in the sitting room where Valis would find them. Cowardly maybe, but safer than facing him directly, than admitting how the memory of his fingers brushing my palm keeps replaying in my head at the most inconvenient moments. The gloves were back in my room an hour later with a note written in elegant script. You'll need these again. Keep them. V. I'd stared at that note for longer than reasonable, traced the curves of his handwriting with my eyes, and told myself the warmth in my chest was just gratitude. Nothing more complicated than appreciation for a kind gesture. I'm an excellent liar, but apparently only to other people, not to myself. Kira, you're pulling too tight. Amisra squirms under my hands. Sorry, Ami. I loosen my grip, focusing on the task instead of thoughts that have no business occupying space in my head. Almost done. Is Uncle Val coming today? She asks it casually, like the answer doesn't matter, but I can hear the hope underneath. I don't know. My fingers work through the final section of the braid. He usually visits in the afternoon. I hope he comes soon. I want to show him my flower. I'm sure he'll be very impressed. I tie off the braid with a ribbon, smoothing down any flyaways. There, all finished. She hops off the chair, spinning to make her skirt flare. The movement is so purely joyful it makes my chest ache. This little girl deserves better than watching her father fade away. Deserves a childhood full of spinning and flowers and uncomplicated happiness. Can we have breakfast outside? She's already moving toward the door. It's sunny and Papa says sunny days are special. Let me check with your father first. I follow her out, catching her hand before she can barrel down the hallway. Walk, Ami. You know the rules. She slows fractionally, though her enthusiasm remains undimmed. We find Darren in his study, bent over correspondence he's probably too tired to actually read. But he looks up when we enter, and the smile he offers is genuine despite the exhaustion in his eyes. There's my little bird. He opens his arms and Amisra rushes to him, careful now in a way that breaks my heart, aware on some level that her father is fragile. Did Kira make you beautiful this morning? She braided my hair. Amisra touches the plait self-consciously. Can we eat breakfast outside? Please? I think that's a wonderful idea. But he's looking at me when he says it, something knowing in his expression that makes me uneasy. The gardens should be lovely this morning. So we arrange breakfast in the garden, carrying out plates and cups while Amisra dances ahead of us, narrating an elaborate story about flower princesses. The day is beautiful, autumn sunshine filtering through leaves just beginning to turn, cool air that doesn't quite bite yet, the kind of weather that won't last, that makes you appreciate it more for its impermanence. We're halfway through breakfast, Amisra explaining the flower princess hierarchy in excruciating detail, when footsteps crunch on gravel behind us. I know who it is before I turn around. Know from the way my pulse jumps, how awareness prickles across my skin. Valas, because of course it's Valas, appears around the garden path looking unfairly elegant in simple dark robes that catch the light like oil on water. Uncle Val! Amisra abandons her breakfast immediately, launching herself at him. He catches her smoothly, swinging her up with an ease that suggests strength hidden beneath scholars' robes. Good morning, little bird. I hope you saved some breakfast for me. You can have mine. She's already wiggling to be put down. I want to show you my flower. In a moment. He sets her carefully back on the ground, then looks at Darren. His expression shifts, something careful sliding into place. You're looking better today. I feel better. Darren gestures to the spread of food, the sunshine, the picture of domestic peace we've created. Which is why I insisted on taking advantage of the weather. Join us? It's not really a question despite the phrasing. Valas knows it too. I can see the acceptance in how his shoulders relax slightly, how he settles onto the blanket we've spread across the grass. Near Darren but leaving space, not crowding. Not near me, I tell myself firmly. Not sitting close to me on purpose. Except Amisra has other ideas. Kira, sit here. She pats the space between herself and Valas with the authority only a 4-year-old can summon. Then you can be in the middle and share with everyone. I'm fine where I am. I'm sitting at the edge of the blanket, safely distant from violet eyes and dangerous proximity. Please. She deploys the most potent weapon in her arsenal, wide lavender eyes and a trembling lower lip. I want you to sit by me. Darren is watching this exchange with poorly hidden amusement. Valas is fighting a smile. I can see it in how the corners of his mouth twitch. And I realise with a sinking sensation in my stomach that I'm being manoeuvred. All right. I give in because arguing with Amisra is pointless, and because refusing makes this a bigger deal than it should be. But only if you promise to actually eat instead of just feeding the birds. I promise. She's already making room, scooting closer to her father to create space. I move across the blanket, settling into the spot she's cleared with probably more attention to posture than necessary. Sitting straight, hands folded in my lap, maintaining careful distance from the dark elf now occupying my peripheral vision. Except the blanket isn't as large as I thought. And Valas doesn't move away when I sit down. Just stays exactly where he is, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from him, close enough that when he shifts slightly, our knees brush. The contact is brief. Probably accidental. Definitely not something I should be thinking about as heat floods through me from that single point of contact. Try the pastries, Darren says, drawing my attention mercifully away from knee-related revelations. The kitchen outdid themselves this morning. I reach for a pastry, needing something to do with my hands. The flaky layers dissolve on my tongue, sweet and buttery, though I barely taste it. Too aware of how Valas is reaching for the same platter, how his hand brushes past mine in the process. Sorry. His voice is low, meant just for me. It's fine. I don't look at him. Can't, really, not without giving away how very not fine this is, how every nerve ending seems suddenly attuned to his presence. Amisra saves me by demanding Valas's attention, pulling him into a conversation about whether flower princesses would have magic powers. He engages with her completely, asking questions that make her think, offering suggestions that send her into delighted spirals of imagination. I watch him with her, see how gentle he is, how patient, the way he listens like her words matter, like her elaborate fantasies deserve serious consideration. And something in my chest twists, softening in ways I can't afford. This is dangerous. Not the proximity or the accidental touches, but this. Seeing him as more than just polite, more than just kind to someone in his friend's employ. seeing him as someone who would be good at loving, at caring for the people in his life with dedication and warmth. Kira thinks flower princesses would have earth magic, Amisra announces suddenly, pulling me back to the conversation. Right, Kira? I blink, scrambling for context. Sure, earth magic makes sense. See? Amisra looks triumphantly at Valas. She agrees with me. Then it must be true. His eyes meet mine over Amisra's head, something warm and amused in their violet depths. Kira is clearly an expert on magical flowers. I wouldn't say expert. The words come out more defensive than intended. No? He tilts his head slightly, studying me with interest that makes my skin prickle. What would you say then? That I'm making things up to keep a 4-year-old happy. But I'm almost smiling despite myself. A noble pursuit. His knee brushes mine again as he shifts, and this time I'm certain it's deliberate. Testing. Seeing if I'll move away. I don't. Can't seem to make my body cooperate with what my mind insists is the sensible choice. Amisra abandons us then, hopping up to investigate something in the garden. A butterfly or bird. Some small moving thing that captures her attention completely. She drags Darren with her, his indulgent laughter trailing behind them as they move away from the blanket. Leaving Valas and me sitting together in sunshine, knees still touching, the space between us somehow both too much and not enough. She's doing well, Valas says quietly, watching Darren crouch down to examine whatever Amisra has found. Today, I mean, and he's having a good day. I know. I follow his gaze, seeing how Darren smiles, how he points at something that makes Amisra squeal with delight, treasuring this moment because there won't be enough of them. He was up early, had energy for breakfast instead of just tea. The good days are getting rarer. Valas doesn't look away from his friend. I hate that. Hate knowing each one might be the last. The rawness in his voice catches me off guard. I turn to look at him properly, seeing past the careful composure to the grief he carries. The helplessness of watching someone die slowly and being unable to stop it despite all his knowledge and power. You're doing everything you can, I say softly. It's not enough. His jaw tightens. It's never enough. No, the word is gentle, understanding. It never is, but it still matters. You being here trying, not giving up. It matters to Darren, to Amisra. I pause, something honest escaping before I can stop it. To me. He turns then, violet eyes finding mine with an intensity that steals my breath. Does it? Yes. The admission costs me something. Pride, maybe. Or the safety of pretending I don't feel the pull between us. You're good to them. Good with her. That's not nothing. I want to be good to you too. He says it simply, like offering me water when I'm thirsty. Not demanding or presumptuous, just stating a truth. If you'll let me. My heart does something complicated in my chest. A flutter and clench that feels dangerously close to hope. Valas. I know. He shifts slightly closer, not crowding but reducing the distance. I know you don't trust easily, that you have every reason not to trust me specifically. I'm not asking for anything except... He pauses, seeming to weigh his words. Except maybe a chance, to be your friend, to know you. Someone I'd very much like to know. That's what he'd said in the kitchen, words that have lived in my head ever since. And now he's saying it again, rephrasing, making it clear he meant it. We're already friends. The words escape before I can examine them too closely. Aren't we? Sort of? His expression brightens, something relieved and warm transforming his features. I'd like to think so, though I wasn't sure you agreed. I didn't, at first. I look back toward where Amisra is showing Darren a leaf, her voice carrying on the breeze. Easier to admit this without those violet eyes on me. But you're different than I expected. Different than other dark elves? He finishes when I trail off. Yes. It sounds prejudiced when said aloud, but also honest. You don't act like you own everything around you. Don't treat people like possessions. Because I don't. His knee presses against mine again, and this time there's no question of it being accidental. You're not a possession, Kira. Not to me. No. I turn back to him, searching his face. Then what am I? Someone sitting next to me in sunshine, he says quietly. Someone who makes terrible jokes seem funny because she laughs at them. Someone who's brave and kind and makes Amisra feel safe. His expression softens further. Someone I think about more than I probably should. The confession lands between us like something fragile, precious, and terrifying. Valas? Uncle Val. Amisra's voice interrupts, saving me from having to respond. Come do magic. Show Kira the light thing. The light thing, I manage, grateful for the distraction, even as disappointment flickers through me. You'll see. He pushes to his feet in one fluid motion, offering me his hand. Come on. Can't disappoint our audience. I stare at his outstretched hand for a heartbeat too long. Then I take it, letting him pull me up. His grip is warm and sure, and he doesn't let go immediately. Just holds on for a moment longer than necessary, thumb brushing across my knuckles in a touch that's definitely deliberate. Is this going to be impressive? I ask, trying to ignore how my pulse races. Depends. His smile turns playful, teasing in a way I haven't seen before. What impresses you? I'm not easily impressed. Challenge accepted. He finally releases my hand, moving toward where Amisra is bouncing impatiently. Watch carefully, Starlight. I wouldn't want you to miss anything. Starlight. The endearment catches me off guard, settles somewhere warm beneath my ribs. I hadn't expected him to use it again. I follow him across the grass, aware of Darren watching us with a small smile that knows too much. Valas crouches down near Amisra, hands held out in front of him. Ready? Ready! She claps her hands together. Magic gathers in the air. I can feel it even without the ability to use it myself, a change in pressure that makes my skin tingle. Light blooms between his palms, starting as a soft glow, and then growing, shifting, taking shape. A bird. He's creating a bird made entirely of luminescence, wings spread in flight. It hovers above his hands, moving as though alive, and Amisra gasps with pure delight. More, she demands. He glances back at me, something challenging and warm in his eyes. Then he creates another bird, and another, until the air around us is filled with them, dozens of light birds wheeling and diving in an intricate dance. It's beautiful. More than beautiful. It's magic used not for power or control, but for joy. For making a little girl laugh and her father smile and for impressing me, I realise as Valas meets my eyes again. This whole display is as much for me as it is for Amisra. Well? He's still crouched, but somehow manages to look infuriatingly confident. Impressed yet? Maybe a little, I admit, fighting my own smile. Only a little? He makes a gesture and the birds swoop toward me, circling before dispersing into sparkles of fading light. I'll have to try harder. Is that what you're doing? The words come out more flirtatious than intended. Trying to impress me? Is it working? Darren laughs from where he's sitting, the sound knowing and amused. I glance over and catch him watching us with that same small smile, satisfaction written in every line of his face. Heat floods my cheeks. I turn away, suddenly aware of how this must look, aware of how much I want it to look exactly like it does, like something blooming between us despite every reason not to let it. My heart flutters traitorously, and I realise with startling clarity that I'm in trouble. The kind of trouble that starts with brushing knees and shared glances, and ends with being completely, hopelessly undone. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 8. Valas. The afternoon light slants through Darren's study windows as I gather scrolls and research notes scattered across his desk. My own handwriting stares back at me, theories tested and dismissed, remedies attempted and failed. Each page a monument to inadequacy. I should be at my practice, have patients waiting, appointments scheduled. But I can't seem to leave this house for more than a few hours before the pull drags me back. Before the need to check on Darren, to see if he's still breathing, still here, becomes overwhelming. The weight of it sits heavy in my chest. This inevitable loss, approaching like winter, you know it's coming, can see the signs, but that doesn't make you ready for the cold. And beneath that weight, tangled impossibly through it, is Kira. Her laugh from this morning still echoes in my head. The way she'd finally smiled at me without that guarded wariness, how her knee had stayed pressed against mine even when she could have moved away. Progress, I'd thought. Maybe even hope. But it feels selfish, doesn't it? Falling for her while my closest friend dies. Flirting in sunshine while darkness creeps closer. Every moment of joy feels stolen, bittersweet, like eating honey while the world burns. I shove the scrolls into my satchel with more force than necessary. Need to stop thinking. Need to move. Do something productive, instead of drowning in thoughts that lead nowhere good. My practice awaits. Then the apothecaries in the city center. I've been meaning to restock supplies, consult with a few colleagues about experimental treatments. Anything to feel less useless. I'm halfway down the corridor, almost to the kitchen, when Darren's voice stops me. Valas. He's leaning against the doorframe, looking more tired than he did this morning, but still upright. Still here. The relief that floods through me is sharp enough to hurt. I thought you were resting. I adjust my satchel, trying not to let worry bleed into my voice. I was. He waves a hand dismissively. Got bored. Amisra's napping and I needed to catch you before you left. Is something wrong? I'm already cataloging symptoms, running through possibilities. No. Well, yes, but not medically. He pushes off the doorframe, moving closer with careful steps that tell me today's energy is already waning. I need you to do something for me. Anything. The word comes automatically. Truthfully. Take Kira with you. He says it casually, like suggesting I bring extra coin for the market. I blink. What? Into the city. Take her with you. His expression is perfectly innocent, which immediately makes me suspicious. I need some specific items, and you'll need help carrying everything. Darren, those herbs for pain from Mistress Velara's shop. More ink and parchment from the market square. Oh, and stop by the bakery. A Misra would love those honey cakes. He's ticking items off on his fingers now, the list conveniently expanding. You'll definitely need an extra pair of hands. Right. I study his face, seeing through this transparent manipulation. And it has nothing to do with you trying to… What, exactly? Get you supplies. His smile is too knowing. Spend time with my daughter? I have no idea what you're implying. What about a Misra? I counter, because there's a genuine question beneath his scheming. If Kira comes with me, I'm feeling fine today. His voice softens, something sad flickering behind his eyes. Better than I have in weeks, and I'd like to spend some time with just her. Quality time while I… He stops, but we both know how that sentence ends. While I still can. My throat tightens. Darren, please. He reaches out, gripping my shoulder with a hand that trembles slightly. Let me do this. Let me have this afternoon with my daughter, and let yourself have one with Kira. The grief rises fast and sharp. This wonderful, infuriating man who's dying and still trying to arrange everyone else's happiness. Who sees me struggling with feelings I shouldn't have time for and pushes me toward them anyway. You're shameless, I manage. I'm practical. His grip tightens. You're here every day, wearing yourself thin, trying to save me. Taking care of everyone except yourself. And when you do let yourself feel something good, you look guilty about it. His eyes hold mine. Stop. Just for an afternoon. Stop carrying everything and let yourself want something. Someone. It feels wrong. The admission escapes before I can stop it. Being happy while you're… dying. He says it simply, matter of fact. I'm dying either way, Valas. You suffering more doesn't change that. Your happiness doesn't steal from mine. His expression gentles. Actually, knowing you're moving forward, finding something worth fighting for, that would be a gift. Let me give you that. I have to look away before the burning in my eyes becomes something more. You're manipulating me. Absolutely. He releases my shoulder, stepping back with a smile that's pure mischief despite the exhaustion underneath. Is it working? Yes, damn you. Excellent. Kira's in the garden. Tell her I said she has the afternoon free and you need assistance. He's already turning away, heading toward the stairs and a Misra's room. And Valas? Actually talk to her. Not just polite conversation. Real talk. You're both terrible at this. He disappears up the stairs before I can respond, leaving me standing in the corridor with my heart doing complicated things in my chest. Gratitude and grief tangled together, hope and guilt fighting for dominance. I make my way to the garden, following the path we'd taken this morning. Find Kira sitting on a stone bench near the Arison blossoms, book open in her lap. She's absorbed in whatever she's reading, lower lip caught between her teeth in concentration. Beautiful. The thought hits me with the force of truth. She's beautiful in this light, chestnut hair gleaming copper where the sun catches it, the gentle curve of her neck as she bends over the pages. I must make some sound because she looks up, hazel eyes widening slightly when she sees me. Valas! She closes the book, setting it aside. I thought you'd left already. I was going to. I move closer, drawn to her like gravity. But Darren intercepted me. He has requests that apparently require two people. Requests. Suspicion creeps into her expression. Herbs, candles, various items from the city. I pause. He suggested you accompany me, said he wants the afternoon with just a Misra. Understanding dawns across her face. He's matchmaking. Shamelessly. I can't quite hide my smile. You don't have to come if you'd rather not. I can manage alone, and you could enjoy a free afternoon here. She studies me for a long moment, something considering in her gaze. Then she stands, brushing wrinkles from her skirt. No, I'll come. You will? Hope flares, probably too visible. Unless you'd rather I didn't. There's challenge in her voice now. Testing. I'd very much like you to. The honesty escapes before wisdom can stop it. I just didn't want to presume. You're not. She picks up her book, tucking it under her arm. Let me put this away and get my cloak. It's getting colder. Kira. I wait until she looks at me again. Thank you. For what? I haven't done anything yet. For saying yes. For giving me this. For not running from what's building between us, even though you probably should. Her cheeks color slightly. That pretty flush I'm starting to recognize. Meet you at the front in 5 minutes. I'll be there. She walks past me, close enough that I catch jasmine and something sweeter, uniquely her. Close enough that my fingers itch to reach out, to touch, to close the distance that still exists between us. 5 minutes feels like an eternity. I decide on taking a carriage this morning. The ride into the city passes in comfortable conversation about nothing important. Weather, Amisra's latest pronouncements, the book Kira was reading. Safe topics that let us dance around the awareness humming between us. She sits across from me rather than beside me, maintaining proper distance. But her eyes keep meeting mine, holding for moments longer than necessary. And when the carriage hits a bump and she sways, I catch her elbow to steady her. Thank you. She doesn't pull away immediately. Can't have you injured before you've fulfilled your helper duties. I release her, fighting the urge to maintain contact. Darren would never forgive me. Is that the only reason? The question comes out playful, almost flirtatious. Well, I'd also feel guilty. I lean back, letting myself match her tone. And then who would carry all these mysterious items he needs? You would. You're stronger than you pretend. Pretend? I raise a brow. Are you suggesting I'm not the delicate scholar I appear to be? I've seen you lift a misra with one hand while reading with the other. Her smile is teasing now, open. Not exactly delicate. Careful, Starlight. You're noticing things about me. I notice lots of things. The words are soft, but deliberate. Like how you always check on Darren's breathing when you think no one's watching, or how sometimes you bring Amisra toys you've enchanted yourself specifically for her, even though you could buy fancier ones. Or, she stops, seeming to catch herself. Or, I prompt, leaning forward. Nothing. But her cheeks are pink again. Now you have to tell me. I don't have to do anything. She lifts her chin, defiant and lovely. Please. I try for pitiful. I'll share something I've noticed about you in exchange. That gets her attention. What have you noticed? Tell me first. She considers this, weighing options. Then quietly. You're left-handed, but you trained yourself to write with your right. I can tell from how you hold your quill. Too careful, like you're still thinking about it. The observation startles me. Yes, growing up, they insisted right-handed writing was more proper. I learned, but you're right, it never became natural. I study her with new appreciation. That's incredibly perceptive. Your turn. She leans back, trying to look casual. What have you noticed? You sing when you think you're alone. The admission feels intimate somehow. Quiet, under your breath. Usually old songs while you're braiding Amisra's hair or folding laundry. You have a beautiful voice. Her lips part slightly, surprise and something else. Pleasure, maybe, flickering across her face. I didn't know anyone heard. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Not entirely true. I'd stood outside doorways more than once just to listen, but I'm glad I did. It made the house feel warmer. The carriage slows, announcing our arrival at my practice before she can respond. Probably for the best. The air between us has grown thick with something that needs more privacy than a hired carriage provides. I help her down, offering my hand. This time she takes it without hesitation, and the simple trust in that gesture makes my chest ache. My practice occupies the ground floor of a corner building near the healer's quarter. Not ostentatious, but respectable. Large windows, clean stonework, a painted sign bearing my name, and the sigil of the healer Caste. Kira pauses outside, studying the facade. This is yours. For the last 20 years. I unlock the door, gesturing her inside. Not much, but it serves. Not much. She steps into the main room, eyes widening as she takes in the space. Valis, this is cluttered. I follow her gaze over work tables covered in instruments, shelves lined with bottles and books, dried herbs hanging from ceiling beams. I know it's disorganized. Impressive. She moves toward the nearest table, studying a set of surgical tools without touching. How many patients do you see? 20 or 30 a week, more during winter. I set my satchel down, watching her explore. Mostly middle caste, Zagfer and Kasheng, who can't afford the noble healers but want better than the public halls. And humans, she asks it carefully. Sometimes. I move to the herb cabinet, pulling out jars that need refilling. When they can pay, or when I decide they can't. I'm not particularly good at turning away sick children regardless of coin. She glances back at me, something soft in her expression. That must upset the other healers. Frequently, I shrug, but they can't actually stop me as long as I maintain my caste standing and pay appropriate taxes. One advantage of being Miyu, we have more latitude. You're warrior caste, she sounds surprised. Was. Still technically am, though I shifted focus to healing decades ago. I set the jars on the table between us. Does that bother you? Should it? Many humans find warriors intimidating, given our role in maintaining order. By which I mean oppression, and we both know it. You don't seem very intimidating right now. She picks up one of the jars, reading the label. Silverleaf extract? For fever reduction. Be careful with that one. It stains. I move closer, drawn by her curiosity. Do you know much about herbs? A little. My mother taught me which ones were safe to forage, which to avoid. She sets it down carefully. Nothing like this, though. What's this one? Dream vein root. Helps with sleep, pain management. Dangerous in large doses. I'm standing close enough now to smell jasmine again. Are you actually interested, or just being polite? Can't it be both? But she's smiling. I am interested, though. I like learning things. What kinds of things? Anything, really. History, languages, how things work. She touches another jar, this one containing dried purple flowers. What are these? Moonbells. They only bloom at night on Cossadern Ridge. I reach past her for a mortar and pestle, awareness sparking where my arm brushes hers. They're useful in sleeping drafts, but also in certain diagnostic spells. Can you show me? I pause. Show you what? How to make a sleeping draft? The diagnostic spell. She turns to face me fully, and I realize how close we're standing, how little distance exists between us now. If you have time, and if it's allowed, I don't want to presume. You're not presuming. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I'd be happy to show you. So I do. Explain the theory while grinding the moonbells, adding other components, weaving magic through the mixture until it glows faintly blue. She watches with complete focus, asking questions that show genuine understanding, making connections I wouldn't expect from someone without formal training. You're quick. I guide the spell through its final phase, impressed. Most apprentices take weeks to grasp these principles. I'm good at patterns. She leans closer, studying the glowing mixture. The magic responds to intention as much as ingredient, doesn't it? That's why you were thinking about diagnosis while you worked. Exactly. Pride and something warmer flood through me. Kira, you'd make an excellent healer if you had access to magic yourself. But I don't. She says it simply, without bitterness. Just fact. No. But you have intelligence and curiosity and compassion. I set aside the completed spell, turning to face her properly. Those matter more than raw power. Do they? Skepticism colors her voice. In your world? In mine, personally? Yes. I hold her gaze. Power without wisdom just makes larger mistakes, and magic without compassion creates suffering instead of relieving it. She studies my face like she's searching for something. You really believe that? I do. Because it's true. Because I've seen too many powerful healers cause harm through arrogance or indifference. Then you're different than most dark elves. She says it quietly, almost to herself. Maybe I'm just exactly like some dark elves, and you haven't met enough of us yet to know the variety. I soften it with a small smile. We're not all tyrants and sadists. Some of us just want to heal people and make terrible jokes. That startles a laugh from her. Your jokes are terrible. Thank you, I work very hard at being awful. That's not something to take pride in. Disagree. Consistency is admirable even in terrible joke-telling. I'm rewarded with another laugh, the sound warming something deep in my chest. A knock at the door interrupts us. My assistant, Relis, sticks his head in with an apologetic expression. Master Valis, your afternoon appointments are waiting. Right. Patience, responsibilities. The real world intruding on this moment I'd happily stretch into hours. I'll be right there. I turn back to Kira. This will take maybe an hour. You're welcome to wait here, or we could continue to the shops after. Can I watch? The question surprises both of us, I think. She hurries to add, only if it's appropriate. If your patience wouldn't mind, I'd like to see you work. Something in my chest pulls tight. You want to watch me work? Yes. No hesitation. Unless that's strange? Not strange, just unexpected, touching, perfect. Of course you can watch, as long as patients consent. So she does. Settles into a chair in the corner while I see patients. A Kasheng merchant with a persistent cough, a Zagfer mason with an infected wound, a child with a broken arm that needs setting and healing. And through it all, Kira watches. Not with judgment, but genuine interest, seeing how I interact with each patient. How I explain treatments, adjust magic to individual needs, calm fears with touch and reassurance. When the last patient leaves, she's smiling. What? I ask, washing my hands in the basin. You're good at this. Really good. She stands, moving closer. That child was terrified when he came in. And smiling when he left. Because I'd made the splint look like a dragon scale, told him he was now part dragon, and needed to roar to activate the healing magic. Fear makes healing harder, especially for children. You care about them. It's not a question. All of them. Not just because they're paying patience, but because they're suffering and you can help. Isn't that the point of being a healer? I dry my hands, studying her expression. I don't know, is it? For everyone in your position? She crosses her arms, something challenging in her posture. Or just for you? You're asking if I'm an exception or a rule. I'm asking if you're real. The words come out softer than probably intended. If all of this, she gestures vaguely at the practice, at me, is who you actually are, or just who you're pretending to be. The question cuts deeper than she maybe knows. Gets at the heart of what's happening between us. This fragile, growing thing that requires trust she has every reason not to give. I move closer, closing the distance until we're standing within arm's reach. I'm real, Kira. This is real. Everything I've shown you, told you. It's who I am. Not performance or pretense. How do I know that? But she doesn't step back. How can I trust what I'm seeing? You can't. Not completely. Not yet. Honesty feels important here. Trust takes time and evidence. But I'm hoping you'll give me the chance to prove it. To keep showing you until you believe it. She searches my face, hazel eyes reflecting something I can't quite name. Want tangled with fear. Hope tempered by wisdom born from pain. We should go to the shops, she finally says, before they close. It's not an answer to my actual question, but it's not a refusal either. Not rejection, just deferral. I'll take it. Come on then. I collect my satchel, offering my arm this time instead of just my hand. Let's see what other opportunities Darren's invented for us to spend time together. She looks at my offered arm for a heartbeat, then, with something that might be bravery, she takes it. And as we step back into the afternoon streets, her hand warm in the crook of my elbow, I let myself imagine, just for a moment, what it might feel like if this became normal. If she stayed beside me not because Darren arranged it, but because she chose it. Chose me.
Chapter 9. Kira. Darren is already waiting when I bring Amisra in the garden, and she immediately climbs onto the stone bench next to him beneath the flowering vines. Amisra chatters about a thalivern she saw earlier, while Darren listens with that soft expression fathers get when they're trying to memorize every detail of their child. "Look, Kira," Amisra bounces, remembering I'm here. I should have walked away, but I haven't. "Papa says we can have honey cakes for tea." Does he now? I ruffle her silver hair, watching Darren's fond smile. That's very generous of him. I'm feeling indulgent today. He shifts Amisra more comfortably against his side, but I catch the wince he tries to hide. Besides, someone told me life's too short not to eat dessert first. Someone wise, clearly. I have to fight a grin as I watch them. "Uncle Val says that," Amisra announces. "He says rules are for people without imagination." Does he? I can't help smiling at that. Can perfectly imagine Valas declaring such things with complete sincerity while doing something utterly improper. And where is Uncle Val? I thought he'd be out here with you. Haven't seen him in hours. Darren strokes Amisra's hair absently. He locked himself in his room this morning with fresh parchment and that look he gets when he thinks he's close to something. Stubborn fool probably hasn't eaten since breakfast. The worry that flickers through me feels automatic now, natural. Like caring about Valas has become woven into my daily routine without me noticing the exact moment it happened. Should someone check on him? I try to sound casual. Would you? Darren's smile is too knowing. I'd go myself, but I'm rather occupied at the moment. He gestures at Amisra, who's now examining an insect crawling across the bench. I can go. The words come out faster than intended. I was thinking of making tea anyway. How thoughtful. His eyes gleam with amusement. Do take your time. Make sure he actually eats something. Maybe sits somewhere other than hunched over a desk. "Papa, it has spots," Amisra interrupts before I can respond, which is probably for the best since I have no idea what to say to Darren's transparent matchmaking. I escape to the kitchen, filling the kettle and setting it to boil while pulling together a small tray. Tea, bread, cheese, those candied nuts Valas likes though he pretends not to. The kind of food someone can eat quickly without thinking about it. The fact that I know what Valas likes should probably concern me. So should how my pulse quickens at the thought of seeing him, of being alone with him in his room. But I'm done pretending I don't want this, whatever this is. The guest room he's claimed sits at the end of the eastern corridor, door firmly closed. I balance the tray on one hip, knocking lightly. I try not to be nervous or feel ridiculous despite the fact that I'm wearing a dress today, that I got dressed thinking of him. But there's no answer. Valas? I try again, louder this time, still nothing. Worry spikes sharp and sudden. I push the door open carefully, stepping into dim space, curtains drawn, single lamp burning low on the desk in the sitting room of his suite. And there he is, slumped over scattered parchment, head pillowed on his forearms, obsidian hair spilling across detailed diagrams and notes written in his precise hand. Asleep, or passed out from exhaustion, hard to tell which. My heart does something complicated in my chest, something tender and aching. He looks younger like this, vulnerable, the sharp intelligence and careful control he usually wears like armour stripped away, leaving just a man pushed too far, trying too hard, refusing to admit defeat. I set the tray down quietly, moving closer. Parchment covers every surface, theories about magical decay, experimental remedy formulas, desperate attempts to find what every other healer has missed. Some pages are neat, methodical, others show frustrated scrawls, words crossed out, margins filled with increasingly illegible notes. He's been at this for hours, days, weeks, trying to save someone who can't be saved. Valas. I touch his shoulder gently, feeling solid muscle beneath soft fabric. Wake up. He stirs, making a sound that's half groan, half protest. Doesn't lift his head. Come on. I squeeze his shoulder. You can't sleep like this. Your neck will hate you tomorrow. So fine. The words slur together, muffled against his arms. Just few more minutes. It's evening. You've been in here since morning. I keep my voice soft but firm. Darren sent me to make sure you haven't died at your desk. That gets through. He lifts his head slowly, wincing immediately as stiff muscles protest the movement. His moon-violet eyes are hazy with sleep, confusion flickering across his face like he's not quite sure where he is. Then he focuses on me, and something warm slides through his expression. Kira? My name comes out rough, sleep-gravelled. What are you doing here? Apparently preventing you from permanent spine damage. I gesture at his hunched position. How long have you been asleep? I wasn't sleeping, just resting my eyes. He tries to sit up straighter, wincing again as his neck protests. Damn. Elegant. I can't quite hide my smile. Very scholarly. My scholarly demeanour is taking a brief holiday. He rubs at his neck with one hand, grimacing. Along with my ability to hold my head upright, apparently. Let me help. The offer escapes before I can think it through. He stills, hand falling away from his neck. Help how? You're in pain. I trail off, suddenly aware of what I'm suggesting, of the intimacy inherent in touching him, in putting my hands on his skin. I could try to work out some of the tension, if you want. His eyes search my face, looking for something. You don't have to do that. I know. And I do know. Know I could walk away right now, leave the tea and go. That he'd let me without complaint or expectation. But I want to, if you'll let me. Silence stretches between us, weighted with awareness. With the acknowledgement of what this means, this crossing of another invisible line we've been dancing around for days. Yes. His voice drops lower. Please. I move behind him, nerves sparking alive under my skin. I've done this before, helped my mother with tense shoulders after long days, worked knots from other servants' necks. But this feels different, charged. Tell me if I hurt you. I rest my hands lightly on his shoulders, feeling warmth through his shirt. You won't. Certainty threads his words. I press my thumbs into the muscles bracketing his spine, finding tension coiled tight as wire. He's wound so tightly I'm surprised he hasn't snapped. I work slowly, carefully, mapping the landscape of strain and stress. He exhales shakily, head dropping forward as I dig into a particularly stubborn knot. That's... He trails off. Too hard. I ease up slightly. Perfect. The word comes out strained. Don't stop. Heat floods through me at the rough command in his voice, at the way his breathing shifts, deepens. I force myself to focus, working methodically along his shoulders, down the column of his neck, finding each point of tension and coaxing it loose. His skin is warm beneath my fingers. Solid. Real. I slide my hands higher, into the base of his skull, and he makes a sound. Quiet. Involuntary. Almost a groan. The noise shoots straight through me, pools low in my belly, makes my breath catch. Gods, he breathes. That feels... He doesn't finish, but I understand anyway. Can feel it in how he's gone pliant under my hands, surrendering to touch with a trust that makes my chest ache. I work my thumbs along the rigid muscles of his neck, feeling them gradually soften. Release. He's stopped talking, just breathing in that deep, measured way that suggests he's fighting for control. My own control frays with every passing moment, every quiet sound he makes, every shift of muscle beneath my palms. I want this to be about healing, about helping, but my body doesn't care about noble intentions. It only knows how good he feels under my hands, how much I want to lean closer, to press my mouth to the nape of his neck where silver skin meets dark hair, to taste him. The thought scalds through me and I pull back abruptly, hands falling away like I've been burned. He turns immediately, catching the movement. Kira? My voice comes out unsteady. Better? His eyes are dark, pupils blown wide, and I know he felt it too. That shift from comfort to something far more dangerous. Yes, much better. Thank you. We're staring at each other now, too close. Close enough that I can see the fine silver threading through his black hair, the way his pulse beats visibly at his throat. Close enough that I could lean forward and kiss him if I was brave enough. The tea's getting cold. I stand quickly, needing distance, space to think. You should eat something. Kira. He stands too, following me toward the desk where I set the tray. Wait. What? I don't turn around. Can't look at him right now because I'm shaking, and I don't want him to see it, to know how badly I want something I shouldn't. Look at me, please. The request is gentle, but I hear the steel beneath it, the quiet demand of someone used to being obeyed. I turn slowly, hugging my arms around myself, like I can contain this wild wanting. His expression is unreadable, careful. Did I do something wrong? No. The answer comes quickly, truthfully. You didn't do anything. Then why... He gestures between us. Why did you pull away like I'd hurt you? Because... I force myself to meet his eyes, to be honest, even though it terrifies me. Because I wanted to keep touching you, and not just to help with your neck. The air thickens, charged suddenly. His expression shifts, surprise bleeding into something heated, hungry. Kira. My name sounds different in his mouth now, rougher. What are you saying? I don't know. Frustration edges my voice. At myself, at this situation, at how badly I want something that should be impossible. I'm saying I pulled away because if I kept touching you, I was going to do something stupid. Stupid how? He takes a step closer, then another. Slow, deliberate, giving me time to retreat. I don't retreat. I was going to kiss you. The confession escapes in a rush, leaving me breathless and exposed. Or ask you to kiss me. I'm not sure which. He goes very still. And that would be stupid because you're... I gesture helplessly at him. You're you, dark elf, warrior caste. You could buy my contract with pocket change. You could take anything you wanted from me and there's nothing I could do to stop you. I would never. I know. I cut him off because that's the worst part. I know you wouldn't. That you're nothing like the elves I was taught to fear. But that doesn't change what you could do. The power you have over me. Then give me different power. He closes the remaining distance between us, reaching out slowly, giving me every chance to refuse. His fingers brush my jaw, tilt my face up until I'm looking directly at him. Not power over you. Power to make you feel good, to give you pleasure, to worship you the way you deserve. My breath stutters. Valis. I want you. Simple, direct. His thumb traces my lower lip and I nearly whimper. I've wanted you since that first night outside. I've wanted you since the second I saw you. And it's killing me to stand this close and not touch you properly. You are touching me. But I know what he means. This careful, restrained contact is torture for both of us. Not enough. His other hand settles at my waist, warm through layers of fabric. Never enough. But I won't take more than you offer freely. Won't push for something you're not ready to give. What if I don't know what I'm ready for? My hands find his chest without conscious decision, feeling his heart beat fast and hard beneath my palms. What if I'm terrified and furious at myself for wanting this and wanting it anyway? Then we figure it out together. His forehead touches mine, breath mingling. As slowly as you need, as carefully as you require. But Kira, please don't run from this because you think you should. Don't deny what's between us out of principle when your body's telling you something different. My body doesn't know what's good for me. But I'm not pulling away. Not putting space between us. Doesn't it? His lips brush my temple, feather-light. Not quite a kiss. Because mine is screaming that this, his hand flexes at my waist, is the best thing I've felt in months, possibly years. I should step back. Should be sensible and careful and protect myself from inevitable heartbreak. Instead, I slide my hands up his chest, around his neck, into his hair. He groans, that same quiet sound from before, but needier now. Desperate. Kira. My name is a prayer, a plea. Tell me what you want. I want... The words stick in my throat, caught between fear and desire. Tell me. His hands frame my face now, cradling me like something precious. Whatever it is, I'll give you anything. I want your hands on me. The admission tears free, raw and honest. Properly, not careful or restrained. I want to feel like you mean it. His eyes darken, pupils swallowing violet. You're sure? No. I grip his hair tighter. But I want it anyway. Chapter 10. Kira. Something breaks open inside me. Some final wall I've been maintaining between us crumbles to dust. I pull him down to me, closing the last breath of space between us. His eyes are dark as he rasps out. Then don't hold back either. And then Valis kisses me. Finally. His lips are softer than I expected, gentle as he tastes me for the first time. Careful, like he's savouring something he's been denied too long. I melt into it, into him, letting myself feel without thinking about consequences, or power dynamics, or any of the 1,000 reasons this is complicated.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Good. The question is casual, but I hear the need beneath it. The desire for confirmation that he satisfied me. My voice is hoarse, wrecked. I don't have words. Why did I resist this? His smile is sharp, triumphant. Because you're stubborn and cautious and far too sensible for your own good. Clearly not sensible enough. I gesture weakly at our current position, me sprawled across his desk, skirts rucked up, thoroughly ravished. Sensible people don't do this. Screw sensible. He leans down, capturing my mouth in a kiss that tastes like me, like us. I want you wild and wanting. I want you exactly like this. Can't he see he already has me?
Chapter 11. Valis. It takes me a good 10 minutes to pull myself together enough to leave the study. Kira's taste still lingers on my tongue, sweet and salt, and something uniquely her. Her scent has burrowed into my lungs, clinging to every breath I take. Even after I've splashed cold water on my face, changed my shirt, tried to compose myself into something resembling the respected healer I'm supposed to be, I can still feel her everywhere. The ghost of her thighs trembling around my head. The broken sounds she made when she came apart. The way she looked at me after, dazed and satisfied and almost reverent. I want more. Want to drag her to my bed and make her scream with just my mouth. No hands, just tongue and lips until she's hoarse and wrung out. Want to discover every other way I can unravel her, catalog each gasp and whimper. But she'd needed to go to a misra, dinner and bath time and bedtime stories, all the evening rituals that anchor the little bird's world. So I'd helped her dress, fingers fumbling at laces for the first time in a decade, and watched her slip from my suite on unsteady legs. The self-satisfied male part of me had preened at that, at the visible evidence of what I'd done to her. Now I'm pacing my temporary room like a caged predator, debating whether I'll go to her later. Knock softly on her door after Amisra's asleep, see if she'll let me in. See if she wants more, or if that was enough for tonight. See if she'll let me worship her properly, spread across clean sheets instead of cluttered parchment. First, though, I need to check on Darren. The thought sobers me faster than ice water. I run a hand through my hair, retying the leather at my nape, and force myself to focus. My friend needs me. Has needed me for months, even if I've been too stubborn to admit I can't fix this. His door is cracked when I reach it, golden lamplight spilling into the darkened hallway. I knock softly before pushing inside. Come to gloat about finally getting somewhere with my nanny? Darren's voice is weaker than it was even this morning, but the humor threading through it is pure him. I pause in the doorway. How did you... Please. He's propped against pillows, skin almost translucent in the lamplight. The hollows beneath his silver-blue eyes have deepened, shadows pooling there like bruises. I can smell her scent on you. Either you finally made a move or you've taken up rolling in her laundry. Heat crawls up my neck. We didn't... I clear my throat. Nothing like that. But something. He gestures weakly to the chair beside his bed. Sit. Tell me everything or I'll die of curiosity before this illness finishes me off. The joke lands wrong, humor curdling in my stomach. Because looking at him now, really looking, not through the desperate lens of a healer searching for solutions, I can see how close he is to the edge. How little time we have left. I sink into the chair, suddenly exhausted. We kissed, and the words stick. She let me taste her. I run a hand over my face. Damn, I've never been so desperate for someone like I am with her. She finally let you in. Darren's laugh is genuine, if breathless. Gods, Val. No wonder you look like you've been blessed by the mother herself. It wasn't... I scrub a hand over my face. I wanted to keep going. Wanted everything. But she needed to tend to a Misra, and I needed to... What? Pull myself together? Remember how to be a person instead of a creature of pure want? You needed to come see your dying friend. No humor now, just quiet acceptance. The word, dying, hits like a blade between my ribs. Don't. Why not? He shifts against the pillows, wincing. We both know it's true. Have known for months. I'm still looking for... Stop! Gentle, but firm. Val, please, just stop! I open my mouth to argue, to list the 3 new remedies I'm researching, the text I've ordered from Orthani. But the look on his face silences me. He's exhausted. Not just physically, though the illness is devouring him from the inside out. He's tired of fighting, of pretending, of watching me scramble for solutions that don't exist. I've been writing my will. He gestures to the desk in the corner, where parchment lies scattered. Fresh ink gleams in the lamplight. Finally getting my affairs in order. My throat closes. Darren. Someone needs to care for Amisra when I'm gone. His voice cracks on her name. Someone who'll love her like I do. Protect her. Make sure she grows up knowing she's cherished. Of course I'll... Not just you. He fixes me with those fading eyes, and I see the calculation there. The planning. Kira, too. She loves my daughter like her own already. I want her to stay. Want you to make sure she stays. Understanding crashes over me. You've been pushing us together. Obviously. A ghost of his old grin. You think I'm blind? You've been pining after her since the moment she walked through my door. She's been fighting herself just as hard. Someone had to give you both permission. So you played matchmaker while dying. The words come out sharper than I intend, edged with something that might be anger or grief or both. I played father. Correction, soft but unyielding. Because my daughter deserves parents who love each other, who'll build a life together, not just a guardian and a nanny coexisting out of obligation. The presumption of it should irritate me. The manipulation, the scheming. But looking at him now, silver hair dull against white pillows, chest rising and falling with labored breaths, I can only feel the weight of what he's asking, what he's trusting me with. You really think you're that close? My voice breaks on the question. I know I am. No hesitation. Weeks, maybe. A month if the mother's feeling generous. A month. 4 weeks. 30 days. Not enough time. Will never be enough time. I can't... The words jam in my throat. Darren, you're my best friend. My brother. I can't just... Yes, you can. He reaches out, hand trembling, and I clasp it between both of mine. His fingers are cold, grip weak. You can because you have to. Because Amisra needs you whole, not shattered by grief. And you can't be whole if you're still fighting the inevitable. Tears burn behind my eyes. I blink them back viciously, refusing to let them fall. This isn't fair. No. Agreement. Simple and devastating. It's not. But very little in this life is fair, and you know that better than most. He's right. Of course he's right. I've seen enough death, enough suffering, to know the universe doesn't give a damn about fair. But this is different. This is Darren. Promise me. His grip tightens fractionally. Promise you'll take care of them. Both of them. That you'll love Kira the way she deserves and raise Amisra to know her father wasn't a coward. You're not... Promise me, Val. The words feel like shackles and freedom all at once. A burden I'll carry for the rest of my life, and the greatest honor he could give me. I promise. My voice sounds wrecked even to my own ears. I'll protect them, love them, keep them safe. Good. He sags back against the pillows, relief washing over his face. Good. Now stop looking so tragic and tell me she's not just something you are working out of your system. Tell me it was life-changing. A laugh punches out of me, half sob. You're dying and you want to discuss. I'm dying, which means I can ask whatever I want. That grin again, weaker but still there. Besides, I've been living vicariously through you for months. Least you can do is throw me some details. So I do. I tell him about the study, about how she'd finally stopped running, about the sounds she made and the way she fell apart, and how I'd wanted to keep going until dawn. He listens with evident enjoyment, making commentary that's equal parts crude and insightful, laughing when I describe her stubborn refusal to give in easily, nodding knowingly when I admit how badly I want more. You really want her? Not a question. Yes. No point denying it. Not to him. Not now. I think I have since the beginning. I know. Smug satisfaction. Why do you think I kept pushing? Meddling bastard. Always. He yawns, exhaustion pulling at his features. Stay? Of course. I settle deeper into the chair, still holding his hand, and we talk. Not about illness or death or futures cut short. Just talk. Like we have for years. He tells me about the first time he held a misra, how terrified he'd been that he'd break something so small and perfect. I tell him about the disaster with the merchant's son last month, the one who'd insisted his rash was demon-cursed until I'd explained what poison ivy looked like. We reminisce about training days, about the instructor who'd nearly expelled us both for that prank with the animated training dummy, about the first time Darren had gotten properly drunk on Amaranth and tried to fight a statue. Hours slip past. The lamp burns lower, shadows growing long across the walls. His voice gets softer, words coming slower, but he keeps talking, keeps laughing. And I realize with horrible clarity that this is it. This is goodbye. Not tonight. He's not that close to the edge yet. But this moment, this conversation, this easy companionship we've shared for decades, it's ending. The next time we sit together like this, he'll be weaker. The time after that, weaker still. Until one day there won't be a next time. Val? His voice is barely a whisper now, eyes drifting closed. Thank you. For everything. For trying so hard. I wish I could have... I know. His hand squeezes mine one last time. But this isn't a failure. You gave me time. Gave me months I wouldn't have had otherwise. Months to prepare. To make plans. To see you fall for someone worthy of you. The tears come now, silent and unstoppable. I let them fall, no longer caring about composure. Sleep. I keep my voice steady through sheer force of will. I'll be here. Always are. The words slur together, consciousness fading. My brother, my best friend. Always will be. I whisper it to the quiet room. Even after. Always. His breathing evens out, deepening into the shallow rhythm of sleep. I sit there in the darkness, holding the hand of the person I love most in this world, and finally let myself grieve. Not for what I've lost yet, but for what I know I'm going to lose. And there's nothing, not all my training, not all my magic, not every remedy and spell and prayer, that can stop it.
Chapter 12. Kira. The past 2 weeks have been a study in contrasts, grief hovering like storm clouds on the horizon, while something bright and terrifying blooms in my chest. Valus. His name has become a prayer, a curse, a constant whisper beneath my thoughts. Every stolen moment in darkened hallways, every lingering touch when we pass a misra between us, every heated glance across the dinner table. We haven't crossed that final threshold, haven't taken what we both desperately want. But gods, the wanting itself has become its own exquisite torment. This morning he'd caught me in the hallway, backed me against cool stone, and kissed me until my knees went weak. His hands had stayed frustratingly respectful, one cupping my jaw, the other braced against the wall. But his mouth had made promises that left me aching. "Tonight," he'd murmured against my lips. "After Amisra's asleep, come to me." I'd nodded, breathless, already counting the hours. Now I'm heading toward the kitchen to check on lunch, my mind still replaying that kiss, when the sounds hit me wrong. Too much noise, too much urgency. Footsteps pounding, voices rising in sharp bursts, the clatter of something, a tray maybe, hitting the floor. I round the corner into the kitchen and freeze. Chaos. Pure, frantic chaos. The cook is wringing her hands, face pale. 2 serving girls huddle near the hearth, whispering frantically. One of the footmen is yanking on his coat with shaking fingers. "Need to contact a priestess immediately." What will happen to the house? Always knew this day would come, but... My heart drops straight through my stomach. What's happened? They all turn to stare at me. The cook's eyes are wet. "The master," she says, voice cracking. "He's collapsed, in his study. We sent for Healer Morthan, but..." I don't wait to hear the rest. My feet carry me through hallways that suddenly feel too long, too narrow. My pulse hammers in my ears. Not yet. Please, not yet. Amisra isn't ready. Valas isn't ready. Even I'm not. The study door stands open. Darren lies sprawled across the floor, papers scattered around him like fallen leaves. His silver hair spreads across dark wood, and even from here I can see the unnatural angle of his body, the way his limbs refuse to cooperate. Darren. His name tears from my throat. I've never called him that before, but he can't just be left here alone. Valas isn't even here. This can't be happening! I drop to my knees beside him, hands hovering uselessly. Touch him. Don't touch him. What if I make it worse? His eyes find mine, those beautiful silver blue eyes now clouded with pain and something that looks almost like relief. His mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Don't. I press my hand to his chest, feeling the erratic thunder of his heart. Don't try to talk. Just hang on. Valas is coming. He'll fix this. He always fixes things. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. This isn't something that can be fixed. Darren's hand lifts, trembling violently, and catches mine. His grip is weak, so much weaker than it should be. His lips move again, forcing words through obvious agony. "Kira," barely a whisper. "I need you to understand. Save your strength." Tears blur my vision. "Please, Darren, just listen." The word cracks. His whole body spasms, back arching off the floor, and I cry out, trying to hold him steady, trying to do something, anything. The convulsion passes. He sags back against the wood, chest heaving with shallow, rattling breaths. When he speaks again, his voice is fading, each word an obvious struggle. Everything I did, another pause, another laboured breath, was for Amisra, to give her the best life, but also for you and Val. I know. The tears spill over, hot against my cheeks. I know you wanted us to be happy. We are happy. So you need to stay. You need to... No. Gentle contradiction. His thumb brushes over my knuckles, the gesture achingly tender. You need to let me go. Let me rest. Darren, promise me. His eyes lock on mine with sudden intensity, a flash of the commanding warrior he'd once been. Promise you'll take care of my daughter, that you'll understand. You aren't just a nanny. My throat closes completely. I can only nod, can only hold his hand tighter, as if I can anchor him here through sheer desperate will. His smile is soft. Good. Another spasm racks his body, worse this time. His back bows, muscles seizing, and the sound that tears from his throat is pure animal agony. I fold over him, one hand cradling his head, the other still clutching his hand, murmuring nonsense words of comfort that we both know are meaningless. It's all right, you're all right, just breathe. Valis is coming. He's coming. But where is he? How long does it take to get here from his practice? Minutes? Hours? Every second stretches like pulled taffy, thick and endless. Darren's breathing changes, gets shallower, more laboured. Each inhale sounds like it's being dragged through broken glass. Please. I don't know who I'm begging anymore. Darren. Valas. The 13. Anyone who might be listening. Please don't go. Not yet. She needs you. We all need you. His eyes are starting to drift, focus slipping, but he's still fighting, still clinging, still trying to stay for just a little longer. Tell her. The words barely form. Tell Misra. I love her. Always. Loved her. You can tell her yourself. The lie tastes like ash. When you're better. When Valis gets here and fixes this. Val can't. A pause, gathering strength. Can't fix everything. Some things just are. Footsteps pound in the hallway, running, fast. Darren! Valis's voice sharp with panic. He explodes into the room, violet eyes wild, already reaching for magic. The air crackles with it, healing energy, diagnostic spells, everything in his considerable arsenal. He drops beside us, hands immediately going to Darren's chest, his throat, checking pulse and breathing and a dozen other things I can't name. His face goes from panicked to devastated in the space between heartbeats. No. Just that. Flat denial. No, you stubborn bastard, you're not doing this. Not today. You said you had more time. Magic floods the space, so thick it makes my skin prickle. Bright violet-white light pouring from Valis's palms into Darren's chest. I feel the power of it, the sheer desperate force he's wielding. But Darren's breathing doesn't change, doesn't improve. Val. His friend's voice is barely audible now. Stop. Shut up. Valis's jaw is clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping. More magic, pouring out like water from a broken dam. Just shut up and let me work. Can't fix this. Each word costs him. We both know. I said shut up. But Valas's voice breaks on the words. His hands shake where they press against Darren's chest. Magic flickering, faltering, failing. Darren's free hand lifts, catches Valis's wrist. The gesture stops him cold. Brother! So much love in that single word. Let me go. No. Valis shakes his head violently. No, I promised I'd save you. I promised. You did. Save me. Darren's smile is peaceful, despite the pain clearly racking his body. Gave me months. Got to see my daughter grow. Got to see you, too. More than I deserved. Don't. Valas is crying now, tears streaming down his face unchecked. Don't talk like that. You deserve everything. You deserve to see her grow up, to be there with her, to tell Misra. He swallows hard. I'm sorry that I couldn't stay, but I'll always watch over her. Darren. Valis's voice cracks completely. Please, please don't. Take care of them. Darren's gaze locks on Valis with fierce intensity. Swear it. I swear. The words are barely intelligible through Valis's sobs. I swear on everything I am. I'll protect them. I'll love them. I'll... Darren's hand goes slack in mine. His chest rises one more time. Falls. Doesn't rise again. No. Valis surges forward, both hands on Darren's chest, magic blazing. "No, come back! Darren, come back! Don't you dare!" But the light that had flickered in those silver blue eyes is gone. The warmth is already fading from his skin. He's gone. I watch Valas shatter, watch this composed, brilliant, unshakable healer crumble like sand. He bends over Darren's body, one hand still clutching his friend's lifeless fingers, and the sound that tears from him is pure, devastating anguish. "No, no, no!" Over and over, a broken mantra. "Please, please, I'll do anything. Just come back. Darren, please." I can't move, can't breathe, can only kneel there with my hand still on Darren's chest, feeling the absence of a heartbeat, and watch the only man I've ever let in break apart.
Chapter 13. Valas. The numbness settles over me like frost, cold, crystalline, absolute. I kneel beside Darren's body long after the warmth has left his skin, long after his eyes have filmed over with the milky veil of death, long after the magic has drained from my hands, leaving them shaking and useless in my lap. I had months to prepare for this moment. Years, really, if I'm honest. I've watched hundreds of patients slip away, held their hands as they crossed that final threshold, spoken the ritual words of comfort to grieving families. Death is nothing new to me. I'm a healer, and death is the shadow that follows every healer's steps. But this is Darren. This is my brother in everything but blood, and all the preparation in the world couldn't blunt the raw edge of this grief. It saws through my chest, leaving nothing but jagged wounds where my heart used to beat. Someone, Kira, I think, eventually pulls me to my feet, guides me from the study like I'm the one who's lost all strength. Maybe I have. The rest of the day passes in fragments. The servants preparing Darren's body for the pyre, their movements efficient and reverent. Someone draping white silk over his face, someone else pressing his favorite sword into his hands, the blade he hasn't been able to lift for months, but kept polished anyway. Amisra screams when someone finally tells her. High and piercing and endless, they drill straight through my skull, through my soul. I should go to her, should comfort her, should be the uncle she needs. But I can't move, can't think past the roaring void in my head. Kira goes instead. She scoops Amisra up, holds the sobbing child against her chest, and carries her away. I watch them disappear down the hallway, my little bird clinging to the only parent she has left now. And still I just stand there, useless. The pyre is built in the garden, Darren's favorite spot, where the arison blossoms grow wild and reckless. The servants work quickly, stacking wood with practiced hands. Someone strings flowers through the logs. Someone else lights incense that fills the air with sweet, cloying smoke. A priestess of the mother arrives as the sun begins its descent. She's elderly, her silver hair elaborately braided, her violet eyes kind despite the ritual severity of her expression. She moves through the space with quiet authority, blessing the pyre, murmuring prayers to the 13. Kira appears with Amisra just as the priestess begins the formal rites. The child's face is blotchy and swollen, her pale eyes red-rimmed and glazed. She doesn't look at me. Won't look at me. Every time I try to catch her gaze, she turns her face into Kira's shoulder. Does she blame me? Does she see her father in my face and can't bear it? Or does she know, in that way children sometimes do, that I failed, that I promised to save him and couldn't deliver? The thought hollows me out further, carves away everything until there's nothing left but shame and grief and this terrible, aching emptiness. The priestess places Darren's wrapped body on the pyre with help from 2 servants. Her voice rises, melodic and ancient, speaking words in Old Elvish that I know by heart, but can't seem to process. Something about the journey between worlds, about the 13 receiving their child home, about peace and rest and... I stop listening. All I can see is that white-wrapped form. All I can think is that he's inside there, my best friend, my brother, and soon there will be nothing left but ash and memory. The priestess lights the torch. Fire catches, spreads, consumes. Orange flames climb toward the darkening sky, painting everything in shades of amber and gold. Heat washes over us in waves. Smoke spirals upward, carrying prayers and incense and whatever remains of Darren's spirit toward whatever waits beyond. Amisra starts crying again, quiet, hitching sobs that shake her whole body. Kira holds her tighter, murmuring soft words I can't hear over the roar of flames. I should go to them. Should put my arms around them both. Should be strong for Amisra, for Kira, for the family Darren wanted us to be. But I can't make my feet move. Can't tear my eyes from the pyre. Can't do anything but stand here and watch my brother burn. The priestess finishes her prayers. She approaches me, places one aged hand on my shoulder. He's with the guide now. At peace. I nod because that's what you do. Because arguing with a priestess at a funeral pyre is the height of rudeness. But I don't believe it. Not really. Peace is what Darren deserved in life. Years and decades more of it. Peace is watching his daughter grow, seeing her smile, hearing her laugh. Peace is not this. This is just ending. The priestess moves on, offering similar platitudes to the assembled servants. They nod and weep and accept her comfort with more grace than I can manage. I just stand there until the fire burns low, until the sun has fully set and stars prick through the velvet sky, until there's nothing left on the pyre but glowing embers and ash. Only then do I finally turn away. Kira has already taken Amisra inside. I find them in the child's bedroom, Amisra curled into a tight ball beneath her blankets, Kira sitting on the edge of the bed and stroking her hair with infinite gentleness. I linger in the doorway, unsure if my presence is wanted. Kira glances up. Her hazel eyes are dull with exhaustion and grief, but she doesn't send me away. Doesn't tell me to leave. So I step inside, move quietly to the other side of the bed, reach down to brush my fingers over Amisra's silver-white hair. She flinches. The movement is small but unmistakable. She pulls away from my touch, burrows deeper into Kira's side, and keeps her face turned away from me. The rejection slices through whatever thin composure I'd managed to gather. I withdraw my hand, tuck it against my side, and try not to let the hurt show on my face. She's exhausted, Kira murmurs. She'll feel better after she sleeps. I nod. Don't trust my voice not to crack if I try to speak. We sit there in silence as Amisra's breathing gradually evens out, as the tension drains from her small body and sleep finally claims her. Even in sleep, she doesn't look peaceful. Her face is pinched, her fingers clutching Kira's tunic like a lifeline. Kira carefully extricates herself, tucks the blankets more securely around Amisra, and gestures toward the door. We slip out together, leaving the door cracked so we can hear if she wakes. The hallway feels impossibly long, impossibly quiet. How are you doing? Kira's question is soft, careful, like I'm something fragile that might shatter at the wrong word. Maybe I am. I don't know, I admit. It's hard. She steps closer, and then she's in my arms, or I'm pulling her into my arms. I'm not sure which. Either way, she's there, solid and warm and alive, and I bury my face in her hair and just breathe. I'm so sorry, she whispers against my chest. I know how much. He was my brother. The words come out rough, scraped raw. Not by blood, but in every way that mattered. And I couldn't save him. You gave him time. You gave him months. It wasn't enough. I tighten my hold on her, needing her warmth, her presence, needing something to anchor me before I drown in this grief. I should have done more. Should have found something. Anything. You did everything you could. Her hands fist in the back of my shirt. He knew that. He was so grateful for the time you gave him. I want to believe her. Want to accept that I did my best, that some things are beyond even magic's reach. but the failure still tastes like ash in my mouth. We stand there holding each other in the dim hallway, and I let myself take whatever comfort she's offering. Let myself be weak for just a moment. Let myself... Footsteps on the stairs, quick and purposeful. We pull apart just as one of the servants appears, Maella, the older woman who handles most of the household correspondence. Her face is apologetic but determined. "Healer Morthen." She dips into a shallow bow. "I'm terribly sorry to intrude, but there's a Kishung here. Says he's been appointed to handle Master Darren's will and settle his affairs. He's requesting to speak with you immediately." Of course, because death doesn't pause the machinery of society, doesn't halt the administrative necessities of transferring property and settling debts. I close my eyes, summon whatever composure I can scrape together. "Where is he?" "The study, sir." "The study where Darren died just earlier." "Perfect." I glance at Kira. She looks as wrung out as I feel, shadows beneath her eyes, grief written in every line of her body. "You should rest. I'll handle this." "No." She straightens, lifts her chin. "I'm coming with you." "Kira, Amisra is asleep. There's nothing I can do for her right now except be nearby if she wakes." Her hazel eyes meet mine, steady despite the exhaustion. "And you shouldn't have to face this alone." The gratitude that swells in my chest is almost painful. I reach for her hand, twine our fingers together. "All right, together then." Maella leads us back downstairs. The study has been cleaned. Someone removed Darren's body, scrubbed away the evidence of his final moments, returned the scattered papers to neat stacks. But I can still see him sprawled across that floor. Can still hear the rattle of his last breaths. The Kishung stands near the desk, examining Darren's collection of books with the detached interest of someone cataloging assets. He's younger than I expected. Maybe 200 years, sleek and polished in the way all merchants are. Dark gray skin, black hair pulled into an elaborate knot, amber eyes sharp with calculation. He turns when we enter, offering a shallow bow. "Healer Morthen, I'm Kelrin Thuvus. I've been appointed by the guild to oversee the settlement of Darren Vaylor's estate. Please accept my condolences for your loss." The words are smooth, practiced, utterly devoid of real feeling. I incline my head. "What needs to be addressed?" "The will, primarily. Master Vaylor was quite thorough in his arrangements." Kelrin retrieves a rolled parchment from his satchel, breaks the seal with practiced efficiency. "He made several amendments in recent weeks. Quite unusual, actually, but all properly witnessed and sealed. Because Darren knew this was coming and wanted everything in order. The grief threatens to choke me again. I force it down, grip Kira's hand tighter. "Go on." Kelrin unrolls the parchment, violet eyes scanning the formal script. "To summarize, the house and all associated property transfers to you, Healer Morthen. The financial accounts as well, including investments and outstanding contracts. All furnishings, personal effects, and..." He pauses, glances up. "Guardianship of his daughter, Amisra Vaylor." I nod. Darren and I discussed this weeks ago. He wanted to make sure Amisra would be cared for, that she'd stay in her home with people who loved her, that she'd have a family, even if he couldn't be part of it. "Additionally," Kelrin continues, "all household staff transfers to your authority. That includes the servants currently employed as well as..." Another pause. His gaze flicks to Kira. "The human nanny, Kira Wynn. Her contract and all associated ownership rights. The world stops. Just stops. Ownership rights." The words echo in my skull, hollow and terrible. I feel Kira's hand go rigid in mine, feel her whole body lock up beside me. "What?" The word comes out strangled. Kelrin's expression doesn't change. "Master Vaylor purchased the contract for Kira Wynn approximately 8 months ago. As part of the household assets, that contract now transfers to you. The rest of the household staff are in your employ, but she is the only contract he held." No, this can't... Darren told me to love her, to build a home with her. and now I'm her owner. I turn to look at Kira. Her face has gone pale, all the warmth drained away. Those hazel eyes, the ones that had looked at me with such softness, such tentative trust, now stare at me like I'm a stranger, like I'm the enemy. You didn't know. It's not a question, just flat statement, hollow with betrayal. I didn't. My throat closes. Kira, I swear, I never asked about your contract. I thought. You thought what? Her voice is too calm, too controlled. That I'd be set free. We both know what I am. She pulls her hand from mine. The absence of her touch is like losing a limb. I swear I can see her walls being built back up right now at those reminders. Miss Wynne, Kelrin interjects smoothly. Your contract includes standard household terms. Room, board, appropriate clothing, and a monthly stipend of 15 lummi. Quite generous for a human servant, actually. 15 lummi. Pocket change. Less than I spend on research materials in a week. And Kira has been living here for months, caring for Amisra, letting me touch her, kiss her, believing... What? That she had a choice? That any of this was real? The contract is transferable, Kelrin continues, oblivious to the devastation spreading through the room. Should you wish to sell it, Healer Morthen, I can arrange for interested buyers. Human nannies with her level of experience typically fetch... Stop. I can barely force the word out. Just stop talking. He blinks, clearly taken aback by the venom in my tone. I'm simply explaining your options. I don't want options, I want... What? What do I want? For this to not be happening? For Darren to still be alive so I can demand answers? For Kira to look at me the way she did this morning instead of like I'm something vile? If there's nothing else, I manage. I'll review the documents later. Please leave them on the desk. Kelrin's mouth tightens. He clearly has more to discuss. But something in my expression must convince him not to push. He places the parchment on the desk, offers another shallow bow, and leaves. The silence he leaves behind is suffocating. Kira stands there, arms wrapped around herself, staring at nothing. Or maybe staring at everything differently now. At the house that's become my house. At the room where her owner died and passed her along like furniture. At me. Kira, all this time. Her voice is barely audible. You knew, didn't you? About the will. About Darren leaving everything to you. He told me he wanted me to take care of Amisra, to keep the house running. I didn't think about the details. Didn't ask if you'd be owning me. She laughs, but it's a broken sound. Why would you? I'm just another asset. Another piece of property to maintain. You know that's not true. You know I don't see you that way. Do I? Finally, she looks at me, and the betrayal in her eyes is a knife between my ribs. Because from where I'm standing, it seems like I've been set to be your property since we met. I didn't know. But you do now. She takes a step back, then another, putting distance between us that feels vast and unbridgeable. And now every time you touch me, we'll both know. We'll both remember that you are my owner and I am nothing, like it was always meant to be. She stares at me with a broken expression, like I'm the monster she always feared dark elves to be. Maybe I am. Kira, please. I reach for her and she flinches away. The rejection shatters something vital in my chest. Please, just listen. I need to check on Amisra. She's sleeping. I need to check on her. Steel in her voice now, cold and unyielding. Because that's my job, isn't it? That's what I was bought to do. She walks past me, spine rigid, and I let her go because I don't know what else to do. Don't know how to fix this when everything feels broken beyond repair. The door closes behind her with a soft click that sounds like a death knell. I stand alone in the study where my best friend died, surrounded by the possessions he left me. House and money and a child who flinches from my touch, and a woman who now looks at me like I own her. Because I do.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 14. Kira. I retreat to Amisra's room and close the door behind me with careful, deliberate silence. My hands shake as I turn the lock, not to keep anyone out, but to give myself the illusion of control, of boundaries that actually mean something. The child sleeps on, her small face still blotchy from crying, one hand curled against her cheek. She looks so much like Darren in this moment, the delicate bone structure, the way her brows furrow even in sleep. My throat tightens. I sink into the chair beside her bed, pull my knees to my chest, and try to breathe through the roiling nausea in my stomach. Your contract and all associated ownership rights. The words loop through my mind like a curse, like a brand searing itself into my skin. I knew this world was cruel, knew what it meant to be human in a society built on our subjugation. I've watched friends disappear into contracts they couldn't escape, seen women dragged away by owners who saw them as nothing more than warm bodies to use and discard. I've lived my entire life walking the razor's edge between freedom and bondage. But I never thought. Gods, I'm such a fool. I let myself believe, let myself imagine that maybe this time could be different, that Valas saw me as more than property, that the way he touched me meant something beyond ownership, that his kisses were about desire, not possession, that I had a choice. The sob catches in my throat before I can swallow it down. I press my fist against my mouth, bite down hard on my knuckles to keep the sound from escaping. Amisra doesn't need to wake up to me falling apart. She's already lost her father today. She doesn't need to lose the only other stable thing in her life because I can't hold myself together. But gods, it hurts. It hurts in ways I didn't know were possible. Like someone has reached inside my chest and torn out everything soft and hopeful and ground it beneath their heel. I thought you were different. I want to scream at Valas. I thought you saw me. But he does see me. That's the worst part. He sees me exactly as I am, a human woman with a contract, owned and bound, worth 15 lummy a month and whatever use he can extract from my body. The thought makes my stomach heave. I barely make it to the wash basin in the corner before I'm retching, bringing up nothing but bile and the bitter taste of my own stupidity. My vision blurs with tears I refuse to let fall. When the spasms finally stop, I rinse my mouth and return to the chair. Amisra hasn't stirred. Lucky child. At least she can escape into sleep. I can't seem to manage it. Every time I close my eyes, I see Valas's face when that merchant, Kelrin, was that his name, explained the terms of my contract. The shock, the horror, the devastation. He didn't know. I believe that much, at least. He truly had no idea that Darren had purchased my contract, that I came with the house and the furniture and all the other assets being transferred. But he knows now, and that changes everything, because no matter what he says, no matter how he looks at me or touches me or whispers sweet promises in the dark, he owns me. Legally, magically, in every way that matters in this cursed society. I'm his property, his possession, his slave. The word cuts through me like broken glass. I've spent years avoiding that label, clinging to the fragile dignity of being contracted rather than enslaved. As if there's any real difference. As if a few lummy in a room of my own somehow elevates me above the other humans who scrub floors and empty chamber pots and warm their masters' beds. I'm no different, never was. I just let myself forget for a little while. The night crawls by with agonizing slowness. Amisra wakes twice, both times crying for her father, and I hold her and murmur soothing nonsense until she exhausts herself back into fitful sleep. My own exhaustion is bone deep, but sleep won't come. Every time I try to rest, my mind circles back to the study, to Valas's face, to the reality I can no longer ignore. When dawn finally breaks, painting the room in shades of grey and gold, I'm still sitting in that chair. My back aches, my eyes burn. My heart feels like something trampled and left to rot. Amisra stirs around mid-morning, blinking awake with confused, puffy eyes. For just a moment she looks almost normal, then memory crashes back and her face crumples. "Papa's gone," she whispers. "I know, sweet girl." I move to the bed, gather her into my arms. "I know. I'm so sorry." She cries again, quieter this time, like she's already running out of tears. I hold her and stroke her hair and feel my own grief mixing with hers until I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. When she finally pulls back, she looks around the room with lost, bewildered eyes. "Where's Uncle Val?" My chest constricts. He's around, probably resting." "I don't want to see him." The words are small and fierce and heartbreaking. I smooth back her tangled silver hair, try to keep my voice steady. "Why not, Amy?" "Because he looks like Papa." Her lower lip trembles. "And he said he'd make Papa better, but he didn't, and now Papa's gone." Oh gods, she blames him. Of course she does. Children need someone to blame when their world shatters, and Valas promised he could heal Darren, that he'd find a way. Just like I let myself believe Valas was different, that he wouldn't see me as property. We're both fools, this child and I. "Uncle Val tried very hard," I manage. "He did everything he could." "It wasn't enough." Amisra burrows back into my arms, her voice muffled against my shoulder. "Nothing's enough. Everything's terrible and I don't want to see anyone." I hold her tighter, blinking back my own tears. "Then you don't have to. We'll stay right here, just the two of us. All right?" She nods, her small body trembling. So we stay. The days blur together after that. I become Amisra's shadow, her shield, the only constant in a world that's been torn apart. She won't leave her room, won't eat more than a few bites of whatever I coax into her, won't play with her toys, or read her books, or do anything except curl up in my lap and stare at nothing. The spark that made her Amy, the brightness, the laughter, the endless curiosity, has been snuffed out. What's left is this hollow, grieving shell of a child who flinches at loud noises and cries herself to sleep every night. And I'm not much better. I go through the motions, brush her hair, change her clothes, sing her the lullabies my own mother used to sing to me back when I still had a mother. But inside, I'm just as hollow, just as broken. Valas tries to see us, multiple times a day actually. I hear his footsteps in the hallway, hear him pause outside the door. Sometimes he knocks. Sometimes he just stands there, silent, like he's gathering courage to speak. I never answer. I can't. What would I even say? "Hello, Master. Did you need something from your property?" The bitterness tastes like poison on my tongue. Once he actually tries to enter. The doorknob turns and I hear his voice, soft and wrecked. "Kira, please. I just want to talk." "Not now," I call back, keeping my voice level. Professional. The voice of a servant addressing her employer. "Amisra is resting." A pause. Then quieter. Are you all right? The concern in his voice nearly breaks me. I close my eyes, press my forehead against Amisra's hair. I'm fine. You're not. I said I'm fine. Harder now. Cold. Please leave us alone. Silence stretches. I think he's going to argue, going to push, but then I hear footsteps retreating down the hallway. The relief that floods through me is tinged with something that feels dangerously like grief. I hate this. Hate the way my heart still aches for him. Hate that some traitorous part of me wants to throw open that door and fall into his arms and let him tell me that everything will be all right. But it won't be all right, because he owns me now. And no amount of soft words or gentle touches can change that fundamental truth. By the third day, even the servants are getting worried. Mayella brings trays of food that we barely touch. She hovers in the doorway, wringing her hands. Kira, the child needs to eat. And you, when's the last time you had a proper meal? We're managing. I don't look at her, just continue braiding Amisra's hair with mechanical precision. Thank you for your concern. Healer more than asked me to check on you both. He's worried. Tell him we're fine. Mayella's mouth tightens. She's not fooled. None of them are. He wants to see Amisra, to make sure she's... No. The word comes out sharper than I intend. Amisra flinches in my lap, and I force myself to soften my tone. She's not ready to see anyone yet. It's been 3 days. I'm aware. I meet her eyes finally, let her see the steel in my gaze. When she's ready, I'll let you know. She leaves, shaking her head. I know what she's thinking. That I'm being unreasonable. That I'm keeping Valas from his niece out of spite or stubbornness or whatever motivation she's ascribed to me. Maybe she's right. Maybe I am being petty. Maybe I should let him in. Let him try to comfort Amisra. Let him do his job as her guardian. But every time I imagine opening that door, imagine letting him into this small sanctuary we've built, my throat closes up. Because if I see him, if I have to look into those moon-violet eyes and remember what it felt like when he touched me, when I thought I had a choice in being touched, I'm going to shatter, and Amisra needs me whole. So I stay. We both stay. Locked away in this room like it's the only safe place left in the world. Even if safety is just another lie I'm telling myself. On the 4th morning, Amisra finally speaks more than a few words. Kira? I look down at her, stroke her tangled hair. Yes, sweet girl. Are you staying? Her pale eyes are huge in her thin face. Or are you leaving too? The question punches the air from my lungs. What? No, Army, I'm not leaving. Papa left. Her voice is small, factual. Everyone leaves. I'm not going anywhere. I gather her closer, press my lips to her forehead. I promise, I'm right here. But Uncle Val is your boss now. She says it so matter-of-factly, like she's commenting on the weather. Right? Like Papa was? Bile rises in my throat. I swallow it down, force my voice to stay calm. That's complicated. But it's true, right? She pulls back to look at me, confusion written across her features. You have to do what he says? Yes. The word tastes like ash. But that doesn't mean I'm leaving you. I promised I'd take care of you, and I meant it. She considers this with the solemn gravity of a child who's lost too much too fast. Then, do you hate him? Uncle Val? The question catches me off guard. Why would you ask that? Because you won't see him, and you sound angry when people mention him. Her brow furrows. I don't want to see him either, but I don't know if I hate him or if I just miss Papa too much. My heart cracks. I pull her back into my arms, rest my cheek on top of her head. I don't hate him, Ami. He's a good man. He tried so hard to save your father, Then why won't you see him? Because I'm a coward. Because seeing him hurts worse than avoiding him. Because every time I think about those months we spent growing closer, all those moments I thought meant something, I want to scream or cry or break things. Because I fell for him like a fool, and now I have to live with the knowledge that I was never anything more than property. It's complicated, I repeat weakly. She doesn't push further, just curls against me and sighs, a sound too world-weary for someone so small. We sit in silence as morning light crawls across the floor. Outside, I hear the household stirring, servants moving through hallways, the distant clatter of breakfast being prepared, life continuing despite the grief that's hollowed us both out. And somewhere in this house, Valis is probably sitting alone, probably blaming himself for Darren's death, probably wondering why we won't see him, why Amisra flinches from his name, why I've locked us away like he's the enemy. Part of me wants to go to him, wants to offer comfort, to remind him that he did everything he could, that some things are beyond even magic's reach. But I can't, because the moment I see him, the moment I'm in the same room with him, we'll both remember. We'll both know. Master and slave, owner and owned, everything I ever feared, everything I tried so hard to avoid, and now there's no escape.
Chapter 15. Valis. I'm unraveling. That's the only way to describe this sensation. Like someone's found the thread that holds me together, and they're pulling until there's nothing left but loose ends and empty space. 4 days since Darren died. 4 days since I learned I owned Kira's contract. 4 days since both of them locked themselves away and refused to even look at me. The irony would be funny if it didn't feel like my chest is caving in. I wanted Kira to choose me. Spent months being careful, being patient, making sure she understood that I saw her as a person, not property. That I wanted her because of who she is, not what she is. I thought, gods, I actually thought we were building something real. Something that transcended the ugliness of our world. Then Darren's will turned me into exactly what I swore I'd never be. Her owner. Another dark elf who uses her humanity against her. I sit in the garden behind the house, the same spot where Darren and I used to share drinks and terrible jokes while Amisra played in the grass. The stone bench is cold beneath me despite the afternoon sun. Everything feels cold now. Like Darren took all the warmth with him when he left. My best friend is dead. The thought hits fresh every time, like a blade sliding between my ribs. I keep expecting him to walk out here, to drop onto the bench beside me with that weary smile and ask what philosophical crisis I'm having today. He'd make some cutting remark about my dramatics, then somehow manage to make me laugh anyway. But he's gone. And I don't know how to do this without him. How am I supposed to raise Amisra? How am I supposed to navigate this disaster with Kira? How am I supposed to just exist in a world where Darren isn't here to ground me, to tell me when I'm being an idiot, to remind me that not everything can be fixed with enough determination and healing magic? I couldn't save him. I tried. Gods know I tried. Spent every waking moment researching, consulting with other healers, attempting experimental spells that should have been beyond my skill level. I pushed myself until I could barely stand, until my magic felt raw and scraped out, until Darren himself had to order me to rest. None of it mattered. The sickness still ate through him, still drained him day by day until there was nothing left. Until I had to watch him die in my arms while Kira held his hand and Amisra slept, oblivious to the fact that she'd wake up without a father. I know that I couldn't have done anything. I know that deep down. I don't let the blame taint me, at least. But it doesn't change that we lost him. It doesn't change any of our suffering. My hands shake as I press my palms against my eyes, trying to stop the burning behind them. I haven't slept properly in days. Can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see Darren's face in those final moments, hear the rattle of his last breath, feel the exact second when his magic, that bright, familiar spark, finally went dark. And beneath that grief sits the pain of losing Kira. She won't see me, won't speak to me. I've tried knocking on Amisra's door at least twice a day, hoping she'll just give me a chance to explain, to tell her that I never wanted this, that I'm going to dissolve the contract as soon as the legalities allow, that nothing between us needs to change. But she won't answer. And when I hear her voice through the door, that careful, professional tone she uses to dismiss me, it's like being cut all over again. She's retreated behind walls I spent months helping her tear down, and I have no idea how to reach her now. Maybe I shouldn't try. Maybe she's right to keep her distance. Because the brutal truth is that I do own her contract. No matter my intentions, no matter what I plan to do about it, right now she's legally bound to me, to my household. She has to do whatever I say, and if I push too hard, if I demand to see her, she'd have no choice but to comply. The thought makes me sick. I wanted her to choose me. To wake up one morning and realize she wanted this, wanted us, as much as I did. I wanted to earn her trust, her affection, her heart. Wanted her to look at me and see someone worth choosing, not someone who holds power over her. Instead, I'm the monster she always feared I'd become. I understand why she's pulling away. Logically, rationally, I know that this is how someone like Kira, someone who spent her whole life navigating exploitation, would react to suddenly being owned by the man she was starting to trust. She's always listened to her head more than her heart. Always been cautious, careful, protective of herself in ways that break me even as I admire them. She probably thinks everything between us was a lie, that I was just playing the long game, making her feel safe so the eventual ownership would be easier. The assumption guts me, but I can't even tell her she's wrong. Can't explain that Darren orchestrated this without my knowledge, that I'm going to dissolve the contract, that I never wanted to own her, because she won't let me near enough to speak. And breaking a contract takes time. Weeks, maybe months, depending on how Darren structured it. I can get her freedom, can give her a choice, but it won't be immediate. Even if I started the process today, we'd be stuck in this nightmare for a while. Not that it matters. I can't talk to her about any of it if she won't open the door. The thalavern flutters past, iridescent wings catching the light. I watch it land on one of Darren's carefully cultivated brimbark plants. He used to say gardening kept him sane when court politics got too ridiculous, that there was something honest about dirt and growing things. I miss him so much I can barely breathe. Miss his laugh, his terrible sense of humor, the way he could read me better than I could read myself. The easy comfort of knowing someone understood exactly who I was and loved me anyway. He was my brother in every way that mattered. And now he's gone, and I'm sitting here falling apart and I don't know how to. The door behind me opens. I tense, hope, and dread warring in my chest. Maybe Kira finally. But when I turn, it's not Kira standing in the doorway. It's Amisra. She looks so small, so fragile. Her silver hair is tangled, her dress rumpled, her pale lavender eyes huge in her thin face. For a moment she just stares at me, frozen on the threshold like she's not sure whether to run or stay. Then recognition sharpens into something raw and hurt, and she's running. Straight toward me. I barely have time to brace before she crashes into my chest, her small arms wrapping around my neck with desperate strength. The impact nearly knocks me backward off the bench. I catch her instinctively, pull her close, and she sobs. Not the quiet, controlled crying I've heard through the door. This is full-bodied grief, wails that shake her entire frame, tears that soak through my shirt within seconds. She clings to me like I'm the only solid thing in a world that's crumbling beneath her. "You were supposed to save him," she chokes out between sobs. "You promised. You said you'd make Papa better." The words hit like physical blows. I hold her tighter, one hand cradling her head against my shoulder, while the other rubs circles on her back. My own throat closes up, vision blurring. "I know," I manage. My voice sounds wrecked. "I know, little bird. I'm so sorry." "You're a healer," She pulls back just enough to look at me, her face blotchy and wet. You were supposed to fix him. You said you'd find a way. I tried. The confession cracks through me. I tried everything I could think of. I wanted to save him more than anything in the world. But you didn't! She hits my chest with one small fist, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make her point. You didn't save him, and now he's gone, and I... Her words dissolve into fresh crying. I gather her back against me, press my lips to the top of her head, and let her rage. Let her grieve. Let her blame me for failing at the one thing that mattered most. Because she's right. I didn't save Darren. Couldn't. And now this child who I love like my own is orphaned and heartbroken and looking for someone to hold responsible. I can take it. Can shoulder her anger and pain if it helps her process even a fraction of what she's feeling. Can be whatever she needs me to be right now, even if it's just a target for her grief. You can be mad at me, I tell her quietly. As mad as you need to be. I can take it, little bird. I promise. She shudders against me, her sobs gradually quieting to hiccuping breaths. I don't want to be mad. I just want Papa back. I know. I rock her gently, the way I used to when she was smaller and had nightmares. I want that too. He said you'd take care of me. Her voice is muffled against my shoulder. He said I'd be safe with you. You will be. I pull back enough to meet her eyes, brush tears off her cheeks with my thumbs. I know I couldn't save your Papa, but I will keep you safe. I will take care of you. That's not a promise I'm going to break. She studies my face with that unnerving intensity children sometimes have, like she's looking straight into my soul to measure my honesty. Whatever she sees there must satisfy her, because she nods slowly. Then she buries her face back against my neck and just cries. Softer now, exhausted, the kind of crying that comes when there's nothing left to do but let the grief flow through you. I hold her and let her, my own tears finally spilling over to track down my cheeks. For Darren, for this child who's lost too much, for the future we're all going to have to figure out how to navigate without him. Movement catches my eye. Kira stands in the doorway, one hand pressed to the frame like she needs it for support. She's watching us with an expression that breaks what's left of my heart, grief and longing and something that looks like it might be regret, all tangled together in the shadows under her eyes. She looks as wrecked as I feel. We stare at each other across the garden. I want to say something, anything, but with Amisra crying against my shoulder, I don't know where to even start. I'm sorry. I never wanted this. Please just talk to me. But the words stick in my throat because I can see it in her face. The distance, the wariness, the walls she's rebuilt between us. She's already pulling back, already retreating into that careful professionalism she wears like armor. She's so close and yet completely unreachable. Kira! I start, my voice rough. She shakes her head slightly, takes a step back. The message is clear. Not now. Maybe not ever. Then she turns and disappears back into the house, leaving me holding Amisra in the garden where Darren used to laugh, where everything felt possible just a few short months ago, where now everything feels impossibly broken.
Chapter 16. Kira. I stand in the doorway of Amisra's bedroom, one hand braced against the frame like it's the only thing keeping me upright. The room is dark save for the moonlight filtering through gauze curtains, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. Not quite sunrise. That liminal space between night and morning where the world feels suspended, waiting for something to shift. I watched him carry her inside hours ago. Watched as Valis gathered Amisra against his chest like she weighed nothing, her tear-stained face pressed to his shoulder, her small fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt. The tenderness in the gesture had gutted me even as I forced myself to stay back, to give them the space they needed. He'd laid down beside her in the narrow bed, curling his tall frame around her small one. Soothed her with soft words I couldn't quite hear from the hallway, ran his fingers through her tangled hair until her breathing evened out. Until she finally fell asleep. I'd given them that, given them the privacy to grieve together, to find whatever comfort they could in each other's presence. Because they needed it. Because Amisra deserves to know she's not alone, that Uncle Val isn't going anywhere, that someone still loves her even though her world has been torn apart. But standing here watching them, watching the rise and fall of their breathing, the way Valus's arm is still wrapped protectively around the child, even in sleep. Something twists sharp and painful beneath my ribs. I can't do this. Can't give in the way Amisra did. Can't trust him. Can't let my guard down. Can't just forget what he is to me now. He owns me. The reality of it sits like a stone in my chest. No matter how kind he's been, no matter how much I want to believe the careful distance he's maintained means something, the legal truth is inescapable. I'm his property. He could demand anything from me and I'd have no choice but to comply. The contract gives him power over every aspect of my life. Where I go, what I do, who I see, whether I stay or leave or breathe without permission. How am I supposed to just get over that? How am I supposed to look at him and not see the cage his ownership represents, even if he never actually uses it? I told myself I wouldn't let this happen. Told myself I'd keep my walls up, that I'd protect my heart from getting tangled up in impossible situations, that I'd never be stupid enough to fall for a dark elf who could own me. And yet here I am, feeling like my chest is splitting open every time I see him. Every time I hear his voice through the door when he asks, never demands, always asks if I'm all right, if I need anything, if we can please just talk. I hate how much I want to say yes. Movement draws my attention back to the bed. Valus shifts, his breathing changing from the slow rhythm of sleep to something sharper, more ragged. His fingers twitch against the blanket. Magic sparks at his fingertips, brief flashes of violet light that illuminate his knuckles before fading. A nightmare. I should leave. Should go back to my room and pretend I wasn't standing here watching him sleep like some kind of... He jerks hard enough that Amisra stirs. A soft whimper escapes her and my feet are moving before I can think better of it. I cross the room in near silence, my hand reaching for his shoulder on instinct. The same instinct that used to guide me when children in my care had bad dreams, when they needed someone to pull them back from whatever darkness they'd fallen into. Valus. I keep my voice low, gentle. My palm settles against the curve of his shoulder, and I feel the tension coiled through him, the way his muscles are locked tight with whatever he's seeing behind his closed eyes. Hey! Wake up! His eyes snap open, violet irises catching the moonlight, unfocused and wild for a heartbeat before clarity filters back in. He takes a sharp breath, then another, his gaze finding mine in the dimness. For a moment we just stare at each other. I'm acutely aware of my hand still resting on his shoulder, of how close I'm standing to the bed, of the fact that this is the first time I've willingly touched him since learning about the contract. Then he carefully extracts himself from Amisra's embrace, sliding out of the bed with practiced care. She doesn't wake, just curls into the warm space he left behind and keeps sleeping. He gestures toward the door. I follow him into the hallway, pulling Amisra's door closed until only a crack remains. Enough to hear if she calls out, but giving us privacy for whatever this conversation is about to become. The hallway feels smaller with both of us in it. Valus stands close enough that I could reach out and touch him again if I wanted to. Close enough that I can see the exhaustion carved into his features, the grief still raw in his eyes, the way his hands shake slightly before he clasps them behind his back. I never wanted this. The words rush out before I can turn away, before I can retreat back to the safety of distance and walls. He looks like he's barely holding himself together. The contract, Kira. I never wanted to own you. I didn't even know Darren had structured his will that way until the Keisheng read it. He told me he needed me to take care of Amisra, and he wanted you to stay. But I didn't realise he made it that way. I swear to you, I had no idea. I want to believe him. Gods, I want to. But wanting and trusting are different things, and I've learned the hard way not to confuse the two. It doesn't matter if you wanted it. My voice comes out quieter than I intended, but steady. You have it now. You own me. I've thought about it so much, about how Darren begged me to understand. Now I get why he asked that. I do understand why he did it, but that doesn't change how I feel right now. No. He shakes his head, something fierce sparking in his expression. I don't care what some piece of parchment says. I don't care about titles or legal ownership or any of that political garbage the Keisheng spouts. If you want to walk away from me, if you want to leave this house, leave Perthos, go wherever you please, you can, and I will never punish you for it. Do you understand? Never. The intensity in his voice makes my breath catch. He takes a step closer, and I don't move back, even though every instinct screams at me to protect myself. I took months to get to know you. His hands lift like he wants to reach for me, then drop back to his sides like he doesn't trust himself to touch. Months of being careful, of going slow, of making sure you never felt forced or pressured or obligated. Because I didn't want your compliance. I wanted you. I wanted you to choose this, choose us, because you actually wanted it, not because you had no other option. Valas, can't you see that? There's desperation threading through his words now, cracking the careful control he usually maintains. Can't you see that I don't give a damn about contracts or ownership or power? All I want is to have you by my side. All I want is to keep Amisra safe and figure out how to build something good from this wreckage Darren left us with. Contract or not, you have a room here. You have a place with that little girl. You have... He breaks off, running a hand through his hair, making the already dishevelled strands stand in new directions. The gesture is so familiar it hurts. I've watched him do it 100 times when he's frustrated or overwhelmed or trying to solve a problem that won't yield to logic. You have me, he finishes quietly. If you want me, but only if you actually want me, Kira. Not because some document says you belong to me. The words settle between us like stones dropping into still water, ripples spreading outward, disturbing the careful distance I've been maintaining. I can see the truth of what he's saying written across his face. The grief and exhaustion and raw honesty that he's never been good at hiding from me. He means it. Every word. And that terrifies me more than the contract ever could. Because if I believe him, if I let myself trust that he's different, that he actually sees me as a person worth choosing, then I'm vulnerable in ways I swore I'd never be again. I'm opening myself up to being hurt, to being disappointed, to discovering that even good intentions can turn poisonous when power dynamics get involved. But standing here in the pre-dawn darkness, watching him come apart in front of me, I can't quite hold on to the anger that's been keeping me safe these past 4 days. I just need time. The admission feels like peeling back armour, exposing soft flesh underneath. I need time to process this, to figure out how to... I know. He cuts me off gently, his expression softening into something that looks almost like relief. I've always given you time, haven't I? Since the day we met. Since the first conversation in the kitchen when you were so determined to keep me at arm's length. A ghost of a smile touches his mouth, there and gone so quickly I almost miss it. I'll give you all the time you need, he continues. Take weeks, take months, take however long it takes for you to feel safe again. I'm not going anywhere. He pauses, and when he speaks again, his voice drops lower, rougher. Just please, don't shut me out completely. Don't lock yourself away in that room and refuse to even speak to me. I can handle you being angry. I can handle you not trusting me yet. But I can't. His voice cracks and he has to stop, has to take a breath, and collect himself before finishing. I can't lose you too. Not after Darren, I can't. The confession breaks something inside me. Some last bit of resistance that's been holding firm against the pull I feel toward him. Because he's right. He has always given me time, has never pushed, never demanded, never used his position or his magic or his considerable presence to coerce me into anything. Even now, owning my contract, he's asking, giving me choice where the law says I have none. And I've been shutting him out, punishing him for Darren's decision, making him suffer alone with his grief because I was too afraid to trust what we'd been building. Slowly, so slowly I can feel the weight of the decision in every muscle. I nod. Okay, I whisper. I won't shut you out.
Chapter 17. Valis. 2 days. 2 days of Amisra clinging to me like I'm the only solid thing left in her world. 2 days of her small hand gripping my sleeve, her face pressed against my side, her silence so profound it makes my chest ache. She hasn't spoken more than a handful of words over those 2 days. Just nods or shakes of her head when I ask if she's hungry, if she wants to rest, if she needs anything. The light that used to shine from her, that half-elven brightness Darren loved so much, has dimmed to nearly nothing. I carry her from room to room because she won't let me put her down. Make her favorite foods that she picks at without eating. Tell her stories that receive no response beyond the occasional tightening of her fingers in my shirt. And everywhere we go, I see him. Darren's favorite chair by the window where he used to read to Amisra before bed. The desk in his study where he'd spread out maps and laugh at my terrible battle tactics during our strategy games. The garden path where he'd walk on his good days, determined to prove the illness hadn't beaten him yet, even when we all knew it had. The house is saturated with his presence, with memories that cut like glass every time I turn a corner, and expect to see him standing there with that sardonic smile, ready to make some quip about my work ethic or my terrible jokes or the way I'm handling this whole mess. It's crushing me, grinding me down with the weight of grief and responsibility and the desperate need to fix something when there's nothing left to fix. And if it's crushing me, it must be absolutely destroying Amisra. She's 4 years old. She shouldn't have to wake up in a house full of ghosts. Shouldn't have to see her father's things scattered around like he might walk back through the door any moment, even though we both know he never will. The idea comes to me while I'm standing in Darren's study, Amisra asleep against my chest, her breathing steady but her grip still tight even in sleep. There's a cabin, a small retreat about an hour's ride from the city, tucked into the foothills where the air is cleaner and the world feels less heavy. Darren and I used to go there, back before Amisra was born, when we were younger and stupider, and thought taking a few days away from our duties to drink amaranth and argue philosophy was the height of rebellion. It's quiet there, peaceful. No memories of illness or death or watching someone you love waste away despite every spell you throw at the problem. Maybe that's what we need. Some distance. Some space to breathe without feeling like we're drowning in everything this house represents. I look down at Amisra's sleeping face, at the tear tracks still visible on her rounded cheeks, and make the decision. We're leaving. The next morning, Asmira wakes from a fitful sleep, and I help her dress. She shakes her head at my offer of food, climbing onto her window seat in her bedroom, knees pulled to her chest, staring out at the garden with those pale lavender eyes that look so much like her father's. It makes my throat tight. I settle onto the cushion beside her, careful not to crowd her space even though every instinct screams to gather her close and never let go. Little bird. My voice comes out rougher than intended and I clear my throat. I've been thinking. She doesn't look at me, but her shoulders shift slightly, listening, even if she won't acknowledge it. This house. I pause, choosing my words carefully. It has a lot of memories, good ones, but also sad ones right now, and I think maybe we could both use a change of scenery for a little while. That gets her attention. She turns her head just enough to look at me from the corner of her eye, waiting. There's a cabin, I continue, Outside the city, in the foothills where it's quiet and there are woods to explore. Your father and I used to go there when we needed to get away from everything. I thought maybe we could go for a few days. Just you and me. We could pack some books, bring your favorite blankets, make a proper adventure of it. Her expression doesn't change much, but something flickers across her face. Interest, maybe. Or at least, consideration. Me and you? Her voice is so small, so quiet I barely hear the words. Me and you, little bird. I reach out slowly and she lets me smooth her tangled hair back from her face. I'll always be here for you. She leans into the touch just slightly and I count it as progress. Can Kira come too? The request catches me off guard. Not because it's unreasonable. Kira has become as much a constant in Amisra's life as I have, but because I haven't spoken to Kira beyond brief, careful exchanges since that conversation in the hallway. Since she asked for time and I promised to give it to her. Since I've been walking on eggshells trying to prove I meant what I said about not forcing her into anything. I'll ask her, I say carefully. But you know she might need to stay here. She might have things to take care of. Ask her. Amisra's fingers curl into my sleeve, gripping tight. Please, Uncle Val. I want her to come. How am I supposed to say no to that? How am I supposed to deny her anything when she's already lost so much? All right. I pull her into my lap and she comes willingly, curling against my chest the way she used to before the world fell apart. I'll ask her. I promise. I find Kira in the kitchen. Of course I find her in the kitchen. It's where this all started, isn't it? That first real conversation when she finally stopped running from me long enough to actually talk. When I realized she wasn't just beautiful and brave, but funny and smart and so goddamn lonely, it made me want to wrap her in protective spells until nothing could ever hurt her again. She's at the counter, kneading dough, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, a light dusting of flour across her freckled cheeks. I think even she has had to find new things to occupy her time since she's not typically a cook. Her chestnut hair is braided over one shoulder, but strands have escaped to curl around her face, catching the afternoon light filtering through the window. She looks up when I enter and something passes across her expression. Not quite wariness, but not warmth either. That careful neutrality she's adopted since learning about the contract. Since I became her owner in the eyes of the law, even though the thought makes me want to set the whole document on fire. Valas. She doesn't stop kneading, but her movements slow slightly. Is everything all right? Is Amisra? She's fine. I move further into the room but keep my distance, leaning against the opposite counter with my hands braced on the edge. Giving her space even though I want to cross the room and pull her into my arms so badly my fingers ache with it. Well, not fine. But she's managing. Kira nods, her hazel eyes, green at the edges like moss after rain, tracking my face like she's searching for something. Signs of how I'm holding up, maybe. Evidence that I'm breaking apart without someone to lean on. She wouldn't be wrong. I'm taking her away for a few days. Maybe a week. The words come out steadier than I feel. There's a cabin outside the city. Quiet, peaceful. No memories of... I gesture vaguely, unable to finish the sentence. That sounds good for her. Kira's hand still in the dough, her attention fully on me now. She needs a break from this place. You both do. The both doesn't escape my notice. She's including me in that assessment, and something warm unfurls in my chest despite everything. She wants you to come with us. Kira blinks, surprise flickering across her features. She does? Asked specifically. I force myself to maintain eye contact even though every instinct wants me to look away, to not see if she rejects this. Rejects us. Said she wants you there, and I would like you to come too, if you're willing. The silence stretches between us, heavy with everything we're not saying. All the words I'm swallowing back because I promised her time. All the feelings I'm desperately trying not to let show on my face because the last thing she needs is me pressuring her when she's already struggling with the power imbalance between us. You don't have to, I add quickly. I know you need space and I'm not. This isn't me using the contract or trying to force you into anything. It's just, Amisra asked, and I'm asking. But you can absolutely say no, and I'll explain to her that you have responsibilities here or I'll go. The words stop my rambling mid-sentence. I stare at her, not quite believing what I heard. You will? I will. She pulls her hands from the dough and wipes them on a cloth, her expression softening into something that looks almost like understanding. Amisra needs people she trusts right now, and if having me there helps her feel safe, then of course I'll go. Relief floods through me so intensely I have to grip the counter harder to stay upright. Thank you, Starlight. Thank you. The endearment slips out before I can stop it. The name I started calling her months ago, when she was still keeping me at arm's length but letting me closer, inch by careful inch. When I realized she was like a guiding star in the darkness, bright and steady and showing me a path I hadn't known I was looking for. Bright like the stars I first saw her under. Beautiful in a way I want to stare at the rest of my life. Her breath catches and I see the way her fingers tighten on the cloth. The way her gaze drops to the counter between us before lifting again, meeting mine with something raw and vulnerable in those hazel depths. I should walk away. Should thank her again and leave before I say something I can't take back, before I push too hard against the fragile boundaries we're trying to maintain. But I can't seem to make myself move. Do you remember? The words escape despite my better judgment. That night in the kitchen, when you asked what you were to me. Her throat works on a swallow. I remember. Do you remember what I said? You said... She pauses, her voice dropping quieter. You said I wasn't property, that I was someone you'd really like to know. I meant it then. I push off the counter but don't move closer. Just stand there with my hands at my sides and my heart somewhere in the vicinity of my throat. I mean it now. The contract doesn't change that, Kira. Doesn't change how I see you or what I want, or why I've spent the last 8 months trying to earn your trust. Her eyes search my face and I let her look. Let her see every raw edge, every desperate hope, every feeling I'm trying so hard to keep contained because she asked for time. And I'll give her all the time in the world if that's what it takes. I still just want to know you, I finish quietly. That's all I've ever wanted. And that's all I'll ever ask for. Your choice. Your decision. Not because you're obligated or owned or have no other option, but because you actually want to choose this. Choose me. The silence that follows feels eternal. I watch her process the words, watch emotions flicker across her face too quickly for me to name them all. Fear and longing and uncertainty and something else that makes my pulse stutter. But I don't push. Don't demand an answer or crowd her space or use any of the power the law has granted me. I just stand there and wait for her to decide what she wants to do with what I've offered. Finally, she nods. Just once. A small dip of her chin that could mean anything or nothing, but feels like everything. It's enough. It has to be enough. I turn before I can do something stupid like close the distance between us and kiss her the way I've been dreaming about for days. Before I can beg her to understand that losing Darren has made me realize exactly how much I can't bear to lose her too. We leave tomorrow morning, I say over my shoulder as I head for the door. Pack light. It's a small cabin and we won't need much. I make it to the doorway before I pause, my hand on the frame, my back still to her. Thank you for coming with us, Starlight. My voice comes out rougher than intended, threaded with emotions I'm not quite ready to name even to myself. It means more than you know. Then I leave before I can say anything else, before I can turn around and see her expression and crack completely under the weight of everything I'm feeling. I walk down the hallway with my hands shaking, and my chest so tight it's hard to breathe, and I'm almost certain, God's help me, I'm almost certain I love her. And I'm absolutely certain I'll do anything to keep her from walking away.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Corthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 18. Kira. I watch the landscape change through the carriage window, city streets giving way to farmland, farmland dissolving into wild foothills, dotted with scrub brush and weathered stone. The sky overhead has turned the colour of old bruises, heavy clouds pressing down like they're trying to suffocate the earth below. Amisra sits between Valas and me, her small body curled against his side, one hand gripping his sleeve, while the other clutches the stuffed lunox he bought for her yesterday. She hasn't let go of either since we left the house. I tell myself I agreed to this for her, because she needs stability and comfort and familiar faces around her, while she processes grief too big for a 4-year-old to carry. Because watching her lose the light in those pale lavender eyes has been breaking my heart piece by piece for days now. But that's not the whole truth. The whole truth is sitting across from me in elegant, dark clothing that makes his slate-grey skin look like stormlight on steel, his crystalline moon-violet eyes tracking the passing scenery with an expression somewhere between exhaustion and carefully controlled grief. Valas looks like he hasn't slept properly in a week, like he's holding himself together through sheer stubborn will and the determination not to fall apart in front of the child depending on him. I want to comfort him, want to reach across the small space between us and take his hand, smooth the tension from his shoulders, tell him it's okay to break sometimes because strength isn't the same as never showing cracks. I want him. Gods help me, I still want him so desperately it makes my chest ache with it. Wanting his hands on my skin, his mouth against mine, his body moving over me the way it did that afternoon in his room when I finally stopped running and let myself have something I'd been craving for months. But more than that, more terrifying than physical desire, I want his presence, his terrible jokes and his careful consideration and the way he looks at me like I'm something precious instead of property. The way he's never once demanded anything from me even though the law says he could. Even though he owns me on paper and has every right to enforce that ownership if he chose. He hasn't chosen. He's given me space and time and the freedom to decide what I want without pressure or expectation, and that terrifies me more than any claim of ownership ever could. Because it means the choice is entirely mine. My head has been at war with my heart since the moment that Kasheng read Darren's will, and I learned the truth. Every logical thought screaming that this is exactly what I feared, that I've become property traded between elves like livestock, that trusting Valas means giving him power to destroy me if he ever decides to use it. But my heart, my stupid, stubborn heart, keeps reminding me that Valas had opportunities before. Darren could have sold my contract to him months ago if that was the arrangement they wanted. Could have pushed me into Valas's bed, made it a condition of my employment, turned me into a gift wrapped up with a bow. They never did. Darren kept my contract himself, even when I'm certain he knew Valas wanted me. Even when the attraction between us was obvious enough that servants whispered about it, when Darren watched us with a knowing smile, when every sign pointed to a transaction that would have been simple and legal and completely acceptable by dark elven standards. Instead, Darren held on to the contract. Protected me in his own way by keeping that power out of Valas's hands, ensuring that whatever developed between us happened because I wanted it, not because I was obligated. He never forced either of us. And then he left it to Valas anyway. put that power into the hands of the one elf who spent 8 months proving he won't use it. Begged me to understand. It shouldn't matter who holds the contract. The law is the law. I'm still owned, still bound, still subject to the whims of whoever possesses that piece of parchment declaring me property instead of person. But somehow it does matter. Because the elf holding my contract now is the same one who calls me Starlight and brings me enchanted gloves to keep my hands warm and refuses to cross lines I haven't explicitly invited him to cross. The same one who looked at me in the kitchen yesterday with such raw vulnerability in those moon-violet eyes and promised he only wants what I choose to give him. I believe him. That's the terrifying part. I actually believe he means it. But belief and surrender aren't the same thing. I can believe Valas won't hurt me while still keeping my walls firmly in place, still protecting the parts of myself I've learned to guard because letting anyone close has always meant getting hurt eventually. I don't want to get hurt. Don't want to give him everything I am, only to watch him change his mind, grow bored, decide this human isn't worth the effort after all. Don't want to wake up one day and realise the fairy tale was just that, a story I told myself to make captivity feel like choice. The carriage hits a rut in the road, and Amisra makes a small sound, burrowing deeper against Valas's side. He adjusts his hold on her automatically, one hand coming up to stroke her silver-white hair with such gentleness it makes my throat tight. He'll be a good father to her. I know this with absolute certainty. Whatever happens between us, whether I find the courage to tear down my last defences or keep them standing until they fossilise into permanent walls, Valas will love Amisra the way Darin wanted, will give her stability and protection and all the terrible jokes a child could possibly endure. The thought should comfort me. Instead, it makes the ache in my chest sharper, because I want to be part of that, want to help raise her, watch her grow, build something like a family in the ruins of grief. But that means risking everything, means trusting not just Valas but myself, my judgment, my ability to survive if this all falls apart. I don't know if I'm brave enough for that. The carriage slows and I tear my gaze from Valas to look out the window again. We've climbed into proper foothills now, the landscape growing wilder and more remote. I can see cabins scattered through the area, small retreats tucked into groves of trees, smoke rising from chimneys despite the threatening weather. Our destination sits apart from the others, a single structure at the bottom of a mountain, isolated in a clearing with no trees nearby to offer shelter. It's smaller than I expected, built of weathered stone and dark wood that makes it look like it grew from the earth rather than being constructed on it. The sky overhead has gone nearly black with the weight of the approaching storm. Wind whips through the clearing, sending dust and dried leaves skittering across the ground in frantic spirals. "We're here, little bird." Valas's voice is soft, careful not to startle Amisra from her half-doze. "Ready to see our adventure spot?" She lifts her head, blinking sleep from her eyes as she peers out the window. I watch her take in the cabin, the wild landscape, the dramatic sky pressing down like a threat. "It looks scary," she whispers. "A little," Valas agrees, and I appreciate that he doesn't lie to her. But scary can also be exciting, and we'll be safe inside together, all three of us. The carriage stops, and Valas helps Amisra down before turning to offer me his hand. I take it without thinking, letting his fingers close around mine as I step onto ground that feels less stable than it should. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a warning of what's coming. Valas gathers our bags while I usher Amisra toward the cabin door, my hand on her shoulder as wind tries to steal her away. The first fat drops of rain begin to fall just as we make it inside, splattering against stone and wood with increasing urgency. The cabin's interior is simple but well kept. A main room with a fireplace and comfortable furniture, a small kitchen area, 2 doors that presumably lead to sleeping quarters. Everything is clean and orderly, clearly maintained even if it hasn't been used recently. Valas comes in behind us, dropping our bags near the door before moving to light the hearth. His magic flares violet bright, coaxing flames to life with barely more than a thought. The sudden warmth and light push back against the gloom seeping in through the windows. There. He brushes his hands together, turning to smile at Amisra with an expression that doesn't quite hide his exhaustion. Much better, yes? She nods, moving closer to the fire, but keeping her stuffed lunox clutched tight. Outside, the storm breaks in earnest, rain turning from scattered drops to a deluge that hammers against the roof like it's trying to beat its way inside. Lightning flashes, turning the world beyond the windows into stark white and shadow. Thunder follows seconds later, loud enough to rattle the walls. Amisra flinches, and I'm beside her immediately, kneeling to pull her into my arms. It's all right, Ami. Just noise. The storm can't hurt us in here. She buries her face against my shoulder, trembling. Valas joins us by the fire, his magic flaring again, this time creating small orbs of soft light that float through the room like captured stars. They drift and swirl in gentle patterns, casting warm illumination that pushes back the storm's darkness. See? His voice is steady, soothing. We have our own lights. The storm can rage all it wants, but we're safe here, warm and dry with magic to keep the shadows away. Amisra lifts her head to watch the floating lights, her grip on me loosening slightly as wonder begins to replace fear. Pretty. Like you, little bird. Valas reaches out to tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, his touch infinitely gentle. The moment stretches, peaceful despite the chaos outside, and then something crashes with a sound like the world splitting open. All three of us freeze. The noise came from outside, distant but unmistakably violent, like massive weight hitting earth with catastrophic force. Valas is on his feet immediately, moving to the window to peer out into the storm. I watch his expression shift from concern to something grimmer. Trees, he says, multiple by the sound of it, and... He stops, pressing closer to the glass. There's one of the other cabins in that direction. I saw smoke from the chimney when we arrived. My stomach drops. I can already see where this is going. Valas! I have to check. He's already moving toward the door, grabbing his cloak from where he dropped it. If someone's hurt... You can't go out in this. I stand, keeping one hand on Amisra's shoulder. It's not safe. I'm a healer. He turns to face me, and the resolve in his expression is absolute, immovable. If there are people in that cabin and they're injured, I can't just sit here and hope they're fine. Valas, you'll be safe here. His gaze softens as it moves between Amisra and me. The cabin's warded, no trees nearby. Nothing will get through to hurt you. I'll be back as soon as I can. Then he's gone, the door slamming shut behind him before I can formulate another argument. Before I can tell him that his safety matters too, that Amisra and I need him, that walking into a storm this violent is reckless even for someone with his power. The wind howls like it's celebrating his departure. I stand frozen for a moment, staring at the closed door, while rain batters the windows and lightning tears the sky apart. Then Amisra's small hand slips into mine, and I remember I'm not alone. That I have a responsibility here that doesn't include falling apart. Uncle Val will be okay, she says softly. Won't he? Yes. I force the word past the tightness in my throat, kneeling to pull her close. Of course he will. He's strong and smart, and he'll come back to us safe. I pray to gods I'm not sure I believe in that I'm telling the truth. The storm worsens. Rain becomes a solid wall of water. Wind screaming around the cabin's corners, like it's looking for weaknesses to exploit. Thunder and lightning happen nearly simultaneously now. The storm directly overhead, furious and relentless. I try to distract Amisra. Settle us on the couch near the fire, where Valas's floating lights still drift in their gentle patterns. Tell her stories about brave warriors and clever heroines, adventures that end in triumph and safety, and everyone coming home whole. But my gaze keeps drifting to the windows, to the darkness beyond where Valus disappeared into chaos and danger, with nothing but his magic and his damned healer's oath to protect him. Time stretches, minutes feeling like hours while the storm rages, and my anxiety builds with every crash of thunder, every flash of lightning that briefly illuminates the wild landscape. Amisra's questions slow, then stop. Her breathing evens out as exhaustion finally claims her, grief and travel and fear catching up all at once. She curls against my side with her lunox clutched tight, asleep in the way only children can manage, finding peace even when the world is falling apart. I should sleep too. Should close my eyes and trust that Valus will return safe, that his promise to come back wasn't empty words. But I can't. Can't stop staring out the window toward where he vanished. Can't stop cataloguing every horrible possibility. Trees crushing him, lightning striking him down, the mountain itself deciding to swallow him whole. Can't stop realizing that I've been an absolute fool. He's right here. Was right here. Has been here for months, offering me everything I claimed I didn't want but secretly craved with every breath. And I squandered it. Kept him at arm's length even after we'd crossed lines together. Even after he'd made it clear he wanted more than physical pleasure. I wrapped myself in fear and self-protection and convinced myself it was wisdom when really it was just cowardice. What if he doesn't come back? The thought steals the air from my lungs. What if this storm takes him from us the way illness took Darren? What if Amisra wakes up tomorrow having lost another person she loves, and I have to live knowing I wasted the time we had together because I was too scared to risk being hurt? Who cares if he holds my contract when I want to give him everything anyway? My trust, my body, my heart. All of it. Not because I'm obligated or owned or have no other choice, but because he's Valus, and he's kind and brave and so impossibly good, it makes me want to weep. Because he looks at me like I'm starlight, and calls me that with such tenderness it feels like prayer. Because he's never once used the power he has over me, and I don't believe he ever will. Because I love him. The realization doesn't come gently. It crashes through me with the same violence as the storm, undeniable and overwhelming and so terrifyingly absolute, I have to press my free hand against my chest to confirm my heart is still beating. I love him. I'm in love with Valus Morthen, and I've been fighting it for months, because I was too afraid to admit that sometimes the thing you want most is also the thing that scares you worst. Another crash echoes through the storm, and I'm on my feet before I can think, moving to the window to press my face against the glass. Lightning illuminates the landscape in stark relief, and I see it, another massive tree falling in the distance. Directly onto the cabin Valus went to check. My heart stops. Just completely stops beating for one endless moment while I stare at where the cabin used to be visible, and now there's only darkness and destruction, and gods, please, please don't let him be in there. Valus! His name tears from my throat, barely more than a whisper, but carrying every ounce of desperate fear I'm feeling. Please come back. Please be okay. Please. But the storm swallows my words, and Valus doesn't answer, and I'm left standing at the window with tears on my cheeks and the horrible certainty that I might be too late. That I might have wasted my chance at something real, because I was too busy protecting walls that never kept me safe anyway, just alone. And now he's out there in the dark, and the danger, and I can't do anything but wait and hope and pray that I get the opportunity to tell him everything I should have said before. That I want him, choose him, love him. That he can have all of me if he'll just come back safe.
Chapter 19. Valus. The storm hasn't abated when I finally push through the cabin door, water streaming from my cloak and exhaustion dragging at my bones. The family in the other cabin is safe, bruised and shaken but alive, their home damaged but repairable. I spent hours reinforcing their walls with protective magic, healing cuts from flying debris, ensuring they'd survive until morning when proper help could arrive. I'm so tired I can barely stand. Every muscle aches, my magic reserves dangerously depleted from the constant drain of maintaining shields against the storm while working. All I want is to collapse somewhere warm and dry and sleep for about 16 hours straight. Instead, the moment I step inside and push the door closed behind me, a body slams into mine. I stagger, barely keeping my footing as arms wrap around me with desperate force. It takes my exhausted brain a moment to process what's happening. That Kira is here, pressed against me, holding on like she's afraid I'll disappear if she loosens her grip even slightly. "You're back." Her voice is muffled against my soaked shirt, thick with emotion I can't quite identify. "Gods, you're back. I was so worried. Are you hurt? Are you okay?" My arms come around her automatically, pulling her closer despite the fact that I'm dripping wet and probably getting her soaked. She doesn't seem to care. Her hands move over my back, my shoulders like she's checking for injuries by touch alone. I'm fine. The words come out rougher than I intend, my throat tight with something that feels dangerously close to overwhelming relief. "Starlight, I'm fine. Just wet and tired. The family's safe. Everyone's going to be all right." She pulls back enough to look at me, and the expression on her face makes my chest constrict. Her hazel eyes are red-rimmed like she's been crying, her face pale with lingering fear, and she's looking at me like I just came back from the dead instead of a rescue mission. "I saw the tree fall on the cabin." Her fingers dig into my shoulders. I was terrified that you were... I wasn't inside when it fell." I bring one hand up to cup her face, wiping away moisture that might be rain from my clothes or tears from her eyes. "I promise. I'm safe. We're safe." "Amizra?" The question comes out shaky. "Asleep in the other room. Has been for hours." Kira's hands haven't left me, still gripping my shoulders like I'm the only solid thing in a world gone unstable. "She's fine." "Starlight, everything's fine," I whisper, trying to soothe her. That's apparently all the reassurance she needs because she kisses me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. After a long moment, I carefully roll us to the side, keeping her close. She makes a soft sound of protest when we separate, but immediately curls against my chest, one leg thrown over my hip and her hand resting over my heart. "That was..." She stops, laughing quietly. I don't even have words. "Perfect." I press a kiss to her forehead, my hand stroking up and down her spine. "You were perfect. Are perfect." She tilts her head up to look at me, and the expression on her face makes my chest tight. Soft and open and vulnerable in a way I've never seen her before. "I love you." The words spill out before I can stop them, raw and honest. I know it's too soon and too much, but I don't care. I love you, Kira. I'm completely in love with you, and I have been for months. Her eyes fill with tears, but she's smiling. It's not too soon, and I love you too. That's what I realized tonight when I thought I might lose you. That I'm in love with you, and I've been fighting it because I was afraid. But I'm not afraid anymore. I kiss her, pouring every ounce of emotion I'm feeling into it. Gratitude and relief and love so overwhelming, it feels like it might consume me from the inside out. When we finally break apart, she settles back against my chest with a contented sigh. My hand finds hers, our fingers tangling together in the space between our bodies. Stay. The word comes out softer than I intend. Not just tonight. Stay with me. Choose this. Choose us. Every day. Let me love you the way you deserve. Yes. No hesitation, no fear. Just simple certainty. Yes to all of it.
Chapter 20. Kira. The cabin becomes our refuge for a week, a small pocket of time carved away from grief's heaviest weight, where we can simply exist together. Amisra thrives here. She explores the woods with Valis at her heels, builds elaborate stick forts in the clearing, and actually laughs when he tells her ridiculous stories about forest creatures that absolutely don't exist. The tension that's been holding her small shoulders rigid since her father's death starts to ease, replaced by something that looks almost like peace. I watch them together, Uncle Val teaching her to skip stones across the stream, both of them crouched low with matching expressions of concentration, and my heart does something complicated in my chest. This is what family should look like, what it could be for us. At night, after Amisra falls asleep in the second bedroom surrounded by blankets, Valis spelled to smell like spring meadows, I slip into his bed. We make love quietly, reverently, like we're still learning the shape of this thing between us. Sometimes it's desperate and urgent, both of us reaching for connection to push back the darkness. Other times it's slow and tender, hands mapping skin with careful attention while we whisper confessions in the dark. I never leave his bed. Can't bring myself to put space between us when being close to him feels like the only thing keeping me grounded. On our 5th morning at the cabin, I wake to find Valas already awake, one arm tucked behind his head, while his other hand traces idle patterns on my bare shoulder. Early light filters through the window, painting his slate-grey skin in shades of pearl and silver. You're staring. I press a kiss to his chest, right over his heart. Just appreciating the view. His fingers slide into my hair, gentle. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and discover this was all some elaborate dream. If it is, we're having the same dream. I shift to prop myself up on one elbow, studying his face, which seems unlikely. His smile carries that soft edge I've come to recognize, the one that means he's thinking about something serious beneath the levity. I wait, giving him space to work up to whatever he needs to say. Did you know? Darren made me promise to do exactly this. The words come out quiet, careful. Before he died, he made me promise to love you both, to be good parents for Amisra, to build a real family. My breath catches. I knew Darren cared about me, trusted me with his daughter, but this... He saw it before we did. Valis continues, his thumb stroking across my shoulder blade. Or maybe he just saw what could be if we let ourselves have it. He told me weeks before he died that he wanted this. Wanted us to be Amisra's parents. Wanted me to stop being an idiot and tell you how I felt. He always was perceptive. The words come out thick with emotion. I'm trying to hold back. Too perceptive sometimes. He loved you. Valis cups my face with his free hand, making me look at him. Not just as Amisra's nanny, but as family. He wanted you to have a real home, real security. He wanted both of us to have each other. Tears burn at the back of my eyes. I miss him. Me too. His voice cracks slightly. Every day. But I think he'd be happy, seeing us like this, knowing we're taking care of Ami together. I lean down to kiss him, tasting salt from tears I can't quite hold back. When I pull away, I press my forehead to his. Thank you for telling me. Always. His arms come around me, holding tight. No more secrets between us. Just honesty. Just honesty, I echo. The grief hits Amisra harder when we return home. I notice it immediately. The way her steps slow as we cross the threshold. How her eyes track to the places her father used to sit. the careful way she avoids his study entirely. She's quieter again, withdrawing into herself like she did right after Darren died. It breaks my heart watching her try to be brave. That night, after I've tucked Amisra into bed and sung her the lullaby she requested twice because she's still afraid of nightmares, I find Valas in the guest room he's claimed as his own. All of his belongings are here now, carefully arranged on shelves and in the wardrobe. It feels odd to still be sharing a room with him now that we're back, but neither of us want any different. He's at the desk, staring at some healing scroll, but not really reading it based on the unfocused quality of his gaze. I come up behind him, wrapping my arms around his shoulders and pressing my cheek to his hair. She's struggling. I don't bother with preamble. Being back here is harder than I thought it would be. Valas sets the scroll down, his hands coming up to cover mine where they rest on his chest. I know, I can see it too. Everything reminds her of him. I squeeze gently. Every room, every corner. She walked past the sitting room 3 times today, and I watched her flinch each time like she was seeing a ghost. He's quiet for a long moment, his thumb stroking over my knuckles. Then he turns in the chair, pulling me around to stand between his knees so he can look at me properly. "What are you thinking?" His violet eyes search my face. That maybe we need to change things. The idea has been forming all day, solidifying into something concrete. Not forget Darren, never that, but make the house feel less like a shrine and more like a home again. Give Ami space to remember him without being constantly ambushed by grief. Understanding dawns in Valas's expression. A makeover. Sort of. I bite my lip, hoping this doesn't sound foolish. We could paint Amisra's room. She's mentioned before that she wishes it was different colours. Box up some of Darren's things carefully so they're preserved but not overwhelming. Maybe redo the study so it's not so painful to walk past. Honour him but make space for us to actually live here. That's... Valas pulls me onto his lap, arms secure around my waist. That's a really good idea, Starlight. Thoughtful and kind and exactly what she needs. Relief floods through me. You think so? I know so. He presses a kiss to my temple. We can start tomorrow if you want. Make it a project we do together, all 3 of us. All 3 of us, I repeat, testing the words, testing what they mean. A family working together to build something new from the ashes of something lost. It feels right. We start with Amisra's room. Valas takes her to the market to pick out paint colours while I sort through her toys and clothes, creating piles of things to keep, donate, or tuck away for when she's older. When they return, Amisra is practically vibrating with excitement, clutching swatches of pale lavender and soft gold. Kira, look. She shoves the samples at me. Uncle Val says we can paint clouds on the ceiling if we want. Real clouds that actually move. I shoot Valas a look over her head. Spoiling her already? Absolutely. He doesn't even have the grace to look apologetic. She deserves spoiling. We spend 3 days transforming her room. Valas handles the magical aspects, enchanting the paint so it glows faintly at night, creating those promised clouds that drift lazily across the ceiling, adding protective wards that make the space feel safe and warm. I manage the practical details, hanging new curtains in cheerful patterns, arranging her toys and books on freshly painted shelves, making the bed with blankets we picked out together at the market. Amisra helps with everything, her small hands eager to contribute. She tells us stories while we work, memories of her father, things he used to say, games they played together. Some make her cry, but she's smiling through the tears. Like finally being able to talk about him without the crushing weight of fresh grief is its own kind of healing. Papa used to say I was his little star, she announces on the 2nd day, carefully applying lavender paint to the baseboard while Valas and I handle the higher sections. Because I was born when the stars were brightest. That's beautiful, little bird. Valas pauses in his work to look at her. And very true. You're definitely bright enough to be a star. Did you know Papa when I was born? She tilts her head, curious. I did. Valas sits back on his heels, paint splattered and smiling. I was there, actually. Came to visit him at the healing house right after you arrived. You were this tiny, screaming thing wrapped in blankets, and your father looked absolutely terrified. Amisra giggles. Papa was scared? Petrified. Valas's expression goes soft with memory. Kept asking me if all babies were supposed to be that small, and if he was holding you right. I told him he was doing perfectly, and he informed me I was a liar, but appreciated the attempt at comfort. I listened to them talk, my chest tight with affection. This is good for both of them, keeping Darren alive through stories, honouring him while making space for new memories. After Amisra's room, we tackle the rest of the house in careful increments. We box up Darren's clothes one afternoon while Amisra naps, folding each piece carefully and packing them in spelled containers that will preserve them indefinitely. Valas tells stories as we work, about the jacket Darren wore to some formal function where he got spectacularly drunk, the shirt he tore during a training exercise, the cloak he claimed made him look distinguished, but really just made him look like he was playing dress-up. He hated formal events, Valas says, running his fingers over a particularly ornate tunic. Used to complain for days beforehand, said having to be polite to people he didn't like was its own form of torture. Sounds familiar? I give him a pointed look. I have no idea what you're implying. But he's grinning as he folds the tunic and adds it to the box. We keep some things out. A few books on the shelves, personal items scattered throughout the house as reminders rather than shrines. It's a delicate balance, but we manage it together. The study takes the longest. It's the heart of Valas's grief, the place where Darren spent his final months writing letters, updating his will, trying to prepare for a future he wouldn't see. The place where he died. And I know it's the hardest to face. Walking in there makes all three of us tense, but it needs to be done. We start by sorting papers. Legal documents get organised into proper files. Personal letters are read and carefully preserved. Scattered notes about Amisra's preferences and important dates are compiled into a journal we can reference. Valas handles most of this, his healer's precision making quick work of the chaos. Listen to this. He holds up a scrap of parchment, voice thick with suppressed emotion. Amisra doesn't like carrots, but will eat them if you tell her they're magic vegetables that give her strength. I laugh despite the tears threatening. That's absolutely true. I discovered that by accident last month. He documented everything. Valas shuffles through more papers. Every little detail he thought we'd need to know. Her favourite stories, which blanket she sleeps with, how she likes her tea prepared. Gods, he was so thorough. We read them together, dozens of notes covering every aspect of Amisra's care and personality. It's like having Darren there with us, offering guidance from beyond death, making sure his daughter would be loved and understood even without him. Once the papers are sorted, we repaint the walls from their dark, sombre blue to a warm cream. We open the curtains, rearrange the furniture so it feels less like a sick room and more like an actual study. Valas claims the space as his own workspace for healing research, filling the shelves with his scrolls and books, but we leave Darren's favourite chair in the corner and keep several of his journals displayed prominently. This feels right, I say, on the afternoon we finish, surveying the transformed space, like honouring him without being trapped by the grief. Yeah. Valas comes to stand behind me, arms wrapping around my waist. Like we can remember him and still move forward. Amisra approves of all the changes. She spends her evenings in her new room with obvious delight, sleeps better than she has in weeks, and starts actually using the sitting room again instead of avoiding it. The house feels lighter somehow, still touched by loss but no longer suffocated by it. 2 weeks after we started the project, I find myself in the kitchen preparing dinner while Valas reads to Amisra in the sitting room. His voice carries through the house, dramatic and engaging as he performs all the different character voices. Amisra's giggles punctuate the narrative. This is what home sounds like, I realise. Not silence and fear and careful distance, but laughter and stories and people who love each other filling the space with warmth. I lean against the counter, listening to them, and let myself feel it fully, the gratitude, the affection, the strange and wonderful reality that this is my life now, that I chose this and was chosen in return. The house feels alive again.
Chapter 21. Valis. The walk home from my practice carries a lightness I haven't felt in months, maybe years. My feet know the route by muscle memory alone, which leaves my mind free to wander through the past 2 months like thumbing through pages of a book I can't quite believe I'm living. 2 months since Kira told me she loved me. 2 months of building something real from the wreckage of grief. It's not perfect. We still have hard days, moments when Darren's absence hits like a physical blow. But we're healing. Together. The late afternoon sun warms my face as I turn onto our street. Our street. When did I start thinking of it that way? When did Darren's house become ours? Probably around the same time I stopped keeping half my belongings at my own place and committed fully to this strange, beautiful life we're constructing. The house feels different now. Lighter, warmer, filled with sounds I never thought I'd associate with home. Amisra's laughter echoing through the halls. Kira humming while she works in the garden. The three of us together in the sitting room after dinner, Ami sprawled across both our laps while I read increasingly ridiculous stories that make her giggle until her stomach hurts. I love them both with an intensity that still catches me off guard sometimes. Love wasn't supposed to feel like this easy, this natural, like breathing or magic flowing through my veins. But here we are. Amisra's doing better. So much better than those first terrible weeks. She still has moments, times when she withdraws into herself or cries for her papa, but they're becoming less frequent. Yesterday she played a prank on me involving strategically placed buckets in water, cackling with delight when I walked right into her trap. The mischief is coming back, that spark that makes her uniquely herself rather than a grief-hollowed shell. We've established rituals. Breakfast together every morning without fail, all three of us crowded around the kitchen table, while Ami tells us about her dreams and Kira steals pieces of fruit from my plate, even though she has her own. Evenings outside when the weather permits, lying in the grass while I point out constellations and make up increasingly absurd stories about how they got their names. That one's called the Confused Merchant, I told them last week, gesturing at a random cluster of stars. Named after a Keisheng who got so lost on a trading expedition, he accidentally ended up in 3 different cities before realizing none of them were his destination. Amisra had dissolved into giggles. That's not real. Absolutely true. Documented historical fact. Uncle Val's making it up, she'd informed Kira with the confidence of someone who's learned to recognize my nonsense. I would never. I pressed a hand to my chest in mock offense. I'm a healer. We're very serious people who never lie about astronomy. Kira had just smiled that secret smile that makes my heart do complicated things, and threaded her fingers through mine where we lay side by side in the grass. These are the moments I collect now. Small, perfect instances that add up to something that looks suspiciously like happiness. I wish Darren could see it. Wish he could know we're keeping our promise. That Amisra's loved and safe and starting to heal. That Kira and I found each other the way he knew we would. Part of me thinks he does know somehow. That wherever he is, he's watching and probably making sarcastic commentary about how it took us long enough to figure out what was obvious to him from the start. The thought makes me smile as I approach the house, then immediately touches that tender place in my chest where grief still lives. I miss him. Gods, I miss him. Some days it hits me so hard I can barely breathe, remembering I can't just walk over and tell him about my day, can't ask his advice, can't watch him interact with his daughter. But the grief doesn't consume me anymore, doesn't define every waking moment. I'm learning to carry it alongside the joy, letting both exist without one canceling the other out. My hand finds the packet tucked carefully in my inner jacket pocket. I've been carrying it for 3 days now, waiting for the right moment. Today feels right. Amisra has lessons this afternoon, which means I'll have time alone with Kira. Time to give her something I should have given her weeks ago. No, time to give her something she deserves. Something that proves every word I've said about her not being property, about her owning me rather than the other way around. Anticipation buzzes under my skin as I push through the front gate. The garden's in full bloom, explosions of color that Kira tends with the same careful attention she gives everything she loves. I can see her handiwork in the neat rows, the strategic placement of flowering plants that attract the prettiest insects, the small herb garden she started near the kitchen entrance. She's made this place home in ways that have nothing to do with magic and everything to do with simply caring. I find her in the kitchen, elbow deep in what appears to be bread dough. She's gotten really into that hobby. Flour dusts her nose and streaks through her hair, and she's wearing one of those concentrated expressions that means she's mentally measuring ingredients and timing. She looks beautiful. She always looks beautiful, but especially like this, unself-conscious and focused and completely herself. "You're home early." She glances up, smile blooming across her face when she sees me. "I wasn't expecting you for another hour at least. Finished with my appointments faster than planned." I cross to her, pressing a kiss to her temple and tasting flour. "Where's our little bird?" "Lessons with the new tutor." She elbows me playfully. "You know, the one who's supposed to be teaching her mathematics, but mostly just entertains her stories about our adventures?" "She's only 5. Mathematics can wait. Imagination is far more important." I lean against the counter, watching her knead the dough with practiced efficiency. "How long until she's done?" "Probably a half hour." "Why?" Her hazel eyes find mine, curious. "What are you plotting?" "Who says I'm plotting anything?" "You have that look, like you're about to do something either incredibly sweet or catastrophically stupid." She shapes the dough into a neat ball, setting it aside to rise. "Historically, it's about 50-50 which way that goes. So little faith in me, Starlight." But I'm grinning as I catch her hand, tugging her toward the door. "Come outside with me?" I'm covered in flour. "You're perfect." I keep hold of her hand, pulling her through the kitchen and out the back door into the garden. "This won't take long, I promise." She follows without real protest, wiping her hands on her apron as we walk. I lead her to the bench beneath the flowering archway, one of her favorite spots, where she sits sometimes in the evenings while Amisra plays nearby. "Sit." I gesture to the bench. "You're being mysterious." But she sits, looking up at me with that mixture of amusement and affection that still makes my chest feel too small to contain what I feel for her. Should I be worried? No, never with me. I settle beside her, suddenly more nervous than I expected. My hand finds the packet in my pocket, fingers curling around the thick parchment. "I wanted to give you something. We've been... Gods, these past 2 months have been good, haven't they?" "They have." Her expression softens. "Really good. Better than I thought possible after everything. I know we agreed that the contract doesn't matter, that it's just paper, just a legal technicality that doesn't define us." The words come faster now, rushing out like I'm afraid I'll lose courage if I slow down. And I meant that. I've always meant that. But I also know what it represents, what it feels like to have someone own you on paper, even when they claim not to in practice. I know what freedom means to you. Understanding dawns in her eyes. Her breath catches. I pull out the packet, hand steady despite the way my heart's hammering against my ribs. So I wanted to prove I meant every word. Wanted to give you something that makes the truth legally binding, not just a promise between us. I place the packet in her hands. Watch her fingers tremble slightly as she unfolds the thick parchment, revealing page after page of official documentation. Her freedom papers. Signed, sealed, registered with every relevant authority in Perthos. Completely, irrevocably legitimate. Her contract is void. She's free. She stares at the papers like they're written in some language she doesn't recognize. Her lips part, close, part again. No sound comes out. Kira? I touch her knee gently. Starlight, talk to me. Her voice breaks. She looks up at me with eyes shining wet, and I can't quite read the expression on her face. I never thought I'd see these. Never thought anyone would actually... The words dissolve into a sob. She presses one hand over her mouth like she's trying to hold it back, but her shoulders shake with the force of her crying. I pull her into my arms immediately, tucking her head against my chest while she falls apart. The papers crumple slightly between us, but I don't care. Let them wrinkle. What matters is the woman in my arms, the way she's clinging to me like I'm the only solid thing in a world that suddenly shifted beneath her feet. I'm sorry, she gasps against my shirt. I'm sorry, I just... Don't apologize. Never apologize for this. I stroke her hair, press kisses to the top of her head. You're free, Kira. Completely free. Those papers mean you can go anywhere, do anything. No one owns you. Not legally, not technically, not in any way that matters. She pulls back enough to look at me, tears tracking through the flower dust on her cheeks. Why? Because I love you. The words come easily now, natural as breathing. I love you and I'd give you anything. Everything I have to give. This was the one thing I could do to prove that you're not property to me. That you never were, and never will be. Her laugh sounds strangled, caught between crying and something that might be joy. You're an idiot. Frequently, I cup her face in my hands, thumbs wiping away tears. But an idiot who loves you, an idiot who wants you to choose this, choose us, because you want to, not because some piece of parchment says you have to. I choose you. The words come out fierce, certain. I choose you, Valis. I chose you before the papers, and I choose you now. And I'll choose you tomorrow and every day after that. Good. I kiss her forehead, her cheeks, the tip of her nose, because I'm not going anywhere. She kisses me properly then, hard and desperate and tasting of salt and flour and the sweetness that's entirely her own. When we break apart, she's smiling through the tears, radiant in a way that makes my chest ache. Thank you. She clutches the papers against her chest like they're the most precious thing she's ever held. Thank you for seeing me. For everything. You don't have to thank me for treating you like the extraordinary woman you are. I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. That's just basic decency. Not in my experience. Her smile goes soft, tender. You're different. You've always been different. We sit like that for a while, wrapped around each other on the bench while the sun sinks lower and paints the sky in shades of copper and gold. The freedom papers rest between us, physical proof of something we both already knew, but needed to make official. She's free. We're free. Free to build this life however we want it, without contracts or ownership or anything but choice. Uncle Val! Kira! We break apart at the sound of Amisra's voice. She comes tearing around the corner of the house, pale hair flying behind her like a banner, expression bright with excitement. I open my arms, and she launches herself at me without hesitation. I catch her easily, pulling her up onto my lap while she wiggles with barely contained energy. How are your lessons, little bird? I ask, settling her more comfortably. So good. She bounces slightly. Madame Rena taught me about numbers, and I only got 2 wrong, and she said I was very clever and... Oh, Kira, we need to build more forts in the solarium. The ones from yesterday fell down, but I have new ideas to make them stronger. Kira laughs, reaching over to smooth Ami's rumpled hair. We'll build whatever forts you want, sweet girl. The biggest fort ever, with towers and secret passages. Amisra's hands gesture wildly as she describes her architectural vision. And we can have tea parties inside, and Uncle Val can be the dragon we have to defend against. I'm the dragon? I raise an eyebrow at her. Why am I always the villain in these scenarios? Because you're tall and you make funny growling noises. She states this like it's obvious. Don't worry, you're a nice dragon. You just like to steal cookies. Well, that part's accurate. Kira gives me a pointed look that suggests she's noticed my tendency to raid whatever she bakes. I grin at both of them, these two extraordinary people who've become my whole world. Amisra chatters on about her fort plans, occasionally pausing to ask our opinions on structural integrity, or whether dragons prefer chocolate or vanilla cookies. Kira joins in with suggestions, her hand finding mine where it rests on the bench between us. The freedom papers are still clutched in her other hand. Still real. Still meaning everything they represent. This is happiness, I realize. Not the absence of grief. We still carry that, we'll always carry it. But the presence of something strong enough to exist alongside the pain. Love and laughter and ridiculous conversations about fictional dragons and structural engineering for blanket forts. We still have work to do. Grief to process, memories to honor, futures to build. In time, when Kira's ready, when we've both had space to simply exist together without the weight of contracts or loss defining us, I'll ask her to marry me properly. To choose me not just for now, but forever, in front of witnesses and gods and anyone who'll listen. But not yet. Right now, this is enough. More than enough. Right now, we're just a family sitting in the garden while the sun sets, planning elaborate blanket forts and debating dragon preferences, and choosing each other with every passing moment. It's everything I never knew I wanted. Everything Darren hoped we'd find. And gods, it's good.